members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. For those that tune in on stream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my Shiro TikToks under APCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? We're going early tonight, uh, doing the early live feed, and it's open mic night tonight for those that would like to share their experience, a story, encounter, or whatever you might be going through. Tonight's a night. If you want to share it, share your story out so other people can hear your testimony of what you've experienced or experiencing. Tonight is a night to be able to come on live here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters to share your story. I hope everybody is having an awesome night tonight. Uh, I was busy during the day. Had some appointments I had to go through, but I'm feeling pretty good right now. So I decided to go live early. See who would like to interact here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and to see, we could get some new viewers at a different time frame. So here we are. I'm sending a link to my co-host right now, brothers and sisters. There you go. Send a link to my co-host. Thursdays we used to call it Scooby Doo Thursdays. You know, that's what it was initially called, but we started doing live feeds, uh, open open mic nights on Tuesdays and Thursdays. How you doing, brother La Morgan? That's awesome. You got the notification, brother. You know, uh, so I had a pretty interesting day today. We're gonna go. There's cousin Jesse. How you doing, cousin?
Hello, hello, Governor. Going on, Lawrence? Welcome in, man.
I'm gonna share this live to the groups. See who would like to join us here tonight. Again, is Spiritual Encrypted Encounters open mic night tonight. So we've had brother Law Morgan on the show before, haven't we?
Yes, we have. He was in here last night and the night before.
I'm talking about as an open mic night. We've had him before, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So tonight's the night, open mic night. I seen brother Yuzamizo was doing a live earlier, so I said, "What the hell? Let's go live early." You know, and
What's
sometimes
up,
by the time we go
Juan?
live, we're not young bucks anymore. So sometimes we get down to the midnight 1 hour marker, we start getting tired. So I said, why not? Let's do it. Why not? It's open mic night. Let's give the platform to the viewers, whoever wants to join. I know Juan Avila's got all kinds of stories, and we would like to jump in here and share a few with us. I'm more sure he's got some folklore from down the family tree. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to place the link right here, right off the bat. Boom. For whoever wants to jump on, tonight's the night. If you're feeling froggy, jump.
Jump.
Jump into the live stream. And I will share this live feed. I created a show reel, cousin of that video that I created yesterday.
Oh, yeah. All right. What's up, love pups?
Yeah, just
Hey.
I don't know if I'm able to place it on YouTube because it takes away from the picture. It takes away from the video. I
Okay.
placed it on the TikTok. Okay, here we go.
How's everybody's Thursday going on, man? I hope y'all having a good time. 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. What's this one? Hey, dog. Message.
Okay, I'm all shared out. Uh, to where it was tune in, I'm shared out to the groups, and I put it on my news feed. That's right, the Minotaur. Well, I got a story for you. Oh, I guess I can break it down. Whoever's here turning in early, y'all gonna get a treat, man. Because I was told a story this morning by somebody that I went to a doctor's appointment, and I guess I can share the story for the early viewers here. Something that you know I went over there because I had received a message that I was exposed to depleted uranium a couple of months ago. So I went to an appointment for that, and I was talking to she was like a nurse, and I was talking to her, and I was telling her, she was asking me, about the burning oil wells and the burning pits, and I was telling her where I was at in combat and stuff like that, and I started talking about the DDN and stuff like that, and she started, how they look, and she freaked out when I tell them how they look like shadow spirits or they're disembodied spirits and how they looked, and she freaked out, and she was telling me the story where there was this man that she knew that he was he died, right? So she was visiting in the hospital, and he had done a lot of evil things to people, right? So she said she was at the funeral home where they had him. I think they were burying him, right? Or no, she was in the church where how they have the body up there and stuff. In the church, she said that they were all there, and she witnessed something that this man, when they were viewing, I guess, the body or doing something, that she seen this shadow spirits or demons coming out of him, and they were flying all over the place. That they had ugly faces, but they were coming out of his, I guess, his body, and that she was freaking out. She was looking to see if the people around her were seeing what she was seeing, but she said that not everybody could see him. But she witnessed this, and I told her that I believe her, that what she witnessed, and I started telling her about the DDN, the shadow figures, and all that, what they do. And she said that this man was an evil man, that he had done things to children, like a pedophile, I guess, or something like that. And it was a very evil man. And then she said that something about the man's son follows suit as the father. So either there were like a generational curse in a sensible way, right? So this man did a lot of harm to a lot of people, and when he
Welcome.
died, these demons. She said it was a lot of them that were just coming out of his body, in disembodied form, and they were leaving I guess the church or the area where they had his body or in the casket, and she was just looking at me, and I said, "I believe you, ma'am. What you witnessed." It says sometimes when you see something like that, you have to tie bind and rebuke those demons or unclean spirits in Jesus Christ's name. When you're seeing them, you can't fear them or give them power. You have to. They're being shown to you for a reason because they have to identify themselves to you. So she's like, I didn't want to I didn't want you to think that I'm crazy. So no, you're not crazy, because I witnessed things like that in combat. And I told her the story of the shadow figure or the djinn, or DDN djinn, that was floating in the air, and he started jumping into people, and they started, had the white flags, dropping the white flags and picking up the weapons. So I shared their story with her, and she freaked out, and we were just talking, spiritually, and she started telling me about her son, that he was a ordained, practiced to be an ordained minister, and he wants to open up his, it's like a little building, like he's got his a little group of people that go and they worship the Heavenly Father and stuff like that. But what do you think about the story, cousin?
I believe that that's 100% true, cousin. Because after his body was dead, it sounds like the legion that was in him was evacuating the vessel that was no longer alive. And I've actually seen stuff like that before. And yeah, man, I believe it's 100% true.
Yeah,
Hello,
I told her right off the bat that I believe her. So I've seen those things that you're talking about, man, all throughout my life. And I said the reason they're in the combat, you're thinking, well, just the war and people are fighting that. I said the reason they're in combat, if you really think about it, you got the enemy thinks this is an enemy, and we think they're the enemy. There's no peace, no love because we're gonna fight. So they have authority to be in those locations because of the anger and the hatred. Because that's what it's going to be, anger and hatred. Because there's not going to be no peace.
welcome,
There ain't
man.
going to be nothing like that. Especially if they're shooting rounds at you, then you have to fight back, right? So it becomes one of those things. What I told her, spiritual warfare. But even like that, when you're in a situation like that, you got to maintain your love foundation. You got to maintain your faith. You got to maintain your belief in Jesus Christ. Place Him first. I know I prayed before I went to combat, and I was even praying during combat. When I was seeing the degen, I had to protect my crew, so I prayed for my crew, and not just for my crew, for the other tanks. I was praying against it, so it wouldn't be able to affect the people that are around me. You know, prayer is very powerful, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you right now, prayer is very powerful because
It
the
is.
it's true and it's coming from the heart. The Heavenly Father asks your prayer and He answers your prayer and make things happen for you. How you doing, Sister Annette? We got somebody named Statecraft Productions.
Yeah, I know. He's got questions, I guess, but that's all he posted.
Yeah, I don't know, but she was telling me that this woman is she's like I think she said she was 65 years old, and we just started talking spiritually, man. Like how I be doing on the shows here, and it's like I knew that she was being truthful. I could feel it, spiritually. I didn't sense any unclean spirits or anything like that, and we were just talking about a lot of things, and I know that in a lot of those locations at the VA, they have cameras and all that. I'm to the point now that I'm older now that I really don't care if they're recording me of what I'm saying or anything like that because it doesn't matter because I speak the truth regardless. They could put a freaking lie detector on me and nothing's going to happen because I'm speaking in truth. How you doing, cowboy? Howdy.
Yeah, man, it's
I know you hadn't experienced something like that, Primo. The day that share the story with the viewers. So open mic night tonight, brothers and sisters. So everybody got anything to share? We're going to continue to speak here, continue to talk. I'm dropping the link. Anybody that would like to join, let me know that you're joining, and I'll look. I'll wait for you to come in so I can put you in the on the live. Tonight is your night, open mic night for anybody that's has gone through something, is going through something. Tonight that you can come on here and say whatever.
anybody that's going through something, has been through something, or would like some advice on something. We're here, man. All you gotta do is jump on the live and we can discuss it. What did you want me to tell them about, cousin?
Tell them about your experience that you had at church. What happened to you?
Oh
How it
yeah.
happened. That you were having a good day, then something happened that dealing with
Yeah,
the
I got you.
with your
Well,
brother.
ladies and gentlemen, this happened. I'm gonna say about almost 2 years ago. Um, I went to pick up one of my brothers, and he was staying in his little room. And when I walked in there, I sensed something evil in there, and it was very, very strong. It was very, very negative. And my brother, he's like the most negative individual I've ever met in my life. And when I walked up in his house, I told him, man, I sensed something on you. very early sailor nemesis. Telling me I saw something on you and you need to get rid of it, man. And he jumped in my truck and I took him here, I took him there, and I had already told him I had a church prayer to go to on Wednesday. Every Wednesday they do a church prayer, and I was getting kind of angry because it was like he was dragging his feet and taking his time, and I was mad because he was gonna make me late. So I took him home, and I was mad at him, and I let him know that I was mad at him, and what I didn't notice was that that thing didn't get off of the vehicle with him. Uh, I didn't notice that it had gotten hold of my vessel until I was
Attached.
in church. Until I was in church, and they started singing and praising, and they started praying, and the more they sang and prayed, and the the more I could hear this little voice in my head telling me to grab my church mentor and tear him limb from limb and drag him across and pull his teeth out and all this crazy stuff the voice was telling me. And the whole time I'm sitting there in church in a pew up at the front. I never sit at the front. I was sitting up at the front, and I was praying for it to leave me alone, to get out of my vessel, and I was rebuking it in Jesus Christ's name. But it seems that the more these people were singing, the more that it was getting angry, and the more it wanted me to just create carnage right there in the church and just
So
beat.
this thing about the carnage and all that, was it like giving you images, cousin?
Yes, it was showing me what to do and how to do it. And like I said, they wanted me to knock his teeth in, and then they wanted me to grab him from the like that, and just drag him around and uh, smash his head into the stage. And I realized right there that whatever it was not of God, because God would not tell me to do something like that, especially to the man that I consider my mentor. And what I did was I got up from the pew and started walking out toward the back door. So you have to go through the back door to get to the parking lot. I was parked in the parking lot, not on the curb. And that guy's wife stopped me at the back door. She was standing by the back door, and she's like, "Where you going?" And I told her what was happening to me. And then she told me, "Well, yeah, you're at the
What
right
time
place."
were you on the night with this cousin when you were at the church? Was it day church, night church?
It was night church, man. This was about 7:30, almost 8 o'clock when this happened.
We
Really,
got Jay
Jay?
Cortez. How you doing, Jay?
Um, Anyway, she stopped me at the back door. I let her know what was going on. I told her I had something on me that I need to take out of here, and she was telling me that I was at the right place. Nice shirt. That I was at the right place for to let them pray for me so they could get it out of me. And I was telling her that what it wanted was to create carnage and to just destroy everything in the church. I told her, what if you take it out of me and it goes into somebody else that can't control it the way I'm controlling it? There's gonna be a bloodbath in here. So I left. As I was going to my vehicle, man, my neck was going like this. It wanted me to snarl and show fangs. Man, I ain't got no teeth, man. I ain't
Was
got
it
no teeth.
like you had no control of your body or what? Cause
Yeah, I had control, but it wanted me to like do. It had me doing this and
I mean,
going like that.
but he had some kind of control over you if
Yeah,
it's
a
making you
little bit.
try
Yeah, it
to.
was. It had control of my head and my facial muscles, man. It just didn't have control of my mind. Um, I got in my vehicle and I took off. And then when I crossed the Trinity River Bridge, man, headed toward Main Street, there was a big old gust of wind. It got in my eye, man, and then I was having trouble seeing for a minute. I uh, I called my mom at the house. I told her to get the holy water and leave it out on the porch, and for her to go in the house. So the whole time I'm driving, I'm looking around. My head's doing this, and I'm going like that, and I'm like,
At least
yeah. I look at myself in the mirror, and instead of getting mad, dude, I'm laughing because I got no teeth, man. What fangs am I showing? I got no foot. I got no teeth, man.
So you're looking in the mirror at your reflection to see if you see. Did you see anything wrong with it, like any
My
movement in
eyes,
your face or something?
my eyes look different, man. They look kind of weird. It was like I was looking at myself, but through another set of eyes, man.
And you were driving at the same time?
I was driving. Like I said,
Oh wow!
it had some control over me, but not of my mind, dude. It couldn't control my mind. And I got home. I started praying and tied, biting, and rebuking in the name of Jesus Christ. I I sprayed myself with holy water, and I told it to leave my vessel in the name of the Most High. And I told her that in the name of Jesus Christ, it couldn't follow me in the house, it couldn't go on my porch, and it couldn't stay in my yard. And I sprayed holy water everywhere. And when I went inside and closed the door, you could hear somebody laugh in the front yard, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Brother Jay Cortez, tonight is open mic night here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I dropped the link. I see you say you something about Bigfoots and Dogman in Florida. If you got any stories you would like to share, you're more than welcome to click on the link and share your encounters or what you witnessed in I believe you said you're from Florida. Oh, Ocala National Forest in Florida, I believe. So if you got any encounters or anything like that, I'm thinking it's Florida, but he says mate, so he might be for a different country. I don't know where he's from. Cortez, yeah, I don't know.
so
And
yeah,
then
because
when that all
that,
that
that
happened, then what else happened, cousin?
well, I had to go inside and spray holy water in the house because whatever I brought with me, it made the dark shadow figures that were in my home start acting up, man. So I started in the bedrooms, and then I took three out of the back door and three out of the front door, man, because there was like six shadow figures in my house, man. And
Yeah,
I tried
no,
to rebuke them in the name of Jesus
uh,
Christ.
normally there is not one, but they come in numbers.
Hmm.
That's how the legion works. They come in numbers, so there's many. So when you
The
think you're
fact,
dealing with one, you're possibly dealing with six, seven, eight, or many more. That's why it's important to maintain your love foundation and you place Jesus Christ first. It should be an automatic thing. If you train yourself properly to react to a situation like that, and pray against it, tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. But if there was an opening that it used, what was that opening, cousin?
it was the fact that I got mad at my brother for holding me up, man. I was really, really mad. Hello, Cynthia. How you doing? Welcome in. It's open mic night, Cynthia. If
Open
you
mic
want to
night.
jump in.
If you want to jump on and share some stories, the link is right there.
But yeah, man, I
Uh,
think that's what the opening was, cousin. It was that I got mad at my brother for almost making me late, man. And I had already told him that I had somewhere to go, and he kept wanting me to take him here and take him there, man. And he's like, I told him I thought this was a one ride thing, man. That just over there and back, but we already been to like four different places, man. So yeah, that was the spiritual opening that I had.
yeah, use yeah, your brother was in a bad. I guess you say he's a negative person, so it was on him, and then he got you upset. And you got upset, it's okay. Let me go feed off his energy. So he jumped
Yep,
on you, attach yourself to you.
yep. That's what happened. Well, thank you very much, madam. We await your presence.
The link is there. And place it again. I think what's the name wanted to join too. Um, Law, I believe, but he said he got to charge up his phone or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, that's what he said.
So
But yeah, that,
as
that,
you
that
come
was,
back to the church, to your to where you go to, did you tell anybody the story what happened to you inside their church?
I told my mentor's wife as it was happening, man. I'm pretty sure she spread it around. Hello, Lolo, welcome in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she told everybody in the congregation what happened. Just like when I told the pastor about when I was taken in the spirit and they took me to see hell. Hello, Bernard Fox.
There you go. Welcome, Sister Cynthia.
Hello,
Hello,
gentlemen.
¿cómo estás?
How you doing?
Bien, gracias.
Qué bueno, qué bueno. A
Hope
ver, ¿qué
you
nos vas a contar ahora?
hope you gentlemen are having a good day
Uh,
and night.
it has been a kind of bad couple of weeks for me.
Mm,
Sorry to hear that, cousin. Well, I
sorry.
know what you're going through, but sometimes we just have to stay uh, positive
You kind of,
thinking and see what we're doing wrong. That maybe we can turn it around, flip it around to a positive.
yeah, I've been
Uh,
meditating on it, man.
you be drinking plenty of water, cousin. There you go. How are you feeling now that you've been drinking a lot of water?
I'm feeling better, man. My eyes still hurting from where that trash
Yeah,
flew in there from the weed
yeah.
eater and hit me in the eye.
It's gonna take time to heal, but you're doing the proper thing. Staying away from sugars and all that. It will heal. Yeah, that
He put an eye
diabetes and
drop in there.
sugars. Uh, that's one of the things they affect is the eyes.
Welcome,
Yes,
Andres Carizales.
Have to come out somewhere.
yes, it does affect the eyes a lot more than people know.
Yeah, no, I've been dreading
How you doing, brother Andres?
making a phone call because the person I want to call is going to tell me, "Did you check your sugar yet?"
How you
He
doing?
avoids that. Get on him, Abe. Get on him about that.
Well, I try to tell them, but the reason I'm telling them because I learned because I went through it, so it's like it's been a
Right.
while now. I staying away from sugars. I used to like drinking a little bit of mixed drinks just to relax. I don't even do that because the mixed drink has to have a Coke or something. Not unless they use Coke Zero, but then even I like drinking brandy, and the brandy has sugars in it, so I have to
Yes,
stay
it does.
away from that. I got bottles that I haven't even touched. They were
Most of
given.
the spirits are made with decaying fruit,
Al-
man.
Well,
Yeah,
alcohol turns into sugar, so you have to watch it.
Oh, I watch it. I got bottles in my room. I haven't drunk yet. I watch it all the time.
I mean,
Just stays looking
yeah,
at it.
Yeah.
I've had to let go of drinking, like, or so should I say social drinking because I was just a social drinker. Like, only go out when I only drink when I go out, or if
Right.
it's a special occasion. Not drink every day. That was never me. Well, cousin Jesse knows. I have
Yeah,
Yeah,
one.
no,
same here.
that was me. I used to drink every day. But hey, Cynthia, I sit in my room, stare at those bottles, and sing that Michael Jackson song. Do you remember the time?
Oh. Once
But
in a
yeah,
while, I'll have a mixed drink, like at my aunt and uncle's 60th wedding anniversary a few weeks ago. I did have a margarita, and then I had like two beers, and I don't even recall what the beer was, but it was really good. They had an open bar, so
There
we
you
had
go.
fun.
It's even better.
Yeah,
It's
we
even
had
better when
fun.
it's free.
yeah.
Right?
When I was drinking, I was on a Texas beer drink. I was drinking the heck out of that Shiner Brock. That's
China
some
bro.
good beer. Yeah, that's some
Uh,
good beer, man.
it's strong.
Yeah,
Esa.
but that's one of the main reasons that I stopped drinking anything. But the other reason is that's a spiritual opening. Uh,
Yes.
I had gone out to a dance and I had I didn't buy no drink yet. I think I might have had a beer, like a light at that time. I was buying the what do you call it, the Michelob Light or something like that.
Mm.
And I got up. I hadn't even opened it to drink it, and as I went to the dance floor, my wife was walking in front of me, and we started dancing. As we took like 2 3 steps on the dance floor, I seen something coming through the door, and it was standing on on the side of the dance floor looking at me, this dark shadow figure looking at me,
Oh,
and I had a protection around my neck, a black tourmaline, the selenite. So
oh,
when it's standing there, I just went like this. I was dancing and I went like this to it. I looked at it and I started praying within myself, I was just time bound rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. But
okay,
my wife couldn't see it, and then when I did that, it just disappeared.
No, wow.
right,
Like literally disappeared. So then I said to myself, from now on that I go out, I can't drink because now they don't want me to have a good time. They don't want me to
right,
enjoy myself. So because it was ready to attack. So you got to be very careful when you place you just like by having the show itself can
Hello,
bring
Madeline.
things happening in that nature, right? Having the
right,
show, you're gonna get targeted by the unseen. Like you all seen when we pray for people here and they've had
right.
negative attachments and stuff like that. But then
Yes,
you know, you have to worry, not worry, but you just have to be ready to be able to fight spiritually. And if it has to, if somebody's coming to you in a threatful manner, then you have to handle them also. But
right,
of course, with the Love Foundation,
Yeah,
cousin
no,
Jeff is
man.
highly trained. I'm highly trained, so we can overcome somebody, even if we have to use physical force. We can overcome them and subdue them, so they won't be able to harm anybody. And
right.
spiritually, we can subdue the unclean spirits through Jesus Christ.
Hey, Madeline, I got a question. Do you ever sleep? I was up
Hello,
around
Madeline.
10 o'clock this morning. You were already up online, man. Do you ever sleep, woman? That's going to stunt your growth.
You probably already did. See, Lilo said it's hard for me to stay away from sugar. I drink Mountain Dew every day. I've cut down to one a day, but still I couldn't just drink. Yeah, I don't know how old you are, Sister Lolo, but once you get a certain age, your body, starts, certain things start happening to your body that it does not operating the same. But yeah, the
Especially
diabetes,
females.
yeah, diabetes ain't no joke. That's the sugar has to come out somewhere.
Yeah. Duendita doesn't sleep, she waits.
How you doing, Sister Madeline?
I'm surprised you today, huh, Madeline? You weren't expecting a 9 o'clock live, were you?
Yeah, a lot of people were not expecting a 9 o'clock live. I told cousin Jesse, you know what, let's do this. I've been hyped up since yesterday. I did 3 shows. I did one for my brother, my tank brother. I did a show with him in the morning. Then at six
Oh,
thirty, I did another show with Yuzu Mizzle, and then did our show for 3 hours last night.
wow.
I woke up and I didn't know I was gonna make it to the appointment because I was groggy. But I said, you know what, get your arse up. I got up, went to the appointment, and handled that appointment at the VA. And then here I am. I called cousin Jesse. I said, cousin Jesse, let's do it early because I don't know. The reason I said do it early because I might not make it till late
I'm
night
tired,
tonight,
he said.
but you might never know. It's the
Hello,
Heavenly Father who wants to
Benjamin.
give you the drive to keep on going, especially if the chat is good and stuff like that. Listening to the
Right.
chat and of course the guests that are going to share stories. So right
Hey,
now, I'm going to give Sister Cynthia the platform if you like
hey,
to
Annette.
share
Let me
something with
tell
the
you, I
viewers,
tell you from
or we
experience.
to talk to
Uh,
the chat.
I
Thank you,
tell you
babe.
from experience, Annette. You can quit smoking and everything. I did it from one day to the next. All it takes is a lot of willpower, and for you to
Mhm.
really be tired of doing what you're doing. That's all I'm gonna say. The floor is yours, Cynthia.
Well, that's the key word. I mean, if you're ready,
You got to have the
with
will.
yes, but everyone's different too. So, you know, when you're tired of doing everything like that, it's very easy to stop because you're tired, you're done, you don't want that anymore, and your brain is something very powerful. So you
And
can stop from one day to the other. Doesn't mean that everybody can, but if you're ready, you can.
well, the mind thing that you said is the truth because the way I see it now that I've been clean and sober for so long, all of that is just mental weakness. That's all it is mental weakness. You have to be strong
Also,
minded.
yeah, also, you have to remember that a lot of people self-medicate due to trauma. They're not, uh, associating with it, I mean, it together, so it's it's not it's not clicking that they're self-medicating, sometimes you don't wanna feel anything about what you've gone through, so you tend to do something
I,
and
I,
you're not
I, would,
even.
I would recommend, this is what I do, like for those that are smokers or people that are having drink, replace it with something else. When you get the urge
Yes.
to want to smoke a cigarette, replace it with, let me go for a walk around the block. Do
Yes.
something productive, right?
Yes, something
If the
positive.
one walk around the block doesn't get the urge out, then walk another round around the block. So replace it with
Right,
something productive, right? It's kind of
right,
like I remember when I was younger that I had a lot on my mind, and I didn't want the anger to overtake me because I had a lot of anger and hatred to an individual that I already forgave. And I made that negativity into a positive thing because what I did, I would go running a lot and I would lift weights. So I turned that negative into a positive. So you
right.
can replace the urge with something else, you know.
True,
So you can do
Two
something
dollars,
positive for yourself instead
$2
of
true.
a pack, Lolo. I don't know where you live, Lolo, but here in Texas, each pack of cigarettes is $10.
No, she
yeah,
said
that's
they're
what I'm
going
saying.
up by $2.
Oh, okay.
So
Cause here in
they're
Texas,
10,
it's
then they're gonna
$10.
be
Yeah,
12.
crazy, man.
I like
I'm
my
glad
money
I
too
did.
much. Uh, my friend was just talking to me today and she said, "I
I
figured
learned.
out that I spend $400 a month on vapes." And I was like,
Mm.
"What? I don't like vapes that much."
Well, vapes got little pieces of I think iron in them or something or metals
Metal.
that
I got
is
Yeah,
metal in it.
dangerous
they
for
cause
your
a
lungs.
popcorn lung.
Yeah,
I told her she has children, so she might want to think that about that now. She's getting older. She's in her early 30s, so you're not feeling the effects yet. I told her when you hit 40, 50, you're gonna feel that, you know?
I remember when we got deployed to Operation Desert Storm. I didn't smoke, but they had a coupon, like a coupon that it was like $8 off a carton of cigarettes. I
Marbles?
think I paid
Oh,
like
yeah.
$3.95 for a carton of Marlboro red Marlboros. So I bought like four of those cases, right, of 4 packs for $3.95 each.
Wow.
And I took
Wow.
them with me. A lot of people took a lot of things. I took them with me, and I didn't smoke. So I took them because I knew that eventually, when we're going out there uh, forward, there's no stores out there or anything like that. That eventually people are going to run out of cigarettes, and people are going to start spazzing out and freaking out. So that happened,
Right.
and
Wow.
people are
That's
like getting all grumpy and you know being anxious. And then I was like seeing all these people acting crazy, because they had no cigarettes.
that
So
is
like,
crazy.
hey, who
Almost
like some cigarettes? I
I'll be
got some
back.
cigarettes, and so I made some money out there. I'm not gonna lie.
I would have.
I made money for those cigarettes. The only one that I gave cigarettes to was my platoon sergeant, and I told him, "Hey, man, just take your time with them. Smoke half a cigarette or something. Don't smoke at all because that's all I got right here." So,
Right.
but I was only 19 years old when I did that. Like I can see how people can be addicted to just like with the cigarettes. I've seen people being addicted to caffeine,
Mm.
or yeah, to caffeine with the coffee.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yes.
they start getting the shakes, and oh my god. And I said to
Yeah.
myself, I don't want to be like those individuals.
No.
The urge for a smoke or the urge for a cup of coffee, right? I don't want to be like that. So I never smoked. And I mean, I've taken some puffs, but I'm not a smoker. and I was never been really a coffee drinker. So
Mm.
I've seen the
I
side
like
effects.
coffee.
Yeah,
Uh, when I was younger, my dad told me, um, if I ever see you smoking a cigarette, I'm gonna slap your face. And he was very serious about that. So I looked at him and I said, well, I guess I won't ever smoke cigarettes because he wasn't playing around. You know,
I, I,
his
what do you think about this, Sister Cynthia? Do you think that smoking is a spiritual opening? Because you know that this unclean spirits, that's how they affect is your senses,
right.
and sometimes they enter your muscle when you're smoking. You have you some people, what do? They puff. Then some, what do? Is inhale. So do you
Mm,
think that when some people inhale the cigarette, that maybe an unclean spirit can go through when they're inhaling?
I would think so because I mean they've added so much to the cigarettes that it makes it nearly impossible for people to quit. I mean, they used to have commercials when they first started selling them, saying that they were good for and but I would think so because that's an addiction as well.
Yes. You got to remember the only reason I'm saying that is because check it out. When a unclean spirit attacks, it attacks your senses, right? Which
Right.
is your mouth, your
Smell.
nostrils,
Hmm.
your eyes, your ears, and of course your privates. Imagine the people that were doing cocaine at one point in time. They're snorting. So when they're snorting, do you think that possibly an unclean spirit could go through the snort? I will say yes, right?
Yes.
Or somebody that's watching pornography, that's a spiritual
Oh
opening. So they're
yeah.
watching it so it can go through. If there's an unclean spirit there, it can go through their tear ducts. Or if somebody's hearing something, it could enter through their ears. And
Right.
of course, if people are doing other things, it can enter through other places.
Right.
But that's where these unclean spirits go through to attach to an individual. If those openings are not there, then it tries to attach in the neck area because it's trying to cause confusion, uh, some kind
To the
of
brain.
headache, or it tries to control pain, try to cause pain somewhere in the body because it's trying to find a way in to control
Your
your
mind.
senses.
Right.
Yes.
You know, good cocaine, man. They call it scales for a reason, man. They
Why is
Scales.
call
that?
it, yeah, the good cocaine that doesn't have any cut in it. That kind of
Oh,
turns
because it
blue.
flakes off.
Yeah, blue or purple. They call them scales, man. It's kama.
Because they flake off like scales.
Hmm. Like
Interesting.
like what you get off of a reptilian. Hello, Amy Creel. How you doing?
Very interesting. I did not
Yeah.
know that, Texas Learny. He said that the Dutch word for addiction is enslavement.
Hmm.
So
Wow.
what is the I can't go back and see the headline. What are you gentlemen going to be talking about tonight?
It's what you want to talk about. It's a open mic night.
Open mic night.
Oh,
Open night night. We talk about all topics tonight.
As you can
Anything
okay.
see,
that
we're talking about quotation right now.
whoever comes on the chat, they can talk about anything, whether it be spiritual, paranormal, cryptid, you
Or
know,
Okay.
Lord, apparently, or drugs.
whatever. Just
What
no
were you
no
saying?
hugging with succubuses.
Huh?
No
No
huggy but
hugging with
sucky.
succubuses.
None allowed. Yeah, well,
No.
just his name, when I read that tarot, I was like, "Oh no, this can't be good," because tarot cards are not a good thing.
Yep, yep.
Unknowingly, um, I had that done. It was at my ex's mother's house. One of my
There's a
ex's
question right
mothers.
there, Sister Cynthia.
Mhm.
The question is, what about the 5G electric magnetic field effects on the body?
I'm reading a lot about that right now, and I just read something about the Apple Watches
Mm-hmm.
that they're finding out that a lot of people that use them have little marks on their wrist
Oh
where
wow.
it's affecting them. And apparently they knew this and they actually have warnings on them
It's
about
all,
something else.
it's all radiation.
Yeah, so they're saying, I guess they're in trouble for that right now. I was just reading an article on that earlier, and they're saying to whatever you do, there was a doctor saying, whatever you do, to use your microphone or your speaker instead of holding your phone up to your ear because of all the,
It's all the radiation.
yeah. So they're finding, a lot of people are starting to suffer from lymph node issues, thyroid issues, stuff with their throat. I was like,
Hmm.
that's terrible. So now
Welcome
I'm going
back,
to be speaking
Main.
more on the speakerphone instead of holding it to my ear.
Welcome back, main house. Glad you decided to join us today.
Yeah. I'll post what I took a picture of
Okay.
to your page on Facebook about the
Mm.
watches because I was blown away, and it literally showed people, and people were sending in pictures of their wrist. It's like a round spot on their wrist underneath the watch, and it's like a red sore that starts.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Glad I don't have one.
Yeah, for some reason, my niece wanted to buy me one. I told her, no, I don't want that. Because, first of all, I have a lot of electricity in my body. So I end up killing the watches. Like
That was me.
the watches, the battery always burns out too quickly. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And then somebody was telling me, you have a lot of electricity in you. So that's why you burn out the watches. So I stopped using one.
Abe is the one that just coughed, main house. I'm just
Well, there's a picture that I got. Since we're talking about towers, before they put the 5Gs, where I lived in Elms Grove, I lived near an airport, but they have have y'all heard of Embark?
Embark. No.
And Embark is kind of like a Wi-Fi company, which
Oh,
has to do with signal. They had a big tower there. Uh, well, I got that picture of those DDN that ambushed me by that tower, and I believe they
oh,
might have used the energy from that tower or signal to manifest.
you're right.
So, and I do got that picture. If y'all want to see it, for those who haven't seen it, I do got the picture, and the tower was pretty. It's pretty big. That's right there, and you might never know.
Right.
Maybe that tower has to do with a lot of activity that's happening there. Also, especially if it's sending out a certain signal, that
yep.
Right.
it's
Yeah.
a signal not of electricity, but a signal strong enough to open up a portal.
Right. Because they
And
do
I think,
use
you know,
electricity.
yeah, like a vibration that can open up portals that other things are coming through there. And that's
Right.
another thing dealing with the towers, that it's possible that they might be sending a signal that is not just affecting human beings, it's affecting the wildlife, right? The
Yes.
animals,
Yes,
uh,
me.
and of course, the spiritual realm, which is causing
Yeah.
all kinds of activity.
Yeah,
A
Right.
main
lot of
house.
these 5G towers were placed, I remember when they placed them. They placed them when the pandemic was going on. We'll just say the C virus, when
Yes,
people wasn't allowed to go out nowhere. They had a curfew. That's when they placed all these 5G towers all throughout the not just the United States but around the world. So
interesting, right?
I believe they did that intentionally and to place these 5G towers tactfully because
Right,
there was people they knew the effects of what these towers were going to do, and I guess they didn't want people to riot, so they created this C pandemic or CV,
right,
uh, so people wouldn't be able to stop the people to place the towers where they wanted to be placed. So if you notice, they're just about everywhere.
right.
Hey, main house. Those purple lights, they got a lot to do with people that took the jab. Apparently, when the time comes, they're gonna flip a switch, and those purple lights are gonna come on, and all of us that took the jab, we're gonna like turn into zombies or something like that. That's what they're saying.
That's weird. Oh, to answer, also, I saw Lawrence asked me that tell me that I should try grounding. I do that, Lawrence. Um, particularly in the evening when the sun's going down, I like to walk down to the little park right here where I'm staying at because they have grass and there's no animals allowed. So I like to go and take my shoes off and ground myself. That is something that I've always done. I used to walk around with no shoes outside since I was little, and you do feel better after you walk through some grass and you stand there for a minute. And I like to pray because we weren't meant to wear shoes.
Yeah, you got me doing that. You're the one who got
Yeah, I
me into
told you
doing
that.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I told you that too.
Yeah, and like main house says that it makes people sick because it's sending a signal that's constantly on, and it's affecting the environment and it's affecting the people that might already have a sickness, and it make the sickness that they have worse. You know,
Right.
the it could be possible depopulation of people.
True.
I think I'm going to have to buy me some heavy duty foil paper, make me a aluminum aluminum foil hat, and put it on with some the old antennas from the old TVs and stick them up in the air
Oh, the rabbit
so to
ears.
protect me from the 5G signals
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, I know I have a lot of electricity because when I walk and I don't shuffle my feet because my mom will get mad if you shuffled your feet. She'll be like, pick your shoes, pick your feet up when you walk. But I've always done that. I've have a habit of walking around without any shoes. And that's what I do inside too. I take my shoes off at the door. I've always been like that. I don't like shoes inside my home because that's the way you bring everything
From
into your
outside.
house. It's just true. And that's one of the reasons why I like the Japanese culture because they knew, they've been around a very long time. So they knew that, there's dogs urinating on the floor, people spit on the floor, you know, it's gross.
That's why they don't
Let's
shake hands.
be touching each other. Yeah.
That's why they bow and don't shake hands because they know
That's
stuff spreads by hand contact.
well, they also believe in the spirits too. So,
Hey, cousin Jesse, you remember the show
Oh,
Lost in Space back in the day? Imagine if
yeah.
we had a robot with us in this time frame and the 5G towers on. About danger, danger,
Danger,
Abe,
Will
danger, Abe.
Robinson,
Danger Will
Danger, Will
Robinson.
Robinson.
It would be short circuiting, going all crazy, spinning around
Yes.
because of the signal from the 5G towers.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Right?
the old robot from back in the 70s.
Gosh. I
You
remember
have
one
that.
time
You
Danger
I
have
Will
did
that.
Robinson. Danger Will Robinson.
part, but I don't know what you asked, Jesse.
I was asking Madeline. She said she has bad ankles
Oh, in the heat.
and they swell up in the heat. That's what you get for riding lizards.
That's got to do with your lymphatic system, your lymph nodes. They're not draining properly. That's also why you get bags under your eyes because it needs to be drained. I remember one time I was inside. I went to the store because I used to take my mom to the store. So we went to Walmart down the street one night, and I wear Birkenstocks just because I've worn them since I was little, so my feet are used to open toe sandals. So we started walking through the freezer section, and now you would think since they literally have like rubber bottoms on the soles, they're like the tire, kind of like the tire tread. We're walking, and all of a sudden I started feeling like the floor was shocking me. Like we're talking really big shock. And I was like, okay, I'm tripping. Some- And I kept walking, and no, with every step I would get shocked. And I turned around and I looked at my mom. I said, Mom, do you feel that? And she goes, what are you talking about? And then it started like shocking me really bad to the point that I had to run with the cart out of the freezer section. And
Was it
she's
was
like,
it was it cold? Did you have wool on or something?
No, she said
no,
the floor was shocking her, man. There
the
must have
floor,
been an exposed wire.
Oh wow,
yeah, I was getting shocked from underneath the floor.
wow, that's crazy.
And I was like, what the hell? But she was fine. She didn't feel anything. And I was like, what the hell is going on? I literally had to run out of out of the freaking freezer section. She's like, what's going on? I said, I'm really getting shocked, Mom. So, like, when I go and I open the doors, I always get shocked. So now I use like my shirt, you know, or if I have a blouse on, I'll grab the metal door with it because I always get shocked. And I tend to blow out the light bulbs. So I'm always having extra light bulbs because sometimes I'll flip the switch on and it'll just blow out the light bulbs.
In main house. Now I know you're Mexican. You're trying to get her to put Vicks on her feet with socks. It is Mexicano.
They're gonna say to put some WD-40 on it.
That's funny.
Sue.
WD-40, you fix anything.
Just like onions.
Was they're gonna put some aloe vera,
Oh
rub it
Yeah.
yeah,
on here.
that works for sunburns
Yeah,
on your
aloe vera,
skin.
That
massage it.
onion thing. One time I stepped on some rusty nails when I was a child, and my father put he fried some onions and he put them on my foot and tied them on my foot with a rag, and it healed in a couple of days.
Yeah. Well, garlic does that too, because I remember I cut myself really bad on, the cans that people used to put flour for the tortillas in. My sister had one at her house, and I was visiting, and had to move out of the way because my nephew, he was like very hyper. So he was running around, and I moved out of the way for him to run through, and I scraped myself on the the little part. It was so weird because the part that holds the handles, that little round piece on the edge really cut my leg open. And my mom said, oh no, she got some fresh garlic and she sliced it really, really thin and she put it on my leg. And I put um like a big piece of I forget what they're called, the gauze, and then I put the tape on there and it started burning. And I was like, ow, why is it burning? And she's like, well, just leave it alone. It's going to take out whatever's bad. So the next day, I opened it and I looked at it, and because it got red right away. And I don't think that I had a tetanus shot because I was never vaccinated. as a baby because my mom was, she was Jehovah's Witness,
I
and
think,
they read a lot. They do a lot of research, which is one good thing about that. And she discovered all the poisons that they have in them.
Minhouse,
And
that's a G.
so she didn't want to, give me any immunizations. So when the next day I took it off and all the red was gone and it was healing it already. And she's like, take it off. I'll put some fresh on there. Well, when I was done, after a few days, I took it off and I have no scar on my leg from that. It drew out all the infection that was already sitting in. So, yeah, more. She was right, Lawrence. She was
Girl,
very, very wise.
should have seen the
Garlic,
look on my face when
garlic also
I
it
cut my
kills it.
finger
It kills
and
any kind of infection or like any insect bites. Garlic, you'll sweat it out. The
Right.
poison.
the
And
look on my
also,
face came the first time that I cut my finger and my dad put spider webs on there. I was like, what? And it stopped the bleeding. I was going around going like this, trying to see if I was Spider Man.
yeah, there's something healing in the web. Isn't that wild?
Well, the web is real strong, so it's kind of like stitches. I witnessed it when his cousin,
Oh,
I mean, his brother he tripped on the railroad track and he broke the bottle, and the beer he had, it cut his hand, and he went home, grabbed the spider web, and put it on there,
oh,
and let it sit
wow.
there, and the spider web became real hard, but it
Yep,
sealed the. It was a deep cut. It sealed it.
Oh,
yep,
He had it
wow.
like that for a long time. He never went to get stitches. Does he
Oh,
have a scar there, cousin?
oh,
nope.
wow.
You know how they got the liquid, like a liquid band aid. Well, that's the
Yes.
way
Yeah,
the spider web worked.
That's so interesting. It's like, and that that's native, you know, like all the, like a lot of,
The
like
remedies, yeah.
yeah, the Mexican, they're natives too. So there are a lot of healing things that they know, like my grandmother was, um, she was a doula, or, the women that help other women give birth to babies. And she was like a curandera. So I learned from her that if you have a really bad earache, you toast some garlic on a comal, which is like a cast skillet, and you let it, like, the skin burn, and you open it up uh, when it's nice and toasty. You open it up, put it in a cotton ball, and put it in your ear. Oh my God, that is like the best thing ever. I shared that with, yes, Amy, a midwife. So I shared that with on Nellie's page, um, about the garlic
Hmm.
clove. You stick the whole clove in your ear, and she did that to me. And if you have an infection, of course, you're going to have to end up going to the hospital because, you know, it, it, sorry, somebody's calling me. I don't know if you heard that.
heard that.
Yeah. But you're right, Texas Learning. There's nature, our creator made everything on this earth for us to heal ourselves, you know? Food, certain, that's why our foods they're curing, but not so much anymore. And it's sad.
You know
And-
what my main house. You know what my grandfather used to use for an earache. He would put machine oil in our ear and then put a cotton ball on it, and it would cure it.
oh
The
my
little red
God.
and white, the little red and white can of machine oil. He put a couple of drops in there, and put a cotton on there, and that was enough.
Hmm. Law, Lawrence Morgan. Yes, main house says she's a gringa.
Yeah, she misspelled it. She thought it started with a C, but there's a G
I know,
there.
gringa.
Yeah, watch out. They're gonna say that's a gringa that the other people gonna say that's a gringa that I'm talking to.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
I hope you're not blind, main house.
You
They
know,
said it
I
was a
Because
gringa,
swear
no.
you know a proof
I
is
could
coming.
I could swear. Yes. Yes, you're right. Clove for toothache. And also an aspirin. If you put the aspirin where your tooth is hurting, it does help it too. But I know vitamin E helps for scars. If you pop the vitamin E, the little pill that it comes in when they're gels, if you pop the vitamin E open and you put it on a cut, you don't have a scar afterwards. It's wild, but I mean, I rarely have any scars because my mom would do that. Yeah. Madeline. I'm
Yeah,
shocked I could see the chat tonight because normally it freezes. So
yeah.
Chica
You're not
Blanca.
blind. You're not Rubia, are you, main house? Because proof is coming.
I don't know, man. I know there's a guy or a girl main house, so it could be a guy with
He's,
long hair. I don't know, shit.
she says she's a female, so be
I don't
careful,
know.
cousin.
Hey, main house, you know.
Be
I
careful,
was
because proof is coming. You know how them fools are. They said they're
They're
gonna
such
prove
liars. They're such liars.
Man, it's gonna be Dirty Ike with a wig.
Well, you know what?
that's one. That's one ugly chick, dude.
In a, bl- in a blonde wig. You know, I was asking Nellie, didn't they say the same thing about Wolf that he was with the girl,
Yeah, they also said proof was coming. We're still waiting.
They
right?
were saying with him about a girl and about a guy.
Oh
Hey,
Something about
gosh,
Primo, main
dealing
house
with
said to give her the link
something
and
about some
see
iron
if she's a
horse or
girl.
something. I know, iron hammer or something like that.
oh
They
gosh,
always, say all kinds of things about people.
they're
They get
silly,
nothing else better to do because they handle content. They don't talk about nothing. They always want donations.
right?
It's ridiculous, but let's not
Cousin,
worry about.
V, yeah,
cousin, main house
V
says
says,
to give her the link and she'll come on and show you she's a female.
huh? There you go. Yes, V, raw honey does kill bacteria. They say that you could put that on a wound as well.
Maybe main house got some stories. There you go, main house.
Enter at your own risk.
Right. Well, I when I came in, I guess you were talking about shadow figures, and you know I
Yeah,
have shadow figure stories since I was
yeah.
5.
Because you where you're located at where you live. Tell everybody where you're from, Sister Cynthia.
I'm from a little town in Arizona. It's called Guadalupe. Funny, but it is a Yaqui native uh, town, and it back in the day when I was little, it's like a reservation. There was nothing around for miles and miles, and like we had to go shopping really far, in order to go shopping. And like to the west of us, there was na- there was a native burial ground, which was their ancient native burial ground. They actually moved to another place, so that land was sacred. And the area that I grew up in, there was like our town is it was really little, and it was like one big square. So if you cut the square into 4 pieces, each part of that town had a different it was there were different areas. And one was the east side, one was VGL, and one was Santa Vista. Now the area that I lived in didn't have any gangs, and it was really, really dark, and they called where I live Dark Shadows.
What were
So
they called?
It was called Dark Shadows.
Dark Shadows.
Yeah, because I mean the name, they would
Because of
see.
Dark Shadows.
Yeah, they would see dark shadows there because it was very dark. The light posts were they hardly had any light posts. My dad paid for the first light post to be put up there when I was little. So, oh, I'm gonna have to close my door. Um, just one moment. So everybody would see, dark shadow figures there. So I would always wonder, why don't people come down our street? They would not travel down our road because it was dark shadows. They were afraid. I have a lot of friends there that did see the Hat Man,
The
and
Hat Man.
one of my best friends, he calls him the man in the black suit, and he's had an experience with him when he was younger. He said that he goes, I was a bad kid, and I said, well, not that I judge you or anything, but that little area, kids, well, that town, there's a lot of people that use drugs. So he had said, I guess that era they were into huffing paint, and I had
Oh
no
wow.
idea, you know. But I would see sometimes people with gold like near their mouth, and I was like, why do they have gold paint on their mouth? But I had no idea what the hell they were doing. I was brought up Jehovah's Witness. I wasn't allowed to roam the streets or, go out after a certain time. I had to ask permission to go outside of our gate because we had a 6-foot chain link fence around our area. We lived on a half an acre.
Very good
So,
with the main house.
oh yeah. Hello, main house.
How you doing?
Streets or
How you doing, main
so
house? Can you hear us?
we had a 6-foot chain link fence around our area. We lived on a half an acre. So
Cool.
it's
Main house.
echoing. Oh yeah. Hello, main house.
How you doing?
Hold on just a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
is,
hear
is the mic
you.
working? I'm having technical difficulties. I am not tech savvy. Let me hold on. All right. Okay, can y'all hear me or am I talking over somebody?
No, we can hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear you.
Okay, because
It was just echoing what I was saying.
I am so sorry. Yeah, I've seriously used two phones. So one to to comment and stuff.
Yeah, you
Oh,
might have to take that one
Alrighty.
down.
yeah,
Okay.
Texas Learning said her YouTube is still on.
Yeah, you need to turn
You
your
just have to
YouTube
mute
off.
it.
Okay. Hold on. Am I okay? Y'all can hear me, right?
We can hear
Yes.
you
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me just a minute.
Hmm.
So I'm not ready for my story
now.
and stuff, but I want to hear you guys too and stuff. And I know, I promised you a picture, Jesse.
Yeah, hope you're not blind because proof is coming. Yeah.
uh, yeah,
The bunch of dumb
that's all right. Most people,
degenerates.
because the main house, yeah, yeah, they think I'm a guy usually anyway, so I'm used to
Yeah,
it
the name
and
main
stuff
main
because of the
house
main house.
was me. I thought it
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
a guy, but I didn't know, so I didn't want to say.
Thought you were, yeah, yeah. No, I'm a chica and stuff. A blanca chica, a little white girl. But anyways, yeah. Oh, the stories, the stories. Oh, got the story. Now this is a woo-woo story. So I know we've been talking about medicinal healing and all that stuff and love it. But
Where it?
we lived in this medicinal healing. But now this is a story about some ghosts. And I'd never really been a believer, right? But we lived and I've lived all over God's green earth. But we were down in the south, and there was this it was an old Victorian house. And so it had, like the bay window kitchen and all that jazz, and the tall windows and the wooden floors and all of that jazz. So it was me and my dad, and one of our aunts came to visit. Uh, the aunt and the cousin. And so we were playing with them. There were certain spots you could step on in the floor where the wiring was a little jiggy and it would make the lights blink and stuff like that. And we were just goofing around with them and we were having fun. And we called them into the kitchen. It's like, this house is haunted. And you know how you'll tell the little stories and stuff. And so we stepped on the spot and the lights were blinking. And my cousin Keita looked at us and she's like, "Oh, hell no, I'm not staying here." And it's like, no, it's okay. We're just joking. So we move into the living room, take our coffee, and go into the living room, and finally calm them down that the house was not haunted, and get them to spend the night. And about that time, in the attic, we heard it sound like somebody had military boots on.
Oh wow.
Oh, she got kicked.
I don't know what happened.
She got kicked.
Restream does that a lot.
The link is up there so you can get on there.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes,
know why you
V.
do that because you're still on. It does that to, I don't know,
It
maybe
does that
certain
to me a lot.
carriers of phone or something because you're still on.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It hasn't dropped me so far. Knock on wood.
Look, Cynthia, this is what Weta did to my headphones.
Main house, if you're still here, click on the link again and jump on. I think something happened to her because she's not even showing up on the chat.
Oh. Yeah, it's could be.
So she heard some boots up in the attic.
Yeah, I heard that
It was
before
a
too. That
Victorian
freaked
home,
me
so
out.
it probably had most likely had to do with soldiers of back then.
Take your
What do
time,
you call
learning.
them? The ones that wore the blue and the ones that wore the white?
Ah,
The
yeah.
stormtrooper.
Well, I have I have tons of stories, but I remember I think I told you guys on the chat that my
There she is.
my
Oh no,
is she coming
Steven.
back?
Yeah. Sorry about that, Steven.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
Keep going,
Hello.
Steve.
Yeah, so I where I grew up, I knew everybody on our street because everybody was like family there. And the area where I lived at was called Los Ranchitos, which means the little ranches,
Yeah.
because everybody owned either half an acre or acres of land. So there was really big lots of land where we moved to. And the guys down the street used to tell me that they would see something really huge and dark land on our roof
Oh
sometimes.
wow.
And I was like, "What? Like a bird?" And they were like, "No, it looks like the pterodactyls."
Daniel Ortega.
And he said it was all black and it would land. And I said, "Oh my God. Okay." So I remember like we would hear it at night, something on the roof. And my dad would go outside with the gun because he's like, "What is that?" But by the time he would go outside, it was gone. And that always freaked me out because you wonder, you know,
Well,
like I
this in
had
the
said,
desert, they will spot the, was it, they call it the phoenix or the firebird, the natives.
yeah, yeah, the gosh, I
What was
forgot what
the
that's
name for it?
called. Oh, I forget what it's called, but
It's
it's
got a
like a
certain
really,
name that we use,
yeah,
the
yeah,
native that we use.
it's the
But they
Dene.
spot that a lot.
Yeah, the
The what?
Navajos. The Navajo, they call themselves Dene, but we say Navajo. God, the Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. There we go.
Yeah,
Not the Thunderbird that you used to drink, Jesse. Not that.
You caught me, dude. I was shaking. Yeah, I remember.
I'm glad I never tried that.
Hey,
But
man.
I,
Thunderbird and grapefruit juice.
I have a ring, a man's ring, and it has the Thunderbird on both sides of the ring.
Oh wow.
And yeah, and if you look at the stone, it's a really cool stone. It's silver, and to this day, I don't even recall. Like I have periods of time in my life that are I don't remember, but I don't even remember where I got that ring from. But it is. I told my cousin because they're half Navajo, and she said that's a Thunderbird on there. She goes, that's a Navajo jewelry. I was like, oh, okay. So I looked it up, and yeah, sure enough. But I have so many stories growing up there. You know, I remember one time I was at my friend's house, and we had gone to the club, and my friend was still gone. He was my best friend, and I was friends with his sister as well. Now they're related to my sister's kids, so they're all family. Everybody where I grew up at they're all family members, and they're related one way or the other. But I went after the club. We went home, and I
Mhm.
went to sleep, and all of a sudden I felt the bed move, and I'm a right side sleeper, and so the the left side the I mean I'm a left side sleeper, so the right side of the bed wasn't occupied. And he said, yeah, go ahead and sleep there, I'll go home and I'll sleep on the sofa. So, and he had a water bed, so if something moves you can feel it. So what happened to Jesse?
I put him on timeout while he takes care of what he got to take care of,
Oh, okay.
and I'll bring it back
So
on.
I was sleeping, and I felt something move, and I turned around, and I thought my friend, went to lie down on the bed. So I turned and I looked, and there was something sitting up with the blankets over their head. And I was really sleep. I guess I must have been in a really deep sleep because I looked at it, and I just looked at it. And you know how you push something down, or you hold, like if somebody's in your car and you put your arm out to hold them back? Well, I just grabbed my arm and I pushed him back down, and I said, go to sleep. And I turned around, and it dawned on me, I guess, in my brain, like, what? And I woke up and I was like, what the hell? And when I turned and I looked, there was nothing there. And I was like, oh, hell no. I don't know what that was, but I'm not going to freak out. I started praying. And then a little while later, I heard the door like slam open and hit the wall. And I woke up and I looked, and there was a Mexican, uh, well, I can't say it was Mexican, but it was just a skeleton. Like you could see the face. It was a skeleton face, but it had the big mariachi, the big old hats that they use, and it
Yeah.
was wearing the charro suit. But then it had a sarape over it, and I was looking at it like, am I really seeing that? That was the second time that night, and I looked at it, and then I looked at it again, and it was standing there, and I could just see the holes where the eyes should be, and the jaw, the teeth. And I was like, oh, hell no. And I turned around and I just started praying. And then when I turned back around, it wasn't there anymore. And I jumped up out of bed and I ran to my friend because I saw him on the sofa because the door was wide open. And I saw him. I jumped up and I ran over there and I woke him up. I was like, Roy, oh my God, there's something's been bothering me all night. And he's like, what? What? He got all scared. He's like, what happened? I go, first of all, I thought it was you that you came and you got in bed. And I thought you were joking by putting the blankets over your head, but it sat straight up. and he's like, what? And I go, yeah. And then I seen this freaking skeleton with the freaking chado hat on and wearing the chado suit, but he had a sarape on. And I don't know where the hell that came from. And he's like, what? And I go, I swear, I promise you, I'm not drunk. I'm not crazy. And he's like, he really freaked out because he's like, yeah, there's been a lot of things that have happened in the house. And I was like, okay. So I stayed there for a while with him on the sofa. We're talking, and I just had to calm myself down. But the next morning, when I woke up to take a shower, this is where the significance that I had no idea of the three knocks until I heard you talk about it, Abe. Um, I was taking a shower and I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I heard three knocks from the bottom of the bathtub. And they were really hard, so you could feel it. And it was in three. And then I was like, what? I thought it was the pipes or something. So I just ignored it. And sure enough, I started rinsing my hair and it pounded three times again. And I was like, oh, hell no. I jumped out of the shower. I grabbed the towel and I ran out there. And I said, what the hell is in the bathroom? And they're like, what? I go, there's something knocking under the bathtub. And my friend said, what? You heard that? I said, what do you mean I heard that? Have you heard it before? He goes, yeah, that happened to my tia, which means aunt in Spanish. And I still had soap in my hair. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, my aunt heard that before. And it did it three times to her. I said, well, I wasn't going to give whatever it is another try to go for the third time. And he's like, I was like, I was standing there in the towel in my towel. I was like, I do not care. And he's like, yeah, that happens, and you'll hear knocking in the back door too. And I was like, yeah, well, I don't want to hear that. So, I mean, I just said, okay. I stood outside the door and I just started praying because my mom was very spiritual, and I'm glad she did teach me. You start praying when that happens.
Yes.
And I just said, okay, I still have soap in my hair. I got to do this. So I just jumped back in the shower and I wasn't bothered anymore. But I hurried up and got out of there. But that was, I never knew about the knocking three times because I've heard that on my front door. Um,
Yes.
and
Me and Yizimo, we were talking about that on the show yesterday about how sometimes is the spirits they no, we're talking about how sometimes they leave markings like in threes, like three
yes,
scratches, three like looks like bite marks or icky like marks, but in threes. And same thing when they make their spiritual appearance, so they'll make three tapping sounds. Could be a tapping sound on your window. You're like, oh, it's nothing, and then
yes,
maybe the following day you hear the three knockings. Like then after that, if you start believing that it's maybe somebody messing with you, then you're gonna hear three poundings, and basically what I'm saying is when you first hear the three tapping sounds, pray against it automatically. It should be an automatic, so it won't gain any a stronghold within your vessel or around your household. Send it away.
right. I've had that happen to me quite often. And I literally saw a shadow go by. And then I heard the knocking in my living room. And I was like, what? I thought it was a friend. And I looked out the peephole and there was nothing. I turned the light on because I didn't really use my front porch light where I lived at. But when I saw that happen, I thought, well, somebody was there. So I turned the light on and there was nobody outside. And it was the three knock. Very bizarre.
We all know what the three nugs symbolizes for. Well, like for religion, it's demonic.
Yeah.
The mocking of the Trinity. That's what they do. That they're actually identify themselves of what they are if they're doing it by threes, especially at nighttime or 3 in the morning when they do it at 3 in the morning.
Yes. See, I'm not Catholic. I didn't grow up Catholic, so I had
Yeah,
no idea, about the mocking of the Trinity. Because the Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the Trinity because they feel that they know there's God, there's a spirit, and there's His Son and God, but they don't believe in like that Jesus and God are the same. So, I mean, it's just something that I grew up with. I don't practice. I'm not a practicing Jehovah's Witness. I feel like it's a cult, and I feel now that I haven't been going since I was 13. I'm 57 now, so I just started seeing religions in a whole different light. Like, and I don't like organized religion. I believe in my Creator, and I believe in His Son, and I do believe in the Holy Spirit, but I just don't like organized religion anymore. I guess I have a bad taste in my mouth. But
Hate it
I'll
when
let
that.
somebody else share.
Who was here first? I think it was Steve.
Texas.
Yes, Steve.
I'll let Texas go. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
The
I think
floor is yours, Texas. Like Captain Power said, the power is yours.
She has to mute. She has to mute her YouTube.
but yeah, on the point of religion, I believe the whole point of spirituality is your relationship with Jesus or God. So, and religion is more, it's more ritualistic or sometimes even a facade. Because what it really matters is how are you and your higher power? How are they? What's
Right.
your relationship? And the main difference between Jehovah Witnesses and other factions is that they believe Jesus and Archangel Michael are the same person.
I knew I was never taught that.
Really?
So I don't know if it was maybe because it was way before that, but my mom never told me that. And she was a practicing Jehovah's Witness because her and my father left the Catholic Church due to some really, bad things happening to them when they were younger. And they found the they found the Jehovah's Witness church to be, you know, really something that they believed in because like they don't like watching my mom would never let us watch anything to do with witchcraft or listen to heavy metal or because they believe we're not supposed to be part of this world because the devil does run the world, so we're not supposed to be worldly, like they don't believe in any of the celebrations like Christmas or anything else. They just practice the Passover. So we were not allowed to, you know, uh, celebrate anything because to them, all celebration should be unto God. But I never heard of that. That I was never taught that Jesus was Michael.
Yeah,
So that's new to me.
it was to me as well. But about a year ago, I had two Jehovah Witnesses that came to my door and they want to talk um, about their religion, and I said, okay,
Hmm.
what's the difference really? And just like the point you were touching on, they don't do any celebrations aside from um,
The Passover.
Passover. Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
And that they believe that Michael and Jesus are the same person.
Hmm. That's very interesting
Who
because
was it?
who
What religion was this? Or
the Jehovah's Witness?
Jehovah?
Yeah.
Like I'm not part of any faction. I just just go to the source.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I broke away from that, I just didn't like organized religion anymore.
And at some point, if you get too much into organized religion, are you praising the Lord or are you praising your pastor?
Right. See? Y- That's right. And
So
I used to like listening to Joel Osteen, and then when all that went down, with the flooding and he wasn't allowing people to go inside his church, I was disgusted because that's not something that Jesus would do.
no, and if I see sometimes how priests or other high status members act, that's not really in line with how things should be, or at least from my
Right.
perspective.
I agree.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school from pre through 8th grade.
Mm,
And yeah, the church that I used to go to, all of the sermons, the hymns, they're all different now. They had a really uh, big emphasis on singing. So, like, they wanted us to learn all of these hymns, and they've changed them all. Like
oh,
the people have like gone and like the pianists, they've cycled through a few by now. There's different pastors there now. Um, so the sense of community for me at that place was just like falling apart. But it was good for me to really be able to connect more with Jesus Christ and the
right,
Heavenly Father Creator. I'd
right.
much rather go on this journey that way instead of following along with these organized religions.
Yes, I feel the same way. Like my spiritual connection with my creator and his son, that's between me and them. It's not between me and everybody else. That's nobody's business. To me, building a deeper relationship with my creator and his son is very important to me now.
Mm-hmm.
And I really didn't like the way that the Jehovah's Witnesses would literally shun people for, speaking to somebody who was like, if they did something wrong, they were disfellowshipped, you know. Um, but the things that they did wrong, I mean, I feel like they were right in doing that, until they come back and ask for forgiveness and build a stronger relationship with, our creator, then they weren't allowed back. But, you know, my uncle was disfellowshipped, and I really don't know the reason why, but they told my mom that she wasn't allowed to talk to him. And that really hurt, you know, it really hurt her.
Welcome, Renee.
Welcome, Renee.
Hello,
And
Renee.
only approval that really matters is what your creator thinks, not what some pastor thinks or anyone who believes they are someone.
You know, something I noticed with attending church growing up is that I never really saw the church community come together, especially when like members of the community would be struggling. We'd never have mass where we would talk about individuals and helping lifting them up. It was always by the book, reading certain passages that like half the people followed. You'd have the missal on the side, and like you'd read that every now and then. But then you'd also have the kids goofing off. Uh, like you have to follow directions. You have to all kneel on the kneel pad at this time. You have to stand. Everyone must stand at this time.
Yeah, I
But
thought that
there
was
was,
odd.
yeah, there was no real like connection to what we were all there for.
Yeah, those
Right.
Catholics need to get a workout, man. Kneel, stand.
Oh yeah,
That
I
was,
get exhausted doing that stuff too, especially
Like
Like
kneeling
going,
for so long.
that's like
they'll be
going to
doing.
the gym.
You can create a karate move with that.
yeah,
Yeah,
Kneel
Seems to
stand,
be more about
the kneel stand technique.
I was so confused. I would go with my friend, because I used to live at my ex's house, and her mom was, a devout Catholic, so they would go every Sunday, and I went with them one time, and I've always felt like really like it was just very cold environment in there. Like I didn't feel any kind of connection, and it was just so weird to me. And
To me,
probably
it was,
because I was used to something so different. Like that is the one thing about the Jehovah's Witnesses. They are very personable, they're very welcoming to people. There is a lot of love based there in the Kingdom Hall, which it's called a Kingdom Hall, not a church. But it was very different to
I
me.
noticed something about the religion because my mother-in-law that passed away, uh, she was a Jehovah's Witness.
Mm,
Just put it this way: when she was in the, I guess, in the hospital in the ICU room, they want to go see who was on our, on the list of like insurance, or what do you call it? A person that's overcharged of the person, like
the power of attorney.
they're called
like the
overseers.
power of attorney overseer.
Yeah,
Uh, just put it this way: her husband wasn't on it. Nor my wife was on it. It was the pastor and somebody else in charge of the church.
yeah, they're
So,
elders.
which I think that's a bunch of crap. I
Mm,
mean, honestly, because they shouldn't have no kind of power like that over people. Because
right.
and to be the family members.
Yeah. I
And
really
and
don't
and that
know.
right there seemed kind of weird to me.
Yeah.
That how did they put them say the in place in power that they have to sign a piece of paper, put them in charge. For example, the thing with the blood, that they're not
Yeah, it's
allowed to take
because of the
blood,
blood. Yeah.
or not even that. Other things also
Hmm.
dealing with heart attacks, and like if they should give them the air to breathe, or injections, that they have some kind of say so over that, because of what they believe in which that's kind of like cult like in all actuality, because
Yeah.
if you're trying to save a soul, you're gonna try to do everything possible to, you know, to 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 heal that person,
Yeah.
but it
Well,
was kind of crazy and I was like, I felt I never ran into the people from the her church, but I'm glad I
mhm,
didn't, because I know if we did cross paths, that I was going to say certain things to them, and we're going to find out what the elders were about. But to me, I seen something wasn't right with that. It's kind of like reminded me of when a demon is has made a deal with somebody that's practiced the witchcraft or necromancy. That
yeah.
they got a deal signed, and it's just when it's time to die, that they're going to be there to collect the soul. Kind
Well,
of kind of reminded me of that. Like how in the
I, c-
hell that somebody that's not even family has more rights than the family member themselves, than the
I can,
husband
sorry.
or the daughter.
Yeah. I can tell you the reason why they do that is because they want to make sure that everything is done that can be done for them without using blood. Because I agree with that part about the no blood, because in the Bible it tells us over and over to abstain from blood, because God knows that blood is the filthiest thing inside of our body. I mean, it's filters out all the poisons and all the junk. And if you've seen people that go donate blood, you would understand.
I have
Like
a few.
most,
I have two things to say on that. So, donating blood, really affects the individuals that do that sort of thing, and you really need to be careful if you are one of those people that donate blood,
Hmm.
because it takes away your life force. It takes
Yeah.
quite a while for you to recover from that. Another
Yes.
thing I wanted to mention, though, was that the Catholic Church convinced everyone in it to symbolically drink blood in the form of wine at
Yes.
every mass.
Yes.
Wild to think of that. And cannibalism, too, to eat the body and blood of Christ in the
Right.
mass.
Right.
It's wild to think of it objectively out of context. It's like, what are we doing here? We're drinking blood and eating
Like
a
a
body.
like a form of paganism.
Yes.
So the
See
pagans
that?
used to do. That's how
Yeah.
the Catholic Church is formed, like paganism. The Roman Catholics were friends of the pagans, and you know what they
Right.
did? The rituals they did. That they had to climb a mountain at every stage in that mountain. They had to do a certain ritual. So when they take the person that's supposed to be a virgin to the top of the mountain, then they would do a sacrifice that will, cut their throat, their wrist, and they will bleed out. That's what the pagans used to do.
Yeah.
Paganism.
Yeah.
When the first time I ever seen something like that, it was late at night. One night, like three. It was like 4 in the morning, and I was drinking some water, and I turned on the TV. PBS station,
Yes.
public broadcasting. It showed this old film. You could see the like it's
Oh, the film.
and yeah, and then it said the way of the pagans or pagans, or like, and they started showing the film. It was like an old film, and it was showing all the things of the pagans about the rituals and what they were doing, and like, whoa, they like really freaked me out. And then when they said that the Roman Catholics or the Romans were friends of them, they're like, that's crazy.
Mm.
You
So
scared
I
me
can
there for a
relate to
minute.
what Miz was saying about the wine symbolizing the blood of Christ, and then the we'll call it the oyster, which is the bread, right? Or supposed to be the body of Christ. Yes.
Yeah.
Scared me there for a minute, cousin. When you said you were watching PBS at 3 in the morning, I thought you were watching Kenneth Copeland.
Oh,
No, public
he's
broadcasting,
freaky.
man.
He's freaky.
Sometimes early in the mornings they would show things out of from the past, and they showed that it was
Right.
maybe it might be on YouTube, but you got to check out that film. It was like, I guess it was meant for me.
I want to address this comment on screen, too.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're in that line of thinking, because to me it gives me the questions of, well, how do I clean it? How do I get pure? No, like, firstly, water. If you look at water, and it has a regenerative effect with the flow. So, like with waterfalls, rivers, it cleanses the water.
Right.
And
That's what blood does.
So with blood, I really think a lot of this has to do with our intention of thought. We can't be living in this state of fear, saying that, oh, well, like there's nothing we could do, we're all corrupted and this and well, I mean, isn't that what all the religions are telling us, that we are all born in sin, which I don't actually agree with either. It's a whole mind control thing that has us living in fear all the time. But I think, like, even though they may have tainted the blood supply and everything with the things, I really think that our own blood has this regenerative property, and a lot of it has to do with our belief in our power of thought.
Yeah.
That if we believe that we're doing well, then our body's going to react to those thoughts as well.
Positive thinking, yes. But personally, me, I've read the Bible since I was little. I've read it front to back, front to back, front to back. Every year they used to read it, at a certain. They would start in Genesis and end in Revelation. The whole year they would study the Bible. So to me, reading and reading and reading that as many times as God tells us to abstain from consuming blood, that there's a reason. I'm not fearful of it, but God told me, do not consume it. Eat it, nothing. Because
Yeah,
10 years later, you won't find out if the blood they gave you has AIDS because it won't show up for 10 years. So how do they know? They can't. There's no possible way. If it can't be detected until 10 years later, there's no way that they're going to know that. And they
that
know this, but they're not going to say that.
I think that's a real good follow up to what I was saying with um, all of this. I feel like there's a concern coming from my fear, like how do we fix this?
I don't
But
fear it.
but at the same time, like it triggers that thing in me for some reason, and so it's nothing against what Dick Richards was saying. I mean, he was just stating facts for certain things, but
I don't.
I feel like it's all put out there to like make us feel helpless, but we can control the things we can control. The things we don't have control over, it's much healthier for us to not feel like we need to control it. And I guess that's where my position's at on it.
Yeah.
But
My
I
belief system stands. I've been told over and over again and by the Lord, do not consume it, do not eat it. Oh, I'm not going to do it. But that's my belief. I won't say, I was taught to respect everybody's beliefs, no matter what. We each have our own belief system. We're not Barbie and Ken, and we weren't made to just, obey, obey, obey. We were given choices. So, I mean, I don't sit there and tell somebody you're wrong.
So, so what do you think about blood clots then? So we're
Blood
talking
clots
about
happen.
blood clots.
Blood clots do happen,
So
but I
what do you
don't.
think about that? Since we're seeing it a spiritual perspective, right? What do you think about blood clots? What are blood clots?
Well, that has a lot to do with, our bodies, and to
Because
me, it's
I'm
medical
talking about the damage that they do. If they do travel, it could travel to the heart, to the
to the
kidneys,
brain.
to the
Yeah,
brain, and can kill you. So what is a blood clot? Where does it
right.
come from? Is it? I mean, how do they form? Are you being spiritually targeted? Since we're seeing it about in the perspective of people not trying to uh so is it like me when I got a blood clot? I didn't, of course, take any blood from nobody, but I had to get on thinners in order for the blood clot not to travel.
Right.
So with the religion of the Jehovah, no, I'm not a Jehovah Witness. If I had a
Neither
blood
among me.
clot, would they allow them to give me warfarin to take?
Yes, they don't. Yeah, let me
You
tell you
know what
this,
I'm saying?
Abe. Let me
Because
tell
it's,
you
it's
this.
dealing with the blood.
No, no, no. They do totally believe in doctors, and they do believe in going to the doctor. They don't have anything against medication at all. That when I grew up, but the only thing they don't do is accept blood.
But I'm
There's other
saying
ways that
the
they
blood
can
the
save
blood
you.
thinner, it yeah, is there to break the blood clot, but it's still doing something to your blood. It's making it thinner. It's not
Right. No, they
working.
don't. They don't tell
It's
you,
not
no, you
working like
can't have that.
it's supposed to be pure, right? Because it gets thin, it thins out.
Right.
So it is when you have a blood clot or you're in thinners, it- does it make you not holy enough for the church? Because
No.
it is your blood is not working how it's supposed to be working naturally by itself.
No, as long as you're not receiving anybody else's blood, you're fine. I've never heard of them saying, "No, you can't have that. No, you can't have this medication. No, you can't have that medication." I've never had that. They just like my mom. I don't even know now because I've been out of it so long. I don't know how they are towards vaccinations anymore. I can't speak up on that. But
Yeah.
when I was younger, I do know that they had said that there's a lot of things in there that they're poison. And one of the things was that some of them, I guess they were using stem cells to test these vaccinations on. And we know a lot of times they do use aborted fetus. So that was a big no-no to them. They don't believe in abortion. And I could say I don't believe in it either, but I can't tell somebody else what to do. It's not my body.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. When I was in high school, I knew this guy. I was already like 18 before I joined the military, and there was this guy that he was real smart. He was a manager of a HEB, and then he was going to be in charge of the whole region of the Rio Grande Valley. His dad was I guess, what do you call him? A preacher for the Jehovah Witness? Or they're called preachers or
No,
minister? What's
no,
their name?
they're um well, I know they call them
Elders.
elders. Yeah. I don't
Okay.
really know because
Well, his father he's the elder of the church of the Jehovah Witness, right?
mhm.
So when he found out that his son got the promotion, he wanted his son to give him 60% of his winnings,
I never heard of that.
and the son said no. So when the son said no to him, he disowned him, and
Yeah,
the son said that's okay,
they shun them.
but you're not going to take what I worked for away from me. So after that,
I
they didn't have a relationship no more,
I
because he
think that
disowned his
was
son.
sorry.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I have never heard of that because they don't pass around the plate like they do in Catholic churches. They um they've never said how much money to give. They don't tell you 10%, 20%, 30%. They say what you can and it's done privately. So there's in the front of the Kingdom Hall, there's a place where there's a box and there's envelopes in there and nobody writes their name on it, but they give what they can to tithe for the church because they do pay for their own um, kingdom halls to be built and they all come together, you know. But
Then,
they never tell you, and don't then they will tell you if you cannot give anything, don't feel bad
then I
because
found out also after the years, because this elder got married to one of my aunts. I
oh
found out that he had children with a bunch of women from the church.
what?
So
That's
he
not
had children
accepted.
everywhere.
That, that
He's
sounds
a
like a
Jehovah
weird.
Witness. Jehovah Witness.
That sounds like a very weird kingdom hall they were in.
But they were Jehovah Witness, right? So then my brother is like, yeah, I remember him, and I told him that he had passed away. My brother told me a story where, because they were married, he was married to my aunt, and he was visiting my aunt, and that he was in the living room, and that there's an elder of the church, turned on the TV, and he started watching porno,
What? Well, then he
and
wasn't a real.
and,
He
and
wasn't.
he was just laughing. He was just laughing, right? So my brother
Yeah.
just got up and left.
See, that's not
He's supposed
that.
to be an elder of the Jehovah
No,
Witness,
no,
and then
he's
that's why when people say Jehovah Witness, it's like makes you wonder if those same things are happening throughout all the church of the Jehovah
no.
Witness.
I never see. When I was younger, I didn't even know about porn because that's like totally against
He
their
passed
belief
away
system.
like I think 3 years ago. He passed away. But yeah,
That's bizarre.
there's no religion that's perfect, or no
No,
congregation that's perfect.
right,
Everybody has faults.
right.
We're not nobody to judge anybody, but we can
No,
talk
that's
about
weird.
the things. Talk about the things, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
See,
But
that
like,
right
man,
there would have been. Can I say that right there would have been grounds to disfellowship him. He would not be allowed to go back. if another elder knew that, there would be no way that he would be allowed to be in the kingdom hall, or an elder. He would have had that stripped away from him.
Look what Dick Richards said. Let's take that off. Y'all can read it real quick.
Okay. Ew.
I want to mention something. Renee in the chat earlier mentioned that she's noticed people haven't been getting nosebleeds anymore. And I can attest to that. I used to get nosebleeds quite often, and I can't remember the last time I had one.
So did I.
Spooky.
But mine were due to my severe allergies. So, and in Arizona, if you don't drink enough water, you will get really bad nosebleeds because it's so dry and so hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I used to have to put up a wad of like tissue in my nose to stop the bleeding sometimes. I can't recall the last time it happened. It must have been years ago now.
My great niece has
I went to the
nosebleeds.
doctor today and they checked my sinuses, and the doctor could tell where I have problems with my left nose, in which I bleed from my left nostril all the time. She's seen a lot of irritation in there, and she said this has been happening for a while. Yeah, it's been years. It happens every day. Where sometimes I wake up with blood. Like I'm talking about. When we talk about a blood clot, when the blood is anticoagulated, well,
Yeah.
or a scab. Well, the blood, I guess when it bleeds, it turns into a scab or something like that, and it's it happened. But I did have. When I was in the Army, it was an accident, and I broke my nose. I had to do surgery, and then 10 years ago, they did my turbinates. Did a surgery, and I think that might be one of the reasons why I've been bleeding. But I don't know.
So you're saying you're still having them to this day?
Yeah.
I assume it's affecting people differently with everything, but like I've noticed, I haven't had any in quite a while, which is surprising that I haven't even thought about it, that it's been that long.
But I'm also on the thinners, so thinners can make you bleed.
Yeah.
It could be a little cut or something, and it'll bleed. So
right.
They got me on blood thinners because of the blood clot that's on my left leg. So they told me I have to take that for the rest of my life. So I have to be very careful, but.
So did they put a stent in? A stent for that blood clot?
No, I just take. I've been taking warfarin for years.
Oh. I've heard really bad things about warfarin and blood thinners.
But the only good thing about warfarin is that, it's helped me, stay alive, I guess. But the good thing about it is you go do an INR every month, and it'll tell you your levels of where you're supposed to be. If it's too high, then you have to eat some vitamin K, or there's skip a dosage to bring it back down to normal. And if it's too low, then of course you got to take an extra thinner or something to get back to the level. So at least with that, they can tell you if you're too low or too high. But now they got medicines that they're giving patients that say, "Oh, you don't have to worry about doing an ANR. We'll see you in 6 months."
Wow!
But within those 6 months, those people are having some serious issues because their blood might be too thin. So they're passing out, falling down. You look at them; they got cuts all over them, where they're bleeding out, and that's so they're trying to do that to me, trying to tell me, "Hey, well, we got this medicine." I said, "No, I'm good. I'll stay on the warfarin, because at least on the warfarin, I'm able to know if it's too low or too high." With this over-the-counter medicines that they're giving people, that's dangerous, because what if they're giving it to you and your blood is too thinner, makes your blood too thin.
And you're not tested. Yeah.
If it's too low, if you got a blood clot in your body, it's going to travel.
Right.
So at least with the INR, I'm able to tell if it's too low or too high. But
I haven't had blood, a nosebleed in ages. But what I had was a while ago. I felt a lot of tension, like elec electric electricity charge. Just and it feels this tension just on the bridge of my nose, and it was really unpleasant. Actually, it prevented me from sleeping. And then I
Mm,
figured out that I, at that time, recently bought a new PC, and that PC that's lived right next to my right arm. So I kind of so this charge on it, it went into my body, but it wasn't properly grounded. So all this tension, for some reason, it all stored up in the bridge of my nose, and if you overcharge, you're not feeling too happy about it. But it took me a while to figure it out. So eventually, I went outside on bare feet. Then I noticed a difference. Like, oh, that's interesting.
mm,
And then I just made my spirit and my physical body made them completely relaxed, and everything just went. And I got a bit woozy as well, since it's too much of a difference.
right.
And that seems to have sorted out. I haven't got any nosebleeds about it, but I believe, or at least in my case, electrical charge it can store up in the bridge of your nose. But everyone works differently.
Yeah.
I want to say to everyone to just be careful with their words. Words give power to things. If you
Right.
keep reinforcing the same thing over and over, then it will become reality,
Right.
even if it's not right now. I guess that's all I want to say on that.
Yeah, because that's the way spells are created.
Yeah, like the happy birthday song ages us. Same thing.
I don't
That's
know.
why they
I didn't ever celebrate my birthday.
Yes, right here, Joe. When is it to celebrate birthdays?
I was, yeah. I'm not one. I'm not one. I'm not a
Uh,
practicing Jehovah's
they don't
Witness.
celebrate nothing. No Christmas, no
No, because it's
Easter.
all pagan.
Yeah, pagan traditions. Halloween,
Yeah,
pagan traditions. Um,
that. Yeah, that's literally. The they believe that that's when All Hallows Eve. When the dead come out and are free for that night. So yeah, they don't celebrate anything.
I believe they touched on a hint of truth, but took it way too far. Like for example, if you watch too much witchcraft or horror movies, it may affect you. But if you go completely the other way, it's also the other. It, it's
Well,
also not good.
yeah, but when you're watching these things, you're inviting them in, and like Abe says, like the screens, they're portals. So
Yeah,
you're
but this,
literally inviting it in because you're watching it. So that's what they believe. I mean,
I think
I still
one of
can't
the
get myself to
this is
watch
but yeah, the
anything
thing
with
one of the
possession.
movies that I remember affected a lot of people in that nature was The Exorcist,
Yes.
because they made it to the big show and then they made it to the homes, and I would see
Yes.
some of the people that watched it and they'll be like freaked out and scared. So you just the fear factor by itself, that's a spiritual opening.
Right.
You
Oh,
know,
fun
The
fact.
Exorcist is one of those crazy movies that you know that one, and I guess I know you remember Evil Dead, but The
Oh
Exorcist
yeah.
was one of the movies that I remember. When you asked the question of what's the movie that scared you the most, for those people that were around that age, that what we grew up with was that
Gen
movie.
X. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gen X it was The Exorcist. And the weirdest thing I read, because I read a lot and I like books like about, you know, like I used to read a lot about, because I've always liked psychiatry. So I read books. And when I first read the first book about Jeffrey Dahmer, they say that before he would kill that person, he would make them watch The Exorcist with him. And then he would kill them after, during that. So I'm like, I wonder if he did that to instill fear in them. you know, because he, in a way, he was possessed,
Hmm.
you know, and that
He
was, I
killed a
was
lot
like,
of people, didn't
what?
he? How many people did he
Yeah,
kill?
I don't recall that fact, but I remember saying,
They killed him in jail, in prison.
yeah, because they said that he was taunting everybody. He kept saying, telling stories about what he would do to the people that he would kill, and he
Yeah,
was making fun of that. And
he got killed.
one of
They
the
took him out.
yep,
The prisoners took him out.
yeah, they couldn't handle his BS anymore, you know, because he was very taunting and ridiculing what he did, and that guy had enough. He snapped.
That's another location where there could be a lot of activity because there's people that have died there, and which will be in jail, in prison. You know,
Right.
I've heard stories from some of the prisoners that come out of prison that say there's a lot of paranormal activity in the
Yes.
prisons.
Yes. Me
I've
too.
heard some crazy stories, man, where the prisoners are yelling because they're saying there's something in there with them and stuff like that.
Yes.
Cousin Jesse, would you know anything about that?
Well, I can tell you that there are a lot of spirits in there, man, because of all the people that have died. I personally know of two people that were killed. One was my friend Eleno's son. They waited for him to be on his way out before they murdered him on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one of the sons of one of my exes, man. They waited for him also to be on his way out before they took him out, man. So yeah, man, there should
So
be
he
a lot
was
of spirits there.
basically served his time, and he was leaving, and they killed him.
Yeah,
Yeah, they wait till
but,
they let you think that you're leaving, and they take you out as you're leaving. I've heard a lot of stories about um hauntings in there, and shadow figures being in there. There was a show on, I think it was Alcatraz, where they saw, they literally filmed a shadow figure up on the top row. They caught it on camera. I can't remember what it was, but like,
Sister Renee says yes, there is. It's true. Some guys who were solitary reported that something was in with them.
yes,
What you say?
yeah,
What do you think about you, Mizzle?
Yeah, this is a trip for me tonight, everyone. Like, I'm really needing to like be open to the conversation. So I apologize if I'm
Yeah, that's
being
fine.
a
That's
little
fine.
guarded with my speech and everything. But I'm
You
glad
could
that
say
we're able to have this discussion because we
yes.
were talking about this last night on my channel when you were on, and we were saying about the those that have passed. They are no longer here. They are in the other realm now. So most of the time, if not all of the time, these manifestations, they're either tulpas, which are made by thought and idea, or they are these demonic representations of these unclean spirits that have nowhere else to go because they aren't allowed into the other realm, that they used to be Nephilim. And that's why
hmm,
they're all here wandering around, imitating, mimicking things.
yeah,
And that very well could be what's happening with the Alcatraz shadow people that are being reported, or even the isolation accounts where they said there's
hmm,
something in there with them. It came from somewhere, and it wasn't. I'm pretty sure at this point, from my research, that it's not anybody that we would have known or people that we've interacted with. Like, this is something else entirely that we're dealing with in that.
mm,
I would agree that there's probably a lot of people with a lot of negative attachments because they jump from person to person. That's why there's so many killings in there and a lot of crazy stuff happening that's out of the ordinary, you
well,
know. And
look at look at the
if
people who were in there, what
yeah,
their
and if the
crimes are.
prisoners, you know, since they're in I guess you could say gangs, and in order for them to survive, they have to
So
stick with the clique or
very political.
with the clique. Something happens to them, or they have to fight other cliques within the prison
Right.
system. Well, that's not good because that's a lot of hatred, anger, and acts of violence in which that thing that he's talking about is going to gain more power in there.
Right.
That's why it's still there, roaming around because of the mentality of the people within the system.
Which
You
definitely
Yeah.
got to
feeding.
follow orders, man. You got to follow orders in there, man. Unless you're a shot caller, you got to follow orders.
Yeah. I
That's
think
just
it's like if
really simple.
also if you're just doing short time, you don't have to pick a side because you're not going to be there for 5 years and up. So
No, you
I
would think that, but sometimes they don't give you a choice. Either you join or you join. It's just
yeah.
plain and
I,
simple.
I have a lot of friends that I have one right now. He's already done 15 years straight. And, you know, uh, the stories that I hear I have a lot of friends that were in gangs. And coming from the little town where I grew up at, everybody's either they're straight and they're not in a gang, or most of them were in gangs. So, like, I have a lot of friends. Since I didn't belong to an area that was a gang related, I was allowed to go wherever I wanted to because I wasn't from a gang area. You know, but the stories that I hear from them being in prison for so long, and the people that are in there, that's wild. I mean, like, they literally have power in there. And I think that it happens because they do pay off the guards. There are certain guards that are paid off.
Yep, you can always find a mark in there.
Hmm.
But yeah, an environment like that is like a feeding ground for anything demonic wants to go in and they sense all the negative energy. They go, oh,
Right.
that'll be going on.
Couldn't hear
Especially
you,
people coming at
Texas.
you in a negative way, and it changes your heart. You have to toughen up because if you don't
Mhm.
toughen up, you're not going to make it. So yeah, all that could be an opening, but it's either you're in with one or you're not in with one. So if you want the protection, I guess you have to get affiliated with something in there, some kind of way. But I think there's people that say that they go in there and they're not affiliated with nothing, that they choose, to be with Jesus Christ. But I don't know how true that is. What you would know about that, cousin Jesse?
Well, I know that if they want you in and you don't get in, man, then not only do you get picked on and beat up by your own kind, you get picked on and beat up by everybody else, man, because you're solo. So there's nobody
Right.
to defend you. And I
Yeah.
know this because my brother's been down 3 times, man. You know that, right? My
Yeah,
brother Joe's been to prison 3 times, and he's told me personal accounts of either you're in or you're in, and if you're not in, then you're gonna wish you were because not only are the same raza gonna beat you up, everybody else is gonna beat you up because you have nobody to back you up.
but then
Yeah.
when
I
you're
think.
out, if you make it out of prison, then you still got to pay your dues.
Yeah, once you're in, you're always in, man.
You got to,
That's
the
that's the
only
way
way
it
out is
works.
death. So
Yep.
that's what I'm trying to say. Is what are you going to do? When you're fighting the people that are there that because they're living in that environment that they're living a certain way. And then you're dealing with
Mhm.
the unclean spirits or demonic spirits in there. So it's like it's one of those situations that
I can tell you personally, cousin, due to gang activity, my brother and I cannot live in Raymondville.
Yeah,
It
too.
varies from state to state too.
We cannot live in Raymondville due to they catch us in Raymondville, man. That's it.
because why is that? What's up with Raymondville? Is it a certain gang
Well,
runs it, the prison?
yeah, apparently, well, not apparently. this is going just too much into the thing, man. But we were one family, and then we split into two families. So there's two factions that are warring, and that's how it happened, man. We belong to the originals. The new bloods are out to get all the originals, man. So we
Oh,
cannot
yeah.
go. We cannot go home.
Well, now there is, there are the newer generation has taken over the old, as far as the Chicanos go.
Back in the day, man, you put in work and you were
Hmm.
good. Nowadays, people get power by writing letters, man. And then when they write letters, they want to act all hard, bro, and they don't got the stones to do the dirty work themselves, so they send crash test dummies, man. And I'm
Yeah.
not about that, bro. Not about that.
And to touch on Andres' comment, I believe he's right that if somebody gets out, there's still negative attachments to it. So any evil will pick that up and they will use that.
And that's the thing, though, man. My brother got baptized, so I've been baptized, so we're no longer about that lifestyle. I mean, sure, if somebody tries to put hands on us, then I love Jesus, man. But I'll chin check somebody quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. I'm gonna protect my vessel.
Mm. Ooh,
But yeah,
M. Gascon.
Gascon says, D. Richards, the boy was from St. Louis. His aunt introduced him to a Ouija board. A priest from the Catholic Church did the exorcism.
Let's not talk about a Ouija board. I had a negative experience with that, being a dummy when I was younger. I literally spoke to a spirit.
But the Ouija board you had was man-made, wasn't it?
Yeah,
You
I
made it
just wrote it out on a piece of
on a piece
paper.
of paper.
Yeah, I wrote it out and we used a quarter for the planchette. And I read,
So who gave you the
excuse
idea to
me,
do that?
well, my sister's sister-in-law was messing with it, and like I didn't believe in it. I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. She said, no, we just wrote it out. We copied the board, and at her house they did it, and she used the same thing, a quarter for the planchette, and they spoke to a spirit, and her friend came over, and she goes, and I'll say her name because she's not on here. She said, Elia, come play. And Elia is very, very Catholic, and she was wearing a cross. And she said, no, I don't want to mess with that. Why are you guys messing with that? And um, she said, come play. And it shot up to the quarter shot up to the no. And then it spelled out, won't talk to her. And she's like, what? Why? And it told her to take her cross off. And
Wow.
Eddie was like, nope, 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 I don't even want anything to do with this. I'm leaving. And she left. But she said the specific name of the thing that she was talking to. And it's so bizarre because, like, we did that at my sister's house, and my friends, it was 3 friends. It was me and 2 other friends. And at one point, when we started it, it started doing a figure 8. And I'm like, why is it doing the figure 8? Well, I read up on it, and they're saying that when that happens, that's an evil spirit, and you're supposed to tell it to say goodbye. I did not know that. Like, I was reading it, like, people that, study that and have studied that for a long time. They were saying if it does the figure 8 to start off with, do not continue speaking to it. It's an evil spirit, and make it say goodbye.
So I wonder if that also applies to the lights in the sky. Because Abe shared a story about the lights doing his figure 8 before disappearing. Wonder if that's
Ooh,
all related to that.
that it must be. And I don't
Yeah.
know why it chose the figure 8, but that's what it says it means. I mean, when I was doing that, I was like, yeah, right. And then I was telling my friend, I was thinking my friend was doing that because, he's a jokester. And he's like, I swear I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. And my hand got really, really cold. And I'm darker. And you could see all my veins in my hand. It was white, 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 like white. Like I've never seen my hand that white before. And it was freezing cold. My hand was cold like ice. And I told everybody, my hand's really super cold. And my friend goes,
Loco.
"Oh, it's white." And that night, I was asking it questions, and I had asked, "Who are you? Where are you?" And it would take off for a little bit, but it would keep doing the 8, and it wouldn't answer sometimes.
Hi, Rain.
And I asked it, "Hi, Rain," and I asked it, "Who are you?" And it said its name, and I don't recall. I think it's because I don't want to remember that name, but I don't recall that name. And I said, "Where are you?" And it said, "Hell." And I said, okay, why are you there?" And they said that it was a he said he killed his wife
When
and
you
his
say
child.
that, you're spelling it out from the
Yeah,
board, right?
it goes to to the letters, it spells it out. And he said he was in hell. And he said when it would disappear, I said, "Why are you quiet?" And it said that he was scared. And I go, "Why are you scared?" And he goes, "The devil's here." It was by it. And I was like, okay. Okay. I wasn't really afraid,
So
but I was.
sorry,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No,
I
go
have a
ahead.
question. If anyone has a Ouija board stored away somewhere, what's the best way to get rid of it?
Do not
Aha.
burn it. Do not burn it. It says that it releases the spirit that was there. Jesse knows. Jesse
Yeah.
knows.
Primo, that's what you did?
I burned it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it was messing
So
with me, and I was
yeah,
talking about it on the show where it was trembling and said it was messing with me, calling me all kinds of bad words, and I
Mhm.
told it to appear or whatever. So because it said it was gonna do it. There's something it said. It said, "You kill me, I'll kill your mother." And
Oh,
then
wow.
it was trying to get me upset. So I said I was gonna do this and this, and I burned it, and well, I did have an experience like 2 weeks later with it,
Right.
and it wasn't the Ouija board or what do you call it again, brother? The little thing,
The
planchette.
planchette.
the planchette.
Hmm. Hmm.
It was a demon that I
Yeah,
had
they're
encountered
demons.
2 weeks later. Man, I would suggest not to mess with it. Matter of fact,
Right. Me
check it out.
either.
I went to a garage sale, right? So I'm looking at all these items, and there it is, a brand new Ouija board. I open it up like this, and they said, "Oh, it lights up and everything. It was brand new." So I'm looking at I take it and I grab the box, I take it, and man, you're only selling it for 50 cents? Wow. I said, that's a deal, ain't it? And then I see the little kids over there like this, they're all scared and stuff. And I said,
They
yeah, I need to,
used it.
yeah, they were scared. So
Yeah.
I said, I got you. So I paid for it and I took it away. I took it to my house and I threw it in a trash can. Just threw it and left it. I never took it inside my home. I took it away from the house because I felt that they needed to get rid of it. Somebody needed to take it away from the possession. So I dumped it in the trash, and that was it. Got it out of their home. They were scared.
Wow.
You could tell they were scared. The little boys were just looking at each other. They were scared. You could see the fear in their face.
Yeah.
So your
So I got
best,
rid of it.
you would say the best route for anyone that has one of those is to just toss it in the trash. That
Throw
would
it
be the
away.
Get
best.
rid of it.
Just throw it
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, don't
Chunk it,
burn
man.
it.
Get it out of your the home. Get it out of the vehicle, wherever you have it hiding. Just get rid of it, man.
Right.
Most
I
likely
agree.
that Ouija board you threw in the trash is going to wind up in the junkyard, and eventually, I mean, what's going to happen in the junkyard? They're going to burn it or bury it, because that's
It
what they
gets
do.
crushed
They
up.
bury a lot of trash nowadays. You know.
I really wonder if that whole Jumanji movie series was based off of that. You
Oh,
know,
on the
because
Ouija board.
Yeah, he's getting with a board.
man,
A board. Yeah. Oh, it could have been because it was a board game.
the end of the very first one, it's like very far in the future, and it's like on some beach, and people dig it up out of the sand. It's like,
Yeah.
but this doesn't go away.
What is it? Is it like some drum beats?
Yeah, that drum
Yes.
beats. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't want to know about no drum beats, man. That's why I
there's
don't listen to
probably
rock and
hidden
roll or
messages
nothing
in
like
that.
that. Because I would hear those drum beats and they don't grow coming out of the woods.
Oh, that's
The
creepy.
drum beats I was hearing were war beats, man. Where I was like, what? I would be like, what's a why do these sounds like war beats? Like they're gonna get
Native.
in a battle. Next thing you know, I hear pounding on my freaking walls and stuff. It's like, oh, I guess I want to get in a fight with me, you know. So I have to go outside and fight spiritually.
Wow.
Crazy. That's when you know that is, you know. But like I said, that we're talking about it, it's got to be demonic, you know, that they mimic things of the
Yeah.
past.
Right.
Yeah.
But now I know that I was not speaking to a man that was dead. I was speaking to a demon, you know. And in between all this was happening, my niece left my little great niece. Well, my niece was there in her room, and we kept calling her name, and my sister was calling her name, and my friend got up from the board, and when he walked away, I asked, "Where's Nicole?" And it was taking its time and taking its time doing the 8 thing, and then it said, "Playing with water." And at that right after that, my friend came out of the bathroom, and he goes, "Oh, she was in the bathroom playing with water, and her hair was all wet." And I was like, "Okay, I don't wanna do this anymore." And I kept telling it because they say you have to close that portal, so you have to make it say goodbye, and it kept saying, "No." It kept going shooting up to the no. No, I'm like, "Say goodbye. No, no, no."
Rain says that her friend's dad kept throwing it away and he kept on reappearing until he burned it.
That's when you burn it, they say that whatever was trapped in that board is now free, and it's free to torment you,
Sounds like a genie.
right?
yeah,
You're
sure
right.
does.
Well, I tried. See, I didn't know at the time because I didn't believe in that. So we took it to the trash, and I go, "Oh, burn it!" And my friend set the corner on fire. It curled up and stopped. Just the edges would burn. It wouldn't burn. And my friend's like, "Screw this!" He just grabbed it, crumpled it up, and threw it in the garbage. It would not burn. We were like freaking out after that. And that night, my sister said that in the middle of the night, she woke up her husband, and because she heard something in the closet, she goes, "Oh my God, is there rats or something, you know?" And she said,
Scratching.
No, she heard something moving around in there. Well, when he got up, he was just like, "Never mind, you know, forget it." But when the morning when he woke up, he opened the closet door, and it had separated all her clothes from his clothes.
Mm.
And it's so bizarre because they started having issues, and eventually they ended up divorcing.
Just from the presence of the board being there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tell you who had one, cousin. my baby mama had one of those, man, and she had it set up. One time I was walking by it and tripped, and I put my hand out and it landed on the board, and it sent like a jolt of electricity up my arm. And that was
Creepy.
the last time I touched that thing, man. But she had a little one that was on a keychain that she carried with her
Uh-uh.
all the time, man.
No way. After that experience, and that night, I heard three great big knocks on my wall, and our house was made out of brick. So it sounded like somebody picked up a rock and was knocking on my wall. And I was on the phone with my boyfriend at the time, and that's when I had my feet hanging off the bed, and you know when you lay on your stomach and you just move your legs back and forth like up and down, something grabbed my ankle, and I was like shook
Yeah.
because I had the lights off, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I screamed, and I don't know. Oh my god! Something has my ankle. And when I just stopped being afraid and I just picked my leg up, I felt something scratch me, and I did have three scratches on my ankle. Like it looked like claw scratches. And I didn't know the significance of that. Like again, I'm not Catholic. I don't know, but I was just like freaking out because it bled. And I told him what happened, and I left my room, and because he used to live right behind me, in the apartments that were behind my house, and he came over right away, and because my mom was gone, and he goes, "What happened?" And I showed him. He goes, "What the hell?" I go, "Yeah, I told you something grabbed my ankle." He's like, "It scratched you." I said, "I know." And we had a dog and a cat, but it wasn't my cat, and
Here
it
you
wasn't the dog.
go. Miss Gascon says the only way you can get rid of a Ouija board is blessed with holy water, bind it, and then bury it. Say prayers that you no longer want this in your life. I know for someone who was told to do this.
Yes,
Yeah, the one I got rid of, I have uh, placed holy water on it, even a crucifix, and uh, I prayed against it, and then I burned it. But
yeah,
here they say to bury it. I did bury the
yeah,
remains afterwards. You know,
right.
I
but I
believe
Yeah,
guess I
I've
guess
heard of
when I
that
burned
too.
something might have got him free.
Well, I would
Yes,
say throwing it in
Something
the
did get
trash,
to your house.
it'll end
Yeah, the
up
one when I
buried.
was younger, I burned it, but the one that I got rid in the trash, I just threw it in the trash. I didn't even take it inside my home.
I wouldn't have either. Now I was like, now I totally see what I did, and I opened myself up, to a lot of things, but I would never mess with that again, ever, ever. And
How
I
about tarot
tell
cards? People that
nope,
read the tarot cards. What do you think about that, Brother Use Mizzle or Texas Army?
That's
People,
divination, man.
I've been
oh,
told
in,
different
in either
things.
case, in either case, you're talking to something, and most people, when they talk to something, have no idea what they're talking to.
yeah, it's
For
a
example,
demon.
yeah, because a Ouija board is, well, I would say
They're demons.
100%
the,
of the
the,
time,
the
it's always a demon.
Hmm. I know
or
that
And
even
now.
those crystal balls, right? Even that.
yeah, because even they say, "Oh yes, I'm your grandmother," it's like, no, that's not your grandmother.
Right. You're
But
right.
I do know a story about a guy who went to he had a Ouija board, and he was about 16, 15 years old at the time. So he got into his cocky teenage years, bit of a tough guy. So he says, "Oh, I'm going to show off now. I'm going to take a Ouija board to a graveyard, and let's play with it there." So he
Oh
did.
man,
Yikes.
Yeah, and he didn't want to tell me more about it, but 20 minutes later, he was just running and screaming out of there.
wow. They
Yeah,
went to the
people
wrong
don't.
place
And that's
to
not
play
the
with a
right
Ouija
place.
board. And there's certain people that have these shows that they do that on TV with the Ouija boards. They set them up in certain haunted locations to speak to the dead.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen it in some of the those ghost hunter shows, and then some
Yes.
podcasters come out like in Mexico where they're doing that, and it's like that's crazy. I mean, the activity that you're cashing is you're doing it to yourself because it's coming out of the Ouija board. You know,
Right.
remember when those little boxes were coming out that they'll say that there was a demon trap in them, and people were buying them online, and they'll
Oh, the
open them and
boxes.
what it was a mineral that was in there that was that had the energy. So when they were, it would beep is because the mineral that was in there had the energy. It had energy stored in it. You know, it's kind of like a piece of
Oh,
selenite.
yeah.
But and so when they would hit it, and then it would go, the beeper would go off. And, oh, it's a the device they use for energy. They're like, oh, that's a demon, it's a spirit. But it was actually the piece of stone that was in there. It had his
Emanating.
energy in it. You know, so they were getting, I guess, spammed, or I mean, they're getting ripped off out of money.
Right. So, what do you guys think about those devices that they talk and you
The
hear
boxes,
talking
Spirit
back?
box. Spirit box.
spirit box.
My opinion, it's all based off of scanning radio stations for certain, like either milliseconds. Yeah, it's very random. There's other people that I've seen that have made these really sophisticated ones, wrapping it in copper and having crystals on it. But you could put all these limiters and audio effects into it to like draw out certain clear words and voices. But like, I don't think these YouTube channels are like talking to currently or like recently deceased celebrities. I really
Right.
don't think all of that's happening. There's
Right.
like the technology behind it needs to be very sophisticated and advanced to do so. And I always thought of it as just really random, that you're scanning radio stations like really quickly. It's like happenstance that you end up hearing these words spoken back to you. It's some guy in like California or somewhere across the world, like over in the UK, doing a radio show, and you just get a snippet of the words that they're speaking. So I don't think that's like connected to what it's intended to be used for, or what they're saying is used for, which is communication to the dead. Like I used
Spirits.
to really look into that stuff. I had subscribed to a
interesting.
few places. Yeah, it's just really it's territory that's really wishy-washy. Like they could
Yeah.
change it to their advantage and say it's something it's not.
I
Right.
mean, you could do that to the old TVs from back in the days, the black and white TVs, where there's nothing but static. You know,
Yeah.
if my mom would tell me to go to sleep. I said, "No, mom, I'm watching this. I'm going to watch these movies." So then, at a certain time back in the day, the play the flag comes on and stuff when
Oh, I
the
remember that.
broadcast finishes. So I'm
Right.
there, you know, and I see that, and I'm still awake. You know, my eyes all burning because I didn't listen to my mom, and she would tell me, "Said, ya lo verás." So you're gonna see.
Yeah.
Now listen
Yeah.
to me. The La Cosa Mala's coming. The evil one's coming for you. So
Yeah.
I'm there, watching TV, and I'm seeing the static, and next thing you know, I see like a figure show itself on the TV. It's like, oh shit! I was like, oh shit! I go in there and shut it off, man. Turn it off. Go to sleep. But you could literally see like a manifestation appear, like a silhouette of a figure through the static. You know,
Mm,
it was crazy.
that's wild.
Yeah, the TVs could do that, and the old radios.
Because
They
speaking of
actually
that, man, there in the Play Store, man, there's an app where you can see if there's spirits in your house. It makes like little stick men if there's something in your house.
Oh,
I'm like,
wow.
look at what these people are playing with, man.
Yeah.
So something really bizarre with that I think has some credibility, because we're talking about unclean spirits still
Mhm.
being among us. There's an Xbox video camera, like a
Oh
motion
yeah.
capture camera, where it does that
Yes.
exact thing you're saying, Jesse, where it was like the guy would be pointing it to his like living room, and all of a sudden this like stick figure would show up and like sit down, or be peeking
Yes.
out from behind the corner, and the guy would turn to look and it runs away.
What the
And
hell?
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like really like it's like very,
It's creepy.
yeah, it looks like a puppet almost, like moving around, because it's crude. The Xbox live motion capture thing is just trying to see if there's a person standing in front of it, but the camera apparently was picking up other things in the room that people weren't seeing there live. So I think there's some credibility to that, but then you have the other people that wanted to jump on that bandwagon and get views and stuff for YouTube. But the first few, I think there were some real genuine like WTF reactions to that, and like what's going on here. And
I saw that on the Play Store, man. It freaked me out. Like, what are these people opening themselves up to?
Well, notice how it's becoming trendy. Everything like that's becoming trendy now.
something that Abe said too with the static, it does seem like after you have that open for a long period of time, then these entities know that it's there and they go towards it and they start using it. So I think there's an
Especially
element
Abe.
of that. Yeah, but you had said you left the static on for a period of time before that happened. So I think it's
Yeah.
almost like it primed it up to use it in a way.
To using the energy of the static to manifest.
Yeah. But
So like
Abe's spirit.
when I go investigate, there's this power plant out there, and I'm thinking the DDM manifests from the energy of the power plant.
Mhm.
So there was one day that I was out there investigating. Cousin Jesse was telling me, "Get the hell out of there, cousin. They're all around you," because he was watching through. I was doing a live through my spiritual and cryptid encounters on Facebook. So I lost connection, and as I lost connection, I could hear all this activity around me. So I start praying. So then, as I'm praying, and I see something pass behind me, looking down at me because it's real tall. They're like a white face, and he's like 12 foot tall, looking down at me.
Yeah.
So then I get the connection back on, and when I get the connection back on, I'm praying against it. So I bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And then cousin Jesse's there, and he's like, "Hey, get the hell out of there." So as I'm walking out, the feet cuts off again, and when that happens, I feel something clothesline me from the neck, and they try to drop me on the ground, and I landed on like I didn't fall all the way to the ground, but it almost dropped me. So I kept on praying and got out of there, But I still was with no fear. Clotheslined me on the neck area, and I
Wow.
think for a while that I did some of the podcast. I mean, I had a lot of pain on the left side where it
Yeah,
clotheslined me.
you were hurt for about a month or two.
With the podcast because my neck was hurting so bad.
That's
But yeah, he
wild.
tried to clothesline me, and when I was walking out of there, it felt like had extra weight on me. So I believe it tried to attach itself to me. So I had to pray against it, And I think after that incident, I haven't been to that side of the woods. I haven't.
That's
I haven't
wild.
been to that area anymore
Stay out of
because
there.
it's pretty hot and heavy over there,
Yeah.
Rain brought up a comment asking about what about the Estes method, where people cover their ears and eyes, and someone in the room asks a question and to the spirits, and the people blindfolded answer what they hear. I think they're just opening themselves up to these other unclean spirits to speak through
Right.
them. And then
Oh
they don't.
no.
I mean, that's what I think is occurring with that.
Yeah. Just the same as automatic writing.
Yeah.
Most things of that nature are starting by people opening up.
Right.
I think I got a picture of it too because even though there was a lot of chaos and havoc, I think I'm gonna capture it on camera. The thing that clotheslined me. Let me. I'll look for the picture right now and post it so y'all can see. Because you
Uh,
gotta remember they're not in the flesh; they're in spirit, disembodied form.
Renee, when he walks up to the place where he goes to investigate, those things are already standing there just waiting for him. I can sense them. I'm very attuned to their frequency. So when he was there, that they were around him, I was telling him to get out of there because I could feel that they were there.
Yeah. Yeah, Law Morgan channeling.
Yeah,
Well,
channeling. I
wow.
actually met a channeler at some point.
Mm,
It was a bit of a weird experience, but
And these things, man, they're freaking huge. When we talk about DDN, they're tall, 15,
yeah.
16 foot, 18 foot, but they're in spirit form. Uh, I'll find. Y'all can keep on talking. I'll see if I can find this
Mhm.
picture. How it looks.
You're right, because when I saw the Hat Man, he was extremely tall.
yeah,
But it's so
Yeah,
weird.
at one point I met a channeler. It was in some festival. There's actually not more to the story, but the part about the channeler is that well, basically the festival was that there are some people who do spiritual practices, and they all have like their little hut, and anybody who comes in, it's people promoting their business, and it's people who are interested in spiritual things. They go there and they can learn all kinds of different things. So I went there and saw all kinds of people, and including one of the channelers. And there was some lady who says, "Oh yeah, I'll charge you 25 pounds for um, for a channeling session." So I
Oh,
asked her,
wow.
yeah. So I asked her, okay, so how do you go about it? Like, are you like a trance channeler, or are you just doing consciously? And suddenly she looked at me with some weird eyes, and these eyes were yellow, by the way.
Oh,
And yeah, she started to talk a language that wasn't human. Like it didn't have any human accent. So I was on guard already because I know, okay, you're not talking to friends, but
right.
there's something I may have to sort out with this one. So it's okay. So you do channeling, yeah. You'll be back here tomorrow because at the time the festival was almost over and she didn't take any more clients that day. I said, okay, tomorrow I'll be back and see if you can channel for me. And she says, oh yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. So the same night I communicated with my angel and say, okay, there may be something that needs sorting out because somebody is being deceived and indirectly deceiving more people. So we may have a job on our hands. So the next day I walked up to her. I said, okay, so yesterday we spoke. She said, yes. And you said you were channeling. And suddenly says, oh no, no, I never channeled. I don't know where you got that from. She said, I got it from you yesterday. She says,
Oh,
oh no,
wow.
I never did that. I said, oh yeah, of course. So whatever was she was channeling knew what I was all about and thought, let's dip out. So I couldn't really do anything much with her.
Spiritual warfare, very real.
Yes.
Definitely.
You're
hey,
right, Dick Richards.
hey, Renee, the my cousin's got a video that he made where he's walking around these bushes and there's some black shadow figures behind some trees and a portal. What he didn't show you is because he didn't see it, but when he was on the live, when he was scrolling with his camera, there was a big dark shadow figure that came down, and then as soon as it touched the ground, it went back up, and then he panned back, and that's when you see those two that are behind the trees disappear into the portal that was in the sky. But he didn't get to see that big black one that I saw that came down, touched the ground, and went right back up. It
Yeah,
was
we'll have to
Oh,
huge.
go back to into that and look at it better. Like view it better.
I
because
remember the one.
it happens so fast. They move so rapidly.
Yeah,
They don't move like we move because they're in disembodied form, so they move at a different rate, like very very rapidly. Like if you blink, you're gonna miss it.
right.
Half a blink, you'll miss it.
Well, they're not bound by this dimension, or a body. I remember the one that you caught that went into the ground.
That one was
Oh yeah,
good. The one that flew over him and went into the ground.
Yes,
Yeah, that one was cool, man. I was like, whoa,
that
it did
I won't forget
move.
that one ever.
That looks
I
straight
kept
up
on,
like a dragon.
when I captured them, I'm not even looking at them because I could sense them. So I just got the
Right.
camera while feeling some energy, like I could feel something there. So I'm moving the camera around. That's how I captured it because I'm not
That was
looking at it.
wild.
But I'm using my senses, and my senses is telling me there's something there. So I was able to angle the camera to be able to capture it on video.
It was
Mm,
during the afternoon, Renee. The sun was still out when that happened. He showed the video before. He just didn't see the one that I saw that came down and went right back up. He saw the other three that were behind the trees and went up when the portal disappeared.
I will have to go back to the original video to get to what he's talking about.
It had
Yes.
like trigger like, and then it touched the ground and went right back up.
yeah, I remember that one too. But the
You
one that
remember?
stands out is the one
Yep.
that went into the ground.
This happened to me even in the military. That what I was manifest out there while I'm out there. Show up at nighttime. They'll pass right by the tank, taller than the tank. Just put it this way, they were taller than the tank, and I could see the dark silhouettes pass right by the tank. I could be no, you don't got no restrooms out there when you're in the field, so handling business out there. Number
Mm,
one, and when I was doing the number one, I seen them pass like four of them pass right by the tank. I was
wow.
able to see their silhouettes. But no fear, and I wouldn't think nothing about it. I would just after I would see him, I would just do the sign of the cross. So nothing could try to attach itself to me.
Yeah.
When I was stationed in Fort Hood in the cab,
Oh, okay. Well, what about the gin that you would see uh, uh, going from body to body when you were out there in the Middle East? That was wild.
yeah, a lot of people. Well, the enemy that had the white flag surrendering, they lost their lives because it. I mean, it literally possessed them if it took over the body. And once they picked up the AK-47 from the ground or the RPG, our guys we're in tanks. We have the sights, and they shoot. That somebody trying to shoot the tanks or the crews, so they get killed, and it was jumping from person to person. Once
That's wild.
the vessel got killed, then it would jump to the next one and to the next one.
Oh,
I
because
was
they were no
praying when I
longer
seen that. I said, "Oh no!" I started praying the Our Father as a driver. I was praying the Our Father because I
right.
didn't want that jumping on our guys, on my crew. That
Ah,
that,
Lolo, they sold
that
themselves to be killed
even a
because
crew
they
could
were
turn on each
Nephilim.
other like that.
The Nephilim were tall. That's why they showed themselves to be tall every time you see them, because
right.
that's their nature. They were giants.
They were giants. Hmm.
Let me see if I can. I was trying to find the other picture, but I'm gonna show you the close-ups first, real quick, to y'all. So for all the people that are here tuning in, I want to say first thank you to my co-host Jesse and to all the guests we're here, Yizzle Mizzle, Texas Learn Me, Sister Cynthia, and to all
Thank
the
you.
viewers that are tuning in. So I'm gonna show you a close-up of when I told you he clotheslined me on the neck. I'm gonna show you. I'm looking for the original picture, but I'm gonna show you the close up of them so you can see how they look real quick. And after I show you this, I will. Oops. Okay, here we go.
Where did
There's the woods where the power plant is nearby it. The power plant is like maybe 150 yards away from that location. As you can see, they're pretty tall. The one
I
where I
see
got the
that one.
marker, yeah, there's one here,
I saw
and then
that
there's
one right
one
there.
here. Yeah, so let's take a closer look because I'm just showing you the view of. I seen that one with a white fast pass right behind me, looking down at me. When I was going into prayer, like it was trying to attack. It was clearly attacked me. Afterwards when I seen it, it attacked me.
Mm.
So here it is. There's a close look of it.
Ew. I got
Look
the
at the face.
creeps. Yeah, I got the chills.
So imagine you seen how tall it is. Look how tall it is.
Look
That's
how
huge.
wide it is, dude.
That's
It's very
huge.
tall.
So let's take the look at the other one that's there. The other one is freaked out because that could be possibly a shapeshifter or skinwalker
Well, I see
because
it is.
there's like two faces here. You
Yeah.
got this one here that looks native, and then up here it looks like
I see that one.
something beastly. And they're standing side by side in the original picture, which one's here and the other one's here. Those are the ones that I believe they attacked me in those woods. That they try to take me out, like knock me down to the ground. Yeah, I'm a heavy guy. I weigh 260, I think 268 pounds. I work out and everything, but something that big, that manifests energy, it tried to close like me, but I guess it didn't manifest enough energy to do it. But I sure felt it for a couple of months. I was having problems with my neck, kind of like
Wow.
whiplash.
Yeah.
Look at your eyes on that
Here it
thing,
is.
man. Look right.
So I'm showing it to y'all here, brothers and sisters. Look at the face. This one looks wicked as hell. See, I got another look at it. That's a lighter look, and it's this little darker color. I think you can see it better here. Yeah, but I haven't gone back to this area and investigate anymore. It's pretty hot and heavy. And what's crazy about this? There's a church nearby this area out there. When the natives talk about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, well, that kind of looks something like a squash if you look at it. But I'm not going to give the power to believe that it's a squatch. Look at his face. Yeah. Okay, let me get this off. We type on the rebuke you for you not to transfer through the internet in any kind of way, shape, or form. We take authority over in Jesus Christ's name. Not to affect any of the members here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. We pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Let me get this out of the way.
But thank you for praying because I got like a really bad occipital headache.
I saw something move. It's right in front of its face.
Yeah, that's why I took it out because when you capture something like that is negative energy and it's disembodied form and is always looking for a vessel. So that's why I prayed against it.
Thank you.
I have a difficulty seeing some of these things, so I think it was good I didn't ask you to elaborate on it either. Like I see the form of it, but we probably shouldn't be looking at it for that long.
Yeah. Disembodied form, which will mean there's a manifestation is in spirit form. So
right.
Yeah, that sucker.
I saw that dark one right away. As soon as you put the picture up, I saw that one right away.
You
and I got the chills.
It tried to knock my head off my shoulders. Just put it that way.
Crazy.
I do like what Dick Richards said about fossilization happens in an instant.
Yes.
Like I'm looking into all of that stuff right now in my spare time. But yeah, I think it happened very quickly, not these millions of years and stuff. And they found
No.
like chisel hammers like in the middle of like 3 or 4 different layers of rock. They're supposed to be separated by thousands and thousands of years. So, and that might also be explained by sound weapons softening the ground and having things sink. But there's a whole I don't want to go down that line of discussion tonight. I'm pretty exhausted.
He went
Hey.
down the rabbit hole.
It's open mic night, man. You know,
But like, yeah,
I'm
a lot
gonna-
of our ancient stuff is really not that old, from what I've looked at.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 hours, cousin, already.
What?
and we're having a good
3
time.
hours and 5 minutes.
We're
Yes, I
having a good
enjoy
time.
this. Thank you very much, Brother A, for letting me jump on.
Yeah. I don't even know what time it is. We started earlier. Oh, it's barely 12:10.
It's
still
10:10
early for
here.
So what you trying to say, cousins? You got to call it a night.
Well, no, cousin, I went and got my charger. I turned my tablet.
We're having some good conversations here.
Yeah,
I
it's
turned
been
my
a great
tablet
show.
upside down. I put my tablet upside down so that it's not sitting on the cord. I just said we got 44 people in here, and I ain't leaving, man.
And that sucker, man, I seen him looking at me, right? Looking down at me. It
Mm,
was huge. I see the white of his face pass. And I was trying to control the recording because I had lost the connection. It's like it interfered in my connection, and then it appeared. It showed itself. So
yeah.
I start praying, and then my connection comes back. And when I get the connection back, I lose the connection. And when I lose the connection, feel like knocked me here in the side. I stumbled, and I looked, and I couldn't see nothing. I typed by rebuke and just start praying against it. And then I got out of there. But cousin Jesse had already told me they're all around and get out of there.
Wow.
I was just too busy making the video,
Yeah.
Well, you got to understand, Lolo, if you see a big tree that looks like a mountaintop, you got to understand that there was something with a big axe that cut it down.
Yep. Well, there were some, they said that could stand in the ocean and still be tall.
You still out there, Lawrence? Just touching that grass with your feet?
Standing in the
The
ocean,
grounding.
their feet are touching the bottom of the ocean.
Enjoy your
Yeah.
time, Monica. Enjoy the time you got here. Thank you for coming in.
I mean,
What
I've
was
seen
that, Texas?
when you said about the ocean, I was just asking to clarify if you mean that their feet are touching the bottom of the ocean.
Yes. Their feet
I'll
were
be right
touching
back,
the bottom
y'all.
of the ocean.
Y'all take charge. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yes, they said that there were some that could stand in the ocean and they were still tall enough for it to just be like at their waist.
It's a big fella.
Yeah.
I have seen some spirits just water walking. Just they
Oh,
walk
wow.
water as if it's just ground.
Wow.
Well, that's what they say that when the giants were around, there was a lot of giant stuff because they say the atmosphere had more oxygen.
Yes.
Now that there's less trees, the oxygen isn't as pure as it used to be. That's
I would think
why
that.
I'm short.
Cut it out, Jesse.
If only they had more oxygen.
Yeah, well, there was a different world then, Good night, Monica. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Dick Richards. Sorry, Jesse.
They cut these trees down and made me short, man. Ain't that some bull?
Yeah,
Yes.
Lolo asked about the flat mountaintops being old, huge
Tree.
trees. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense from what I've looked at regarding that topic.
Yeah, because if you
There's
see
a
the top,
like there's this whole concept of like the atmosphere used to be very dense with other elements, so we were like the whole landscape was silicon based, and that we had silicon trees, and so they were really big, and
they were giant.
the
Yeah.
Nephilim were like destroying them, and then that's when they were just like excised from existence. Their bodies got turned into stone, and then now they have no more vessels to wander the earth anymore, and that's why they mess around with us now.
Yeah. I agree, Dick Richards. I was just thinking that the Devil's Tower. Why would they call it the Devil's Tower of all things?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know, Madeline. There could be possessed deer, but I'm thinking there might be just skinwalkers.
Mm.
The not deer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they do, Lolo. You cannot convince me otherwise that they're not trees. There's no way.
no, with all of the intricate, like the woodwork, you could see the woodwork in the stone.
Yeah,
Like it's undeniable in some of these cases.
because you could see literally the I call the bottom feet, the trees, how how they turn into roots. You could see that. I'm like, nope, that was a tree. They can't lie to me.
I haven't seen trees like that since I quit watching HR Puck and stuff, man.
Well, they show when they first started when the settlers first started going into California, they show the trees, the size of the trees there, and they were just cut down. They were
So,
huge, and we still have the redwoods.
what do you think is the significance of the Devil's Tower landmark, so to speak? Like, is it just because it was such a strange phenomenon? Everybody was gravitated towards it and did all these rituals around it, and now it has this energy field in it, or was it something much different? Like there were, I'm a little unclear on the specific instances of this stuff, but overall, like, yeah, I'm on board with this concept of it being old trees.
Well, I don't know anything about it, man. This is the first time I hear about it. Steve.
Oh man, you're in for a while, right, Jesse?
Yeah,
First time I hear about it, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I have no information on that.
really? What?
A lot of these plateaus, they look like they're giant tree stumps.
Yes,
And with vegetation being able to grow on it, mold, and uh, I don't know what else you'd call it, but it's just like the fuzzy greens. They
moss.
all, yeah, the moss. They all somehow grow on places where it shouldn't, and that includes some of these formations that used to be living bodies. So you have all of these different elements, like in the blood and all of that, the iron and whatever else was there at the time, and now the new life that's growing on it, all the like the plants and everything, they're drawing from that, and like it makes no sense for the rocks to like host life unless
Right.
there's other elements in it.
Unless it was organic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were saying that I saw something today on that Himalayan salt is really just we're eating giants.
What?
I
Yeah.
would say like look at the ley lines and where they fall for some
Oh,
of these locations, because there's energy grids that the UFOs just love to go around too. Like UFO sightings are along these grids, and then there's man-made radio towers that go up in the same locations.
right.
And I mean that's where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading a book called The Energy Grid by Bruce L. Cathy. Like I'm reading it chapter by chapter on my channel right now, in the Coral Castle deep dives, because I'm trying to figure out how are all these megalithic structures made, and like why
The
did they?
Nephilim.
Yeah, well, there's one in Florida, Coral Castle, where like this like 5 foot nothing dude went and lifted 20-ton rocks and built himself his own little like castle house, and he had a thing called, well, the main attraction there was called Rock Gate, and he
Hmm.
basically had this giant slab that was many tons, and he could move it. Anybody could go and push their finger on it, and it would move on a spindle. And he used some sort of like automotive axle to keep it on its rotation, its balance. But he knew something more than what he was letting on, and he never really revealed exactly how
It's,
he did everything.
well, we have to remember that the fallen taught man about witchcraft. And these are the things that eh, were kept out of the Bible. Like the book of Enoch goes into all that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but when I hadn't been, but I've been watching a lot of YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube because I'm a reader, but this has so many different, it just has access to so much. Um, I've been watching that about the things that were kept out of the Bible, but the only people that kept the one true Bible was the Ethiopians. And they literally built that stone monastery on top of a really crazy height where they protected it and they copied it and they kept it safe. And it says that they were the very first Christians, and they kept all the books in there. So I that's like, I think, the only Bible that I would really, really love to read.
Yeah, this is new information to me.
Yeah, look it
So
up
that's
on
good.
YouTube. The Ethiopian Bible. That's the only one. They're the only ones that kept that, and
Complete,
they
but no,
they
no
hid it.
books.
Yeah, they hid it away from everybody. They kept it safe, and they literally made lots of copies of it, so that if anything happens, there would be some remaining. And they're the ones that are said to have
The Ark.
the Ark of the Covenant.
Yep.
That's where
So
it's at.
yeah,
Yeah, Law Morgan said that they've been to Coral Castle, and said that Ed Lead Skolnick, the one who built the place, he sang to make stuff levitate. And yes, that's been like documented by firsthand
that's
accounts.
That's witchcraft right there.
that's witchcraft.
And he would not let
Well,
anybody watch him do stuff, and he'd know when people were watching him build at night, and he just
See,
wouldn't
that's
do
creepy.
anything. Yeah,
That's
it is scary.
creepy.
But it's
Yeah,
not
so
really him that's doing it. That's the thing. It's
right.
at the end that are
I
doing
just got
it.
chills hearing
into
that.
somebody
Thanks.
for it.
Yes, you're
Because
right,
it's
Abe.
not him with the power. Yeah, he's made some deals, but he's summoning this DDN, this demons, right, or whatever
Yeah.
demons, and it's a demon, the energy or the manifestation of the demon holding the rock up.
Right.
It's not him actually. It's just the
Because
demon.
And see, like right now, I'm on like this deep dive where I'm trying to understand if it's him having some sound technology that he's also using that makes the things weightless. But like I'm torn between that and was he softening the rock also with sound, so that he
This is
could.
witchcraft to me.
Yeah.
Because if you look, if you've seen the hieroglyphics and the paintings on the walls in Egypt, you will literally see them sitting on top of giants. And they called them gods because they were the Nephilim. And it shows them helping them build the pyramids, but it doesn't show how they did it. But it just shows them all working, and then you see them in the back, like in the other pictures. And I'm like, well, they're telling us right there.
So the Nephilim, they wasn't just they were created by the Watchers, but I guess they have some, since the Watchers the creators became demons because they were going against God. Then they have to have some kind of demonic blood in them, demonic power, which is through witchcraft and necromancy, or they have those capabilities. Just like when it manifested, and I seen it pass by me, and then freaking come knocks the crap out of me. I'm glad that it didn't get too much energy. I think it was trying to, like I said, knock my head off my shoulders. But I had problems for my neck for about a year after that incident. I think it took me like 4 or 5 months before I went back out there to the woods after that incident. Not that I was afraid of it. It's just that I had to be more spiritual ready. It's like they were waiting for me. They ambushed me.
That's why they've never been able to
It's a
figure
bad
out.
storm coming in, cousin.
You got a bad storm coming in?
Yeah, it's. I thought it was somebody playing with my trash can, but it's thunder, man. Real
wow.
light.
We're supposed to be getting some activity as well, because I feel it. My body feels it.
A lot of interesting topics tonight, brothers and sisters. Is there who's tired?
This was actually a good open mic night, man. We
Oh,
have
yeah.
guests. We've been on here for almost 3.5 hours.
Cynthia,
It's
we
been
always have
awesome.
a good time.
Yeah, we got in the zone tonight.
It's a little bit quiet right now. They just
No,
listening.
they don't think the Ethiopians do have the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes, they do, Rain.
The
They
Knights
have it.
Templar left it there.
They've been. I think that they are chosen and blessed, because if you read at the end of the Bible where it says, if anyone shall adds or takes away from this, they would be cursed. They left everything alone.
There we go.
It was a good soul riding it.
Yeah.
We've been going strong since you came in, girl.
We started early, and we're still growing strong here.
Yeah, it's been
When
awesome.
you're talking, I'm getting a little bit excited over here because I see a little jackpot almost fixing to go off.
Oh, there you go. Texas has been quiet.
Yeah, when you talk about petrified wood, I got a piece of petrified wood sitting in my front in the garden. A big old piece of petrified wood, like that weighs like 100 and something pounds. I picked it up, probably more than that. It's pretty heavy. I bought it for $5 at the flea market.
Oh, that's awesome.
I seen that, I'm like, what the? That's not a rock. And I looked and said, oh, that's a piece of petrified wood.
That's
So there was a
cool.
man there that said, how much is that? How much do you sell that for? That rock? And he's like, give me $5 and it's yours. I said, okay. But
It's worth something.
you put it. It's huge.
Jamie makes. Sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
Jamie said that the creator Coral Castle said he knew the secret of the Egyptians, and that's true. That he said that.
Hi, mate.
Hi, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
He said he knew the secrets of the Egyptians, the secrets of Stonehenge, and the secrets of the Easter Island heads.
Yeah.
He claimed all three, that he knew the knowledge of that, but he never shared.
So it's witchcraft. But you see, notice how they took that out of the Bible.
That's witchcraft, necromancy.
Yeah. Yeah, but did you notice how the church, wasn't it the Roman Catholics who took the never added that into the King James version. I don't recall. I read so much, but my memory right now. They never added the Book of Enoch because they deemed it,
blasphemous.
yeah, too much information. I would say because they don't want people to know that there were
Wasn't there the
giants.
book of Enoch, and there's a book of, well, is that the book of the giants?
There's a book
There's
of
a
the
Book of Giants.
Giants.
There's a Book of Enoch, the Book of
The
Jasher, the
book,
Book of
the book of
Jubilee.
Judges.
Book of Jubilee.
There's different books, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's even a Book of Adam and Eve where it said that they literally, their bodies glowed, and then after they sinned, that was gone.
So what do you know about
Yeah, maybe
somebody said
because
look
of
up
that.
100,000 giant wars. The giants had a huge war and killed each other as the flood water was descending. What do you think about that, cousin?
Well, it's like I told you, man. The punishment for the watchers was to watch their children kill each other, and the
Yep.
ones that didn't kill each other, they were killed by the archangels, man.
Yep.
What they started doing first is they killed all the female giants so they couldn't reproduce,
Yes.
and then they bound all the angels, all the watchers. They
There's a
bound
few
them
that
and
are bound.
watched them. Their children die. Their children die.
There's a
And like I
few that are
told you,
bound. And it said that during the end of days, during, I don't know what you would call it, but we call it Armageddon, that they're going to be released and they're going to be the ones that are going to help kill off 1/3 of
the human
humanity.
population.
Mhm.
1/3 of what?
The
Of the human
1/3
population.
of the population. They're going to be the ones helping.
The watchers that were bound. Because I told
Because
you, cousin, when
Enoch went to
the
speak to them.
Well, you
I
know
told you,
the watchers that said they're bound. Those are the Greek mythology. Uh, that's what they are. Greek mythology gods, or what they considered
Oh,
some
yeah, yeah.
gods.
I was reading something about that, how it's all like connected.
It's so connected. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was telling brother Mizzle yesterday that when in Germany they have freaking statues of Poseidon, or whatever you want to call them, Neptune,
Mm-hmm.
well, Poseidon.
There's
There's
Poseidon.
statues of all kinds of Greek mythology things out there.
Yeah,
The park had statues of giant, dark shadow figures.
creepy.
You know, but because those are the remains of the, I guess, paganism. A lot of statues and stuff like that. That's where it comes from. What do you think about that, brother? Or I think what's the name of it? He might know something about that. Brother Texas Learning.
About Greek mythology?
Well, about like the statues and the remains that are left. That just, how you're talking about the trees, all about their statues and monuments that are left behind from that time frame that still exist.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I can say because I haven't really dived into that one. I never really, never really investigated it. So I don't really have anything on that.
Yeah, it said that
I'll be right back,
every
guys.
it said that every religion and all of the Greek mythology and the Norse and mythology period uh, are all the fallen. So they were considered gods. I even read something um where they made a connection between Thoth, the god of Egypt, and somebody was questioning because they were saying that that was Enoch. because you know how he was so wise and he had seen so much. They said that he wrote the Emerald Tablets. I don't know how much, you know.
Well, what I heard about that was that when God took him up with his body, he turned him into metronome, the
Oh,
angel that,
yeah, he's Metatron now.
yeah, that runs all the other angels.
Mm-hmm. So they say his body spiritually changed too.
Hmm. And it's like the reason we have these disembodied demonic Nephilim is because since they were created by the Watchers, when they perished, they couldn't go to heaven and they couldn't go to hell, so they were doomed to wander the earth as disembodied spirits.
Well, that was their punishment from the Heavenly Father.
Hmm.
They weren't allowed to die and they weren't allowed to do anything but wander the earth until it's time for them to be gone. Just like he turned the
Okay, that's
women into
normal.
sirens that gave birth to the Nephilim. Some were cursed to roam the earth
Some
until
were
it was their time to be gone, and some were cursed and turned into sirens and thrown into the ocean. So here's a question. In the book of Revelations, it says, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and the oceans will be no more. Now, could this be literal, or because there are sirens in the ocean? Now remember, the ocean, the things that lived in the ocean that the Nephilim created, they weren't taken out because there was a flood. They survived that. That's really been on my mind lately. Like, I wonder if that's why there will be no more ocean, because he's destroying them for good.
And it started raining, man. It's pouring outside. Cats and dogs and even frogs.
Send it this way. We need water.
Yo, it's been raining over here all week.
Uh-huh.
I'm requesting you to send me some water wings because I can't swim.
What? Jesse, you never learned how to swim.
I never took lessons from Goldie and Gus.
Well, you
I
know, something
can,
funny.
I can
I didn't
swim. I
know
just can't float.
I didn't know how to swim until I used to live with my ex-boyfriend, and in his mom's house, they had a pool, and I learned how to swim there. I learned by dog paddling.
I had a pool growing up of 4 feet deep, so I learned how to swim very early on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, theirs went from 3 feet to 12 feet. So you could, my ex used to, there was a pool house right next to it. So he would climb on the roof, run, and jump into the pool. Because, you know, it's 12 feet deep.
Well,
I had ideas to do that myself, but I'm like, I'm not doing that into the 4-foot pool.
Yeah, thank
uh,
God.
Lolo, I don't know how much he twisted it, but that man, the King James man, he also made a demonic Bible. He's the one that created the demonic Bible.
Scriptures from God's word.
What was that?
Sorry, I'm reading it silently. Lolo's.
Yeah, I got some heavy rain coming in. Rain.
We
Over
gotta.
on
Sorry, go ahead.
Brenda's channel, Beyond the Box,
Mm.
we were talking with Susie over there about Moses having horns. And we found all of this evidence, all these statues and everything of
I
Moses with
read that.
horns.
I read that.
Yeah.
I so read that, and oh my gosh, I went down that rabbit hole too. I was like, "What?" That's actually on YouTube. There's a video of that.
Yeah, it's like we
Oh,
need to just be
oh,
very careful reading through
right.
the versions of the Bible that we have access to, because a lot of it's manipulated, especially the Old Testament. It's a different God that it's
Yes.
talking about. It's not Heavenly Father Creator. It's not Him, because even in the New Testament, there's see, I don't have any reference points to like just go and say exactly where it's at,
Mm,
but like Jesus saying, "You never knew my Father,"
right.
meaning that they were following a different religion that was not connected to him in any way.
Yeah. And I've read that nobody knows the one true name of our Heavenly Father. Nobody is pure enough to say it, so it's not known.
Yeah, Dick Richards is really dropping a lot of great knowledge out here in the
He
chat too.
is. He is. And Saturn was worshipped. Saturna.
Yeah, there's a reason why it got changed. So, like the 2001: A Space Odyssey film by Stanley Kubrick,
I love that movie.
they
Try not
have
to on my truck.
the story was originally based around them going to Saturn,
Oh wow. Didn't know
and
that.
then I think it was changed for the movie version. Although the book and the movie were being written at the same time.
Hmm. I'm reading that.
Oh,
Vol.
wait, look at all this rain. Ooh, lightning.
Yeah, we have a lot of just misinformation, but also like ritualistic things happening in the film industry, and especially just over the past 120 years or so,
Mhm.
because it started off with just 20-second reels, one shot, doing silly stuff like stubbing your toe or
Mm,
begging for change outside, that type of thing. And now we're having inserts put in and Easter eggs, and it's all become a ritual of sorts. If you think about the Clockwork Orange, where the guy is for like as a punishment put in a theater and has his eyelids opened to watch like all of these different movies. That's what they expect us to do, is just put all of our attention onto these things for a certain period of time. And
Hello, public conversations.
it's like if they had the opportunity to do that to us, then they would just have us don't blink, watch everything that's on the screen, like
right.
download all this information.
So
So
has anybody sorry, go ahead.
no, I was finished.
So has anybody done a search of the name or what Hollywood really is?
Yeah, it was a certain type of
Yes.
wood that
Yeah, it's
was
like it's
used in
yeah, witchcraft related, right?
Yeah,
yeah, and also if you
go ahead.
um, and that's not the only thing that happens, because I've heard some testimonies about people who were famous or have worked with famous people, the people you see on TV,
Mhm.
and you see all witchcraft and etc. happen in movies, but also they put spells through music.
Yeah,
And if you see certain music videos, you see like, oh, there's just a dark ritual, and meanwhile little kids are dancing to it.
right.
They have no idea.
Yes, and that's growing up Jehovah's Witness, like I said, I was not allowed to listen to certain music because of that. Like whoever I don't remember the man who started the Jehovah's Witness religion, but he did a lot of research. And that's the one thing that I have always liked is knowledge. And they do have their own um, researchers in New York. And that's why they write, the Watchtower and their magazines. And there's a lot of really good information. Like I said, it does the injections the vaccines do have stem cells, and they have somebody else had mentioned it too. I don't know who it was, but um, monkey blood. And one of the things was just being exposed about that through the Jehovah's Witnesses exposed that. So my mom was like, nope, I'm not giving those to my baby. Yes, Dick
But yeah,
Richards.
I understand that Hollywood is just demon territory.
Yes, it is. And they're literally telling us by the name of Hollywood, but people were just blind to that.
There's been a lot of actors that gotten
Speaking
murdered
out.
for sacrifice to Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
They got their fame and fortune, and then they get taken out.
Well,
Many.
we'll look at the other God, what's it called? The Grove. Help me, somebody. The Grove, where it has that big owl. Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian.
Bohemian.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
they've done research where people have gone in there with cameras and, their microphones, and they ask people that live there, hey, what goes on? And they'll start talking, and then they'll say, oh, you have a camera? Oh, nope. They get up and walk away. They're afraid to say anything if you have a camera. They'll tell you,
Where is
but
this? Where is this? This Grove at? What state is it at?
California,
California.
Bohemian.
all
I thought that was a beer.
Bohemian.
I thought it was a rhapsody.
Oh, Queen. Yeah.
And then they said they said that the Clintons worship the Bohemian thing.
Well, they all go there. All,
The,
and you notice how, if you notice, all the presidents are usually in the Skull and Bones in college. They're in that secret society.
Oh, the Freemasonry.
And the Freemasons. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Skull and Bones is like a certain rank.
Yes. And they gather there every year, and they say that's really where they choose the next president. All the ex-presidents go there, like it's super elite. They all gather there, and they'll say, yeah, you'll see all kinds of limos, when they have that. And then it was someone who posed as a server went in there and was filming it, and they were showing that great big owl on stage, and they lit it up, and supposedly it was a play about sacrificing a child to it, a baby.
Since we're talking about groves, I lived in Elms Grove, so I did explain some of the activity that I was having there. But besides that, so we're talking about owls, I do got a short reel that I can share with you of this big owl that I encountered, and it don't look like a regular owl because it's huge. Let me share it with you real quick while we're at it.
Help Woodsy spread the word. Never be a dirty bird.
Check this one out, guys. I'm fixing to share it with y'all. Let me find it first. All right. Okay. Let me.
Apparently, Ronald Reagan was in the Owl's Nest camp, according to Lola.
Check out this one. For those who have the IC, check it out. I'm going to share the full video first. And I'm going to
feel something.
Unmute it so you can hear what I'm saying. Let me see. Come on.
Oh. Right here. My hair's already stood up, brother and sisters. I feel something here. from this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the...
All right. I paused it. So let me show you where it's at, brothers and sisters, for those that missed it. Let me play it a little bit. There it is right there. Man.
Look at those eyes on that thing.
Right there. It's right there. That's how big it is. You know, when we talk about DDN, that they can manifest as different things?
Ew, yeah, I saw that.
There it is.
Yeah,
That's huge.
That's some big owl.
Yeah, that's not a regular owl. Owls here in Texas are like 4.5 foot tall. But I'm just gonna play it. So here you go. So you can see where it's at, and then I'm gonna do a close up of it. So I'm just showing you how big it is. That's massive. That's got to be like, man, 13, 14, 15 foot tall.
That's huge.
Like 2 or 3 times a human.
Yes. So here's a short. I'm going to show you the close up of it. So you can see where it's turning its head. You turn its head from all the way from one side all the way to the other side.
Well, cousin, you know what I say every time I see this video? Look at the size of that pecker.
This is what he's talking about here.
Yeah.
And what's weird about it, look at the legs, how it looks. Now, that's huge, you know.
That's creepy.
It turns its head from one side all the way to the other.
You got that big old beak and thunder thighs.
But what seems weird about this, when it turns its head, it looks like something completely different. When it's sideways, it looks like just right there. It looks like something different, you know. I will have to look at the regular video. But when it turns its head, it's still turning it there, and it turns it all the way to the right. But it's got some big old eyes. There you go. What do you think about that, guys? I mean, there's movement. It moves its head from one side all the way to the other. You know.
I think it's a really good capture.
My previous self would say that it is shadows in the trees. Yeah. But with all the footage that you've shown, like, it's without a doubt there's something there.
Yeah, Abe gets some really good captures.
It's almost like it's hiding in plain sight with that way, by me even saying or suggesting that, like, our minds want to make sense of it.
Maybe vibrating in a different frequency or whatever, right? An alter, like a different, what do you call it? What's the word I'm trying to use? Dimension.
You can't deny it. You can't deny the size of that pecker, man. Look at that thing. It's sticking out there like
it literally turns its head from one side all the way to the other.
Yeah, I see the head now. Like, I see it here tonight. But, like,
Look at the size. Like cousin says, look at the size of that pecker. It's kind of beef, cousin Jesse. And you see how it's standing? I have an image of Lilith. You know, that's a whole different story.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some figures like this in that picture.
Yeah, there is.
That look just like this. Let me see if I can find it so I can share it with y'all. But we'll run the video a little bit. Y'all seeing it? I don't want to run into much because I don't want nothing to transfer, so I'm going to take it off.
Oof.
But do you guys see this the small owl as well? That seems to be on the sitting on a fallen tree.
Mhm.
It's a bit to the right. Like you could see it sometimes.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, yes. On the right side of the screen, it seems like, yeah, where your mouse is, no, more to the right. It seems a bit down.
Oh, the small one right there?
There. It's a small one. That's sitting on top of a fallen tree. I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
Yeah, I see that.
Because that one right there is, you see how tall it is. It looks like it's got freaking, it's standing, standing.
Yeah. I see the leg portion there. Very
Yeah,
clear.
yeah.
You got thunder thighs, man. Can't you see them legs, man?
Remember, I told you that the Nephilim can manifest into anything. So
Yeah.
when we hear the story of the Mothman, well, there you go. It's standing on twos. Mothman, the owl. This owl is called something else in a different country. The Owl Man. Well, there you go. It's standing on twos. So I think I have something. Let me take this off real quick.
Thank you.
Get it out of the way.
Welcome back.
I don't want nothing to transfer through here. Again, if there's anything trying to transfer, we type under Vicar in Jesus Christ's name. You're not allowed to transfer through our devices to affect any of the members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name.
Amen.
Amen.
When you heard in the video where I'm saying that I sensed something, and my senses were like right on the money. It's just I couldn't visually see it. I was looking, but I couldn't visually see it. But I could sense something there.
And your camera caught it. That's wild.
The camera caught it. There was another one behind me. If you look at the other video, there was another one that was in the trees itself. But I just want to show the obvious one. They know how to. I mean, if you think about it, they know how to use the elements, right? Kind of like an elemental of some sort. But they sure know how to camouflage themselves.
Yes.
Especially being in disembodied form, they can turn into a shadow figure. They can pretend they're the shadow of a tree, or whatever, But when you have movement that it's actually moving its head like that, then it's a man that. People will say, "Oh, that's pareidolia. That's this." But when you see it moving its head and it's got eyes and it's got a beak, you're like, "What is that?"
They just don't want to see because they can't. Not everybody. We have to remember that not everybody is spiritually gifted.
Sometimes people just don't want to see.
Right.
They don't want to believe in it. It scares them.
So let me send you the pic. I'll send you just one diagram of the picture of Lilith. Everybody knows who Lilith is. Let me look for this picture, and I'm gonna send it so you can see. Compare that manifestation to one of the beings that's in the picture with Lilith.
Yeah, she's Jewish based. They say it's Jewish folklore.
Lilith is Jewish folklore?
They say it comes from Jewish folklore.
Yeah, the Talmud.
Mm-hmm.
Lilith.
Yeah, that's one of the entities that they worship. Is that?
Yeah, here we go. Let me share the picture so y'all can see what I'm talking about. I appreciate y'all being on here with us tonight, man. We've been having a pretty good show tonight.
We're having good time.
Man, why is it? Yeah, I'm fixing to show something, and now it's being uncooperative with me. I guess it booted me out of my Facebook.
You kicked yourself out, man. You one bad dude.
They don't like being exposed.
Okay, here we go.
Amen,
agree.
Dave.
Here's a picture, y'all. You can compare it to what I showed you on the short reel.
There they are, right there at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. The ones on the outside.
See how they got legs?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the pecker because Jess is talking about. Yeah, it looks like they got legs. You know.
Yes. See, Dick Richards, I agree with everything that you say. Like I said, I read a lot. You have been saying everything. Like it's been everything that I've read. You've been stating that.
Yeah, and I've actually looked over a lot of pictures I've taken myself of the sky, and those things aren't planets up there. They're a bunch of what we at this point believe is just other entities either trapped up there and moving around. I've seen like black cubes with the white circles around them, and they've also been different colors, different like squiggly lines.
Mm.
And it's not from like light refraction. Like we're getting 4K resolution pictures, and this is what's coming up.
From what I've seen, if a demonic entity, some entities do absorb, and if they just have absorbed something or someone from the light side, it can show in the skin that those white spots or white lines. So they're not completely black because they have absorbed some light.
One looks like a dog, Lolo. The other one looks like some kind of hybrid lion or something.
Her feet are like the lechuzas.
No, but there's two animals underneath by her feet. One looks like a dog, and
Yeah,
one looks like a hybrid
like a
lion.
like a lion.
Mm-hmm.
I have another image of it. It's different because it's newer. This is like the one I showed you is from a. It's like engraved up wherever they took it from. But I have a different image of it. You know, a little bit more, I guess, upgraded. You know, because
What?
somebody, it's not from back in the day, but
Yeah, you could Google her name and it'll all the
so
information will come
yeah,
up.
yeah, I got the image here.
That one
Let
is
me
one
see.
that comes up, Abe. That
Yeah,
picture that you're showing, it comes up on there.
yeah,
I
but
was
there's
like,
another
wait,
one that I found. Here you go.
she's got owl feet.
Yeah, this is more. You know, somebody made this,
Oh, look at that.
so it looks a little bit more different, right?
She has a crescent moon on her head.
Mm-hmm. And you can see one looks like a dog, one looks like a hybrid lion.
Yeah, now they actually look like lions because the previous one they looked more like honey badgers.
Yeah,
Oh,
Honey badgers don't care, man.
and you see the owls are made them smaller here, but you see how big that other one was, but they're made them smaller here.
You're welcome,
So
Lolo.
I would go with, you know,
yes. Yeah, she does have talons on that one.
yeah,
And on her calves, it's like what would you call those? See the things sticking out of her calves?
They look like little wings.
Or
Yeah, some animals have that.
Isn't
extra
that
appendages,
or
possibly.
isn't it looks like the owl's back, when their feet out like an other claw?
I wonder
Yeah.
what creatures this are down here
Yeah, some have that.
that are by
That's
their
what he was
feet.
saying. That's what he
And
said. They
what
look like honey badgers.
what is she
Well,
holding in her
They
hand
look
too?
like
I know there's a name for that thing that she's holding on
Yes.
the right side.
Is that an
I've
ankh?
See,
It's not
I
a
always
moon.
thought it was an.
An ankh is a cross. That's not a
Then it-
cross.
I
It
can't
looks
really
almost
see
like
it.
looks like
it
an
looks like an omega symbol.
Yeah, an omega
That's what I
symbol,
thought
Yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah.
and she got
What toy are you referring to, Lawrence?
Let me get it. Let me get her out of here.
See?
There
Shut
you
up,
go.
Jesse. Not the camel.
I mean, maybe she needs a pedicure. What do y'all think?
She needs something.
Let me be quiet, man, because every time I make that whistle sound, you already know. Hey,
Yeah, no, I
No.
mean, don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna make
Oh,
oh,
Cynthia
no.
run. You're gonna make Cynthia run.
No.
Fridays we got lechuza and bruja, and
Tomorrow.
maybe I need to change it up a little bit because activity gets a little bit crazy when I bring those topics.
Mm.
But yeah,
4 hours, cousin. 4 hours.
4 hours. Shoot, everybody
Lawrence,
seems like the full of energy still.
I know, right?
I'm wide awake.
Is it when normally we go till 2?
Me at 7 a.m.
Hey,
Lawrence.
hey, cousin. Rain says no, no whistles.
Oh, the rod in the ring. Yes, the rod in the ring.
That makes
I
sense.
got a story about that. You know, I mean, it's not a Choose a Friday or nothing like that, but there was one day I was asleep there in the Elms Grove, and I could hear this owl hooting. He was like, and it's like it was so annoying because he kept on hooting, wouldn't shut up. Excuse my French. I was a little bit upset. You know, that could be a spiritual open. I went outside, and I was like, shh, dad, you know, like trying to scare it away or whatever. I go back in the room, and it starts hooting again. Yeah, and I go there. Went back inside. I stopped hearing the hooting, but then my dog started barking. I had a little chihuahua. So normally when he would bark, that's saying that somebody's outside because he had those good senses. Like I went outside, I'm looking in my yard, I don't see nobody, so I go to the front where the street is. When I look down to the street, I see what seems to be a shape of a woman, but I only see a dark silhouette. She's walking down the street. She's almost nearing the park, and she's wobbling like side to side, like a penguin would wobble.
Like the owls
So I go
do.
over there. I go over there, and I said, "Ma'am, can I help you? Because I'm trying to figure out what she's doing out there at 2:30 in the morning, right?" And she wobbles all the way to the park where the trees are. When I get there, I'm not seeing her no more, and I'm looking for her. Next thing you know, on top of the trees, all I see is red eyes all over the trees, and all my
Mm.
hair stand up real crazy. And I go into prayer because that's the Heavenly Father letting me know that brujas, lechuzas. So basically, what I seen was a bruja or lechuza in lechuza form, wobbling. She lured me towards the park. So I start praying and I said, "I'm not afraid of y'all." And I could hear it sounded like some women laughing. So I start fighting spiritually. When I start praying, I just hear like a lot of flapping of wings, like they took off or whatever. But that's an experience that I had there in Elms Grove. And when I went back to the house, I didn't hear the owl hooting no more.
She
And there
left.
was a bunch of them. So I don't
Good
know,
night,
they're having
Lily.
a witches convention or a lechuza convention. And there was a rest area where they would take a pit stop on the acorn trees. But I've heard stories like that. Like there was a story. Well, it's not a story. It's a true event that happened. Was in my hometown where the town is small, so we hear all this commotion. We go outside, and people are saying that there's a lechuza on top of the courthouse. There's a big lechuza, big which is a
Oh, wow.
owl, but it's like supposed to be like either a witch or a brujo in the form of an owl. So everybody goes up there, and you can see the big old owl on top of the courthouse. So
Wow.
then the cops show up, and they go up there, and the owl backed up. So they go unlock the door, go up there because they're trying to figure out what's going on up there. And when they get up there, they found a naked man up there. No owl, but there's a
What?
naked man that's from Mexico on top
Oh,
of the courthouse. So they start
coincidence.
questioning him. Yeah, they start questioning him. So how'd you get on top of the courthouse and all that? He told them that he's a brujo, that he
Wow.
was in his form of an owl, lechuza, that he was
What?
flying from a convention from San Antonio back to Mexico, but that he got tired and he stopped on the courthouse to take a break. This guy was butt
Wow.
naked, had no clothes on or nothing. Uh, so I don't know what they did to him. If they put him in the jail or if they let him go so he can go manifest back into a lechuza and fly away. I don't know. I was just a kid, but I remember what happened.
They just thought he was crazy.
In which a lot of people witness that. But when people witness something like that, one of the first things they say is that's mass hallucination.
Right. Mass hysteria.
For anything like that. Well, there's a lot of people that say that's mass hallucination.
Mm.
For just about everything, no one says mass hallucination, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I mean, it's
that's
way to
mass
describe it.
hallucination on the HCS short reels. That's not an owl, just a shadow. That's not a pecker. I'm just playing. Gotta have a little sense of humor.
Read what Lauren said. Read what
Trying to,
Lauren.
man, I should have showed that picture. It's like you don't want to. There we go. It's letting me scroll down now.
Read what
Let me.
Lauren said.
I'm trying to get to the comments.
It's funny.
Okay. Man, I'm way behind.
Yeah.
Dang
Lauren
it.
said he was like, I just flew in and boy are my wings tired.
I decided to come in and say hoot hoot in your hoot.
Right, Renee? Like he just said what he was doing. He was telling the truth.
But look what happened to cousin Jesse. Tell him the story that happened to him when he was a kid. That he was in Mexico. When they told him, what was the story, Primo? What happened to you with the lechuza?
They told me not to whistle back, or it was gonna come take my eyes. And I call bullshit on that, man. But for some reason, when I looked at the space on the bed where I was gonna sleep, and that back door was open from the top half, I took my chances getting stung by scorpions than to sleep on that bed. And yeah, sure enough, I heard the flutter of wings outside of the mud hut where we slept. And then
Mm-mm.
I was peeping under the cover toward where I was supposed to be sleeping, and I saw a hand come in, and it was searching for me, man. And then I saw the silhouette of an old lady come in, and she was looking to see where I was. But
Uh-uh.
yeah, man, I never slept in that place again. I always took chances on getting stung by scorpions, man, and to sleep on that bed.
And man, let me tell you, scorpion stings hurt like hell.
Yeah, I know on that other show I modeled for, this guy stepped on a black scorpion and he was gonna ride it out. I told him to get his ass to the hospital. He got to the hospital. His pata was all swollen.
Wow, he was allergic to it. I got stung 5 times in one night. One night, I got stung, and you could see like where they sting you, and when it comes out, it takes out a little piece of flesh. I had 3 stings on one knee and 2 stings on the other. That woke me up out of a dead sleep, and it feels like there's a torch on you.
My dad used to eat those scorpions, man. He'd pick them up by the tail and just eat them and throw the tail away.
Yeah,
And
they eat those in Mexico.
they were really, really crunchy.
You see, I've seen something huge like that when people talk about the Mothman. My dad, there was one evening, I was small still, think I already been to where the curandero was, and I was like 4. There was his friend of his that would always come. Name was Shui, and he said that he was gonna have. He said, "I'm gonna bring my friend over." I said, "There's gonna be a." I said, "I'm gonna bring a friend over, and I want you to wait here so you can meet him." And I'm thinking it's his friend Chewy, you know. So he told me to sit down there in front of the blackberry tree. So I'm sitting there. It's in the blackberry tree is in the front yard. You know, there's a street, and I'm sitting there in front, and I could see my my godmother and godfather had their lights on, so you could see my shadow on the house. You know, my shadow is on the house. The silhouette of my shadow on the house from the light. It's nighttime, and I'm there, and he said, when he comes, I don't want you to be afraid because you know he's my friend, you know, and he's your friend too. That's what he would tell me. I said, okay, I'll wait for him. So I'm thinking it's Chewy that's coming, you know, because he would always come and visit him. So then after sitting there for about 20 minutes, he says, okay, he's here. Just remember what I told you. When you turn around, don't be afraid. So when I turn around, I seen a huge black shadow figure with looked like it had wings, with red eyes looking at me, and it was bigger than the blackberry tree. And it's looking at me. When I seen it, the energy it had, magnetic energy. All my hair stood up. I was young, so when I felt that it affected me that way, I knew it was evil, and I ran inside the house. You know, and my dad is started laughing, and he's telling me, "Why are you running away? I knew you were going to be afraid." Blah blah blah. And he's laughing, you know. So I go in there. My mom's telling me what's going on, and she sees that something's bothering me. She goes outside and said, "Why are you scaring them?" So by the time I went back outside and said, "Why are you scaring them?" The thing is not there no more. You know, whatever was there is not there. So no, he's older now. He's up there in age. He's lost a leg. I don't really have a relationship with him, but I asked him, you know, what was it that was there that night? And the only thing he told me is the things of the past are the past. Just leave it in the past. That's all he tells me.
Mm.
So you know, when I seen the shadow figure of this owl or the silhouette of the owl, he reminded me of that thing that I seen when I was a kid. Of course, when you're 4 years old, everything is going to look way bigger than you, right? Because you're short. Well, I'm not a kid anymore, and they still look huge. So when I see something like that, to me, that's dealing with a balance. So you know, I pray against it. You know,
Right.
but he's you know those they're not going to reveal anything. I was like, man, well, if you're dabbling in some shit, why are you setting me up for failure? You know, if you dabble in something or whatever, you know, and it's going to try to jump for to the next generation, at least let me know that you messed with something so I can fight it spiritually. You know,
Hmm.
that's it's crazy. You know, I witnessed something like that at the age of I think like 4 years old.
That's terrible.
He could have I mean, he was dabbling, so he could have summoned something. I don't know. All I know, I seen how big it was. So when I heard the story of the Mothman, it's like I remembered I would have seen that, and of course other entities. You know, when gargoyles is another one that how they look and they have the red eyes and bat-like wings. I've witnessed things like that. You know, a lot of strange things that I've witnessed in the Rio Grande Valley. You know, if I would have said the stories just out of the blue with no evidence, people would say, "Man, this guy's crazy." But I got proof of their existence. You know, through the show
Yeah.
reels that I've created. I'm just trying to bring the awareness to people to stay when you. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're searching for cryptids, you're trying to find something paranormal, like talking to spirits. You got to make sure you don't have no opening or
Right.
give them the power of belief, because once you give them the power of belief, they're going to attack. And what I'm talking about is the DDN and demons, they're gonna attack
Yeah.
because you're giving
You
them
have
that
to
open.
be. You
There's
have to
times that
be
I
in a
go out
very
here and I could hear a growling outside or somebody banging on my wall because I'm talking about this, bringing the awareness to people, so they get upset. Yeah,
hmm
because I don't want people to awaken spiritually.
And to awaken spiritually can be an scary experience. So I can understand those people that say like, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with it."
Yeah. I think when you've been used to seeing them since you're little, it kind of kind of makes you like you're just like meh, you know. You start praying, and you already know you're not afraid. It's like
Yeah,
somebody who wouldn't have seen
it's
that
kind of like
ever,
when the demon told me when I passed through here, I could have turned into any form. Now I know that it doesn't matter what form they change, how many times they change, what kind
right?
of voices or growls they do. I'm just gonna tie by and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name.
Right,
And you have to practice that because you never know when you're gonna be in that situation. If you're ever in that situation, tie by and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name because they're gonna try to target your senses.
right,
Fear is one of them because of the manifestation they take or what they're gonna say to you, or if you feel a shove out of nowhere, they're gonna try to make you think it's something that has some power over you. So you got to tie bind and rebuke that unclean spirit, in Jesus Christ's
right.
name.
And I felt a
So,
shot at some point when I was in my teens. I was like a delivery boy. Delivery. How do you call it? Newspaper delivery. So I just just had a route, couple of streets, and I went there. And when I got to a certain house, and it only happens once, and never since, I just felt like a pressure on me, and like I was about to stumble over, like a pressure from above, and was about to trip over. And I just looked around, looked above, and didn't see anything. I didn't see at the time, but I knew something was trying to shove me. I'm like, yo,
Mm,
what are you doing? At that age, I didn't really have the eye yet.
I had an incident where I was
Yes, sir.
I was asleep. This is in Lubbock, Texas. We were working in the fields. You know, my parents were arguing all freaking day. This is fighting constantly. And they were fighting all day, and then it was nighttime. They were just arguing and arguing and arguing, and I went outside of the house because I couldn't take it. It's just too much negativity, right? So I'm outside. I'm tired from working all day because we work from like 6 in the morning to like 5, 6 in the afternoon, and I'm there. My feet are tired from walking the fields, and I'm sitting down in the front porch. This is in a ranch. As I'm
mm,
sitting there, I see something by the post, like a dark shadow figure, and it's looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and I can still hear my parents arguing inside the house, the ranch house. And as I'm seeing that, then I look to the front. There's some pine trees, big dark silhouette shadow figures all along the pine trees with red eyes looking. And I'm looking at them. Then to the right because there were some pine trees that go along the side of the house. I'm talking those pine trees were like 100 feet away, but there was dark shadow figures with red eyes there too, and they were very tall. So as I'm looking at this, I'm like trying to figure out what it is. They start closing in. They're coming in numbers from the front, from the sides. They were on the sides of the home. So I go inside the house and I tell my hairs are standing up just saying the story. I tell my parents, something's here, something's here. You need to stop. You need to stop. They're coming. They're coming. And they're
wow.
like, they go look and they see them. My mom sees the ones there. I told them they're coming from the front, they're coming from the side. I'm locking the doors, locking the windows, and they're like, "What is it?" And they see me spooked, right? So they go look, and they're coming because the opening was the arguing, and so they're coming from the front, coming from the sides. They're closing up real fast, so they go into prayer. We go into prayer. All my brothers and sisters, and we're just praying and praying and praying. Next thing you know, they're right there by the windows, surrounding the house, looking. You can see the red eyes looking. They're huge, and
Wow.
we're praying, and the Heavenly Father, please, just praying and praying. Next thing you know, uh, they leave. Right, they're not there no more. And after like praying for about an hour and a half or two, because they were around for a while. So once they leave, we're like, okay, uh, no, we prayed, and the Heavenly Father sent them away. So I went to sleep that night, and my mom and dad wasn't fighting no more. Just when they went into prayer, he brought them back some kind of peace or whatever. I went to sleep, and I was having a dream where I'm falling in the pit, and I'm falling and falling and falling. So I imagine that I'm gonna hit on something soft because I'm just falling in this pit. So when I fall to the bottom, I bounce because I dreamt I'm thinking of something soft. So when I wake up, I feel my face right touching something hard. So I'm thinking that I got my eyes closed. So I'm thinking that I fell off the bed, right? So when I open my eyes, I'm levitated. My face is touching the ceiling. My body's levitated to the ceiling, and my face is pressed against the ceiling. My brother, he sees me when he wakes up. He sees me up elevated in the air, and I just hear him say, "Oh shit!" He jumps out of the bed and takes up running. And when he goes tells my parents what's going on, I get dropped, land on the ground.
Wow.
So something had me levitated in the air, and I believe what it was those demonic spirits. So when you talk about the guy that levitates things, I already know what it's doing. It's not the guy; it's unclean spirits. But that's a true story. It happened to me in Lubbock, Texas, in the last year we went over there. It was like around 1980, 86, no, 85 when it happened. When that happened, I was 15 years old. It was so I know how it feels when you get infiltrated that way. It's not a good feeling, man. It's when there's violence, anger in the household. If those things can bond the people or the head of the foundation of the household, then they can try to attack everybody else.
Mm.
That's why I always tell people, I always maintain a heavenly love foundation, no matter what the situation is. You got to keep that love in your heart. Harder said than done, but that's the key to be able to overcome these unseen forces. When I seen them, when people talk about Bigfoot, well, that's what it seemed like to me. Those that I seen there didn't look like a lycanthrope or werewolf or a dog man. They're as massive as a war. It looked like Bigfoots, but what's there in that area in the ranch is nothing but fields. There's no woods or nothing. But the woods that were there were the pine trees. All around it is nothing but fields, cotton fields. So did they possibly use the pine trees to use them to come out of the pine trees? That's a question. That still sticks in my mind to this day. Do they have the abilities to go into trees, use the trees as portals to come out of trees?
Interesting.
Yeah. I think that house doesn't exist no more. Somebody was telling me that house doesn't. Didn't you say it's not there no more, cousin Jesse?
What house?
The ranch house, the yellow house. Oh, somebody told me it doesn't exist no more. That they I guess not that the house is not there no more. But that house was near the railroad tracks. Near a highway.
Yeah, that house is gone, man. They
I
tore
could
it
see
down.
Jesse thinking.
They tore it down.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Man, if I could have caught that on camera, man, people would have been like, "What the f is going on here?" But sometimes when it's spiritual warfare, it's not for everybody to see, right? Because they were
Right.
targeting my family.
The cameras could have malfunctioned too at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
There is interference when stuff of high energy like that occurs.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised if you even tried to film it that it wouldn't have turned out. Or would have gotten back like blank footage.
Now, I've
Or
experienced some interference as well at some stage. I knew there was some entity after me, and I was
What's
just
going on? 666. How you doing?
I was just at work at the time, and I knew some entity was after me. I'm not sure what its business was, but for some reason it took interest and wanted to take me out.
Wow.
I mean, not the.
Where did it want to take you out
I
to?
mean, not.
I'm just playing, brother.
I mean,
take me to a steak place.
I was just trying to. Go watch a movie. Why not?
Where's that comment
it
coming
was-
from? I don't see it anywhere in the chat, and it's on the screen though.
666.
Yeah,
No
1082.
bueno.
The Shadow Titan.
Unless someone on mods deleted that, I didn't see it.
It's
No, it's
there
still
still.
there. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it.
I don't know. They're not saying
In any
nothing.
case, I was at work at the time, and some entity was after me.
You're the shadow tit and what? Tit?
Titan. Titan. Sorry, Texas.
When I knew it,
Yeah, Texas, you
Yeah,
were
that's
sharing a
okay.
story.
trying.
Go ahead, brother.
But yeah, I was at work at the time, and I knew some entity was after me, and I could sense when it was getting closer and when it was getting too close, and I'm still not sure how far it is, but it was a pretty powerful entity. It's just the power just cut at work. First the power went out, and power went on again later, and power went out again. I said, okay, it seems like I got quite a fight on my hands here.
Mm.
So, and as I usually do, is I always talk to angels and say, hey, this is going on. Can you do something about it? And that's the last thing I've heard. I've just got a confirmation and say we got it sorted.
Mm. Do you work at night?
No, I used to have a day job from 7 till 3.
So what happened?
And also speaking of that.
So what happened during the day?
Oh, during the day, that's when it was after me.
Mm.
No, it didn't happen at night. It was just during noon, I think.
I think it's creepier too when it's during the day.
Yeah, because when it's at night, you can expect it
Right.
more. Because when it's the day, you think.
During the
I
day.
think that's I think that's a crazy thing too. Like when Abe captures him during the day. I mean, they're literally daytime, and he captures all this stuff.
I think the secret of capturing like that is because they're using the sun to get energy to manifest, right? But also the ultraviolet rays of the sun breaks their cloak. That's how I'm able to capture them. When there's a thunderstorm or shadow, they manifest even more, but it's harder to capture them because there's no sunlight.
Right.
That's why they hide the way they hide sometimes in the tree lines, so you won't be able to see them. They can blend in
With the shadow.
Sometimes they'll come out and they show themselves, out in the open. The one that I've been trying to capture is the one that was elevated off the ground, like 10 feet up in the air, and he had his hands open, and he was hovering, and he was smiling, he was laughing, and I seen him with my naked eye. It just when it appeared, guess what? My I wasn't able to record it because it was interrupted. So it caused an interruption on my live feed.
Right.
So when I got disconnected, it came out of the wood line. It's hovering and it's looking and it's laughing, and I'm trying to record and it's not. I'm waiting for a signal. So by the time I finally got a signal, it just disappeared.
Wow.
So there is activity there,
I remember one story that you told, that you were investigating somewhere, and I'm not sure if you were live at the time, but I think Jesse called up and said, "Yo, you need to get out of here. This is not." How did that story go again?
Well, that's that time that he got attacked and clotheslined.
But
Yeah,
was he on a live?
cousin Jesse
Yeah.
was telling
Was it
me he
during?
was telling me there's something there. They're all around you, and like I said, I was busy making the live and talking to the viewers, and he kept on saying there's something there. And when he started saying that, my live feed broke. When when it lost connection, I'm hearing all kinds of activity around me. I start hearing birds chirping, different sounds of birds chirping all around me,
Oh, wow.
and I'm like, what? Where did these birds come from? There was nothing here. It was silent. So it's like they're mimicking the sounds of birds, and then my live feed comes back on, and I'm looking at the live feed, and cousin Jazzy's still telling me get out of there around you. Then the live feed breaks again, like I lost a connection, and when I lose a
Mhm.
connection, the big one passes right behind me, looking at me. I could see it. Then I go into prayer, and I'm praying. Then my life feed comes back, and while it comes back, I'm praying. I'll do. I can go to that video and make a short reel of it when all that transpired. Um,
That would be awesome.
so as I'm heading out, because I could hear all this freaking activity. I seen this big old thing with a white face looking at me. So I start praying and I'm walking out of there. Then it's when cousin hits me on the side from the back, right on the neck. Boom! He almost drops me. So I don't give it power of fear. So I just keep on praying. And when I'm walking, I feel very heavy, like I got a lot of weight on me. But I'm still praying. Say, God, help me get out of here. And then I'm praying and still recording. I start getting my connection back. I'm able to get out of the woods, make it back to my vehicle, but I'm injured because my neck was hurting for about how long, cousin Jesse? Like 6 months.
About about 6 months, man. You messed
About
up real
six
bad.
months. My neck was not the same, man. A lot of pain. I mean, it felt like it tried to close and like I said, knock my head off my shoulders. I haven't gone back to that area. Uh, I mean, yeah, I haven't gone back to there ever since. I've gone. My brother was gonna go to me with me to it, but when I was gonna go to the area. There were some people out there, so I just said, let's not go. We'll wait for another day or whatever. But yeah, I can make a short reel of that video, and maybe play it so y'all can see what happened. I will have to look for the video, so y'all can see what happened to me. But you got to be careful. And luckily, I prayed before, during, and after. But it's still, it got me that day around the neck area. He I guess, try to knock me out
That's
because
crazy.
I was never the same for a while. I kept on praying. My neck, I couldn't even turn it. I could barely move it. I could have moved to the left. I could have moved to the right. So maybe the freaking owl or whatever this turning his head from one another was making fun of me. Like it's telling me, yeah, remember what happened to your neck when you couldn't turn it? So it's making fun of me. Like, look what I can do.
Fine they're doing.
I never thought about that. That it's maybe probably making fun of me. Like, remember what happened last time when you came here? Yeah, man, my neck will freeze up on me, get locked. I couldn't move it, and there would be a lot of pain. I even went to the emergency room for that. Uh, they just gave me some muscle relaxers. When you get hit spiritually, because that's what they're doing. They're hitting you with energy, right? It's not that they're hitting you physically, but the energy that they have, they hit you with that, like an energy blow. And man, that took me out of the field for a while. That I was just, I wasn't doing, like, I was doing some videos, but I was still in pain. So I think the videos I was doing for about 2 hours, hour and a half, and sometimes I had to take breaks because of the pain I was feeling. But yeah, just gotta be careful.
Going to spirit on spirit attack.
Yeah,
It's attacking your spirit body.
and if you ever go into a wooded area or cemetery, if you're walking and you feel very heavy, like something's dragging you down, most likely it's attached to you. Because, like I said, when they manifest, they can even manifest weight. So it's trying to. It's probably if it feels like you're carrying weight on your shoulders. Have you ever carried somebody on your shoulders before? When you
Yeah.
grab them, pick them up. Well, that's how it feels when they attach themselves to you. It feels like you got somebody on your shoulders, and if your legs feel real weighted down, it's because they're there. You just have to pray against them, try to get them off of you. Or when you get home, go into take a shower and pray against it, and pray for the water to be blessed, so you can get that negative attachment off of you.
Interesting. Thank you for that knowledge there.
You're welcome.
Could we say another short prayer? Since it's been a while. We've been
Go ahead,
on it.
brother. You can lead it, brother.
Okay. Thank you, Heavenly Father Creator, for giving us the space to share our experiences. Please continue providing your protection on all of us here as we continue sharing things. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Thank you.
So, I said to myself, man, I've been battle tested spiritually and physically. So I said to myself, let me get the proof to awaken my brothers and sisters in Christ. I have to awaken them. I have to put myself on the line to awaken them, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm still have my love foundation. I'm doing through Jesus Christ. So I'm getting this proof and evidence of the things that are out there that you have to be careful, not to be believing in things, the manifestations that they're taking, because there's other, and many people that we've lost in the paranormal community and cryptid community, for them to rest in peace. I believe that many people have been taken out by them. I could say many names, but I'm not going to say the names out of respect. Brother, I remember Brother Armando. I'll say him because he was a veteran. Armando Salazar.
Yes.
Armando Salazar, I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he was in the military. When all I remember is when I was going to do a show with Vic Kundov, he was going to send a daytime person to investigate and a nighttime person to investigate Elms Grove. So I remember when I wake up Sunday morning and I hear somebody knocking on my door, and it's him. And I didn't know who he was, and I said, "Can I help you, sir?" And he says, "My name is Armando Salazar. I'm Vic Cundiff's night guy. You know, whoever knows Vic Cundiff
Yes.
from Cryptid Encounters." He said, "I'm Vic Cundiff's night guy. I just want to ask you a question." He asked me, "How can you be in two places at one time?" That's
Ooh.
what he asked me. And I was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, last night I came to investigate, and I was here at your house. And I could see you inside your home through the windows. And they told me to go park by this creek on this other side where there's some near some pavement. So I parked there because uh, they said you had seen some activity there of this uh, I guess dogman or whatever." He said that he was parking there, and that he's parked there. He's got a headlight on, and he said he sees me like all black, and it's me that I'm calling him to the creek by his name. And he's like, "How does he know my name if we never met before?" So he gets freaking spooked. He gets in his, he backs up and takes off, goes back to the mobile home park, and goes to where my house is. When he gets there, he still sees me inside my house because we had the light on. So he sees me inside my house,
Not
and
alone.
dealt with that. It scared the crap out of him. And he had said that he was going to tell Vic Kondo what he experienced. But Vic Kondo, to my surprise, he never mentioned what happened to his investigator to anybody because he wanted to keep it as it was that these creatures are just in the flesh.
Mm,
Well, I'm under like I said, may his soul rest in peace. He passed away a little bit after that. You know,
yes.
uh, we lost him. He was a good guy. He was there to, I believe, to help me. As a veteran, but I guess the things that were there, they used fear to attack.
Mm-hmm. Good
But
night,
it happened in
Monica.
most of the states. Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's many people that we've lost in this manner. Just people are afraid to talk about. I'm not afraid to talk about it because this is what I do. This works. That's why I
Right.
just trying to bring caution to people to be prepared at least do the sign of the
Mm-hmm.
cross, do a little prayer before you go and investigate, or something starts acting weird, where you investigate and pray even then and afterwards. That's all I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to do because I don't want nothing happen to anybody. No, when they attach, they cause ailments, sicknesses
Mm-hmm.
because they're attached to the body. So there's many things that can happen because cancer is one of them, heart attacks, strokes, brain aneurysms. They attack that way because if nobody gets rid of the negative attachment they have on them, well, it's going to continue to try to attack them. And they don't even know it.
Right. If they don't have the knowledge, I think personally, I think you've been called to do that because you are gifted. You know, there's just it takes a certain person to
Yeah,
be
but
called to do that.
yeah, I mean that's when I try to say what am I dealing with, and then when all these other things, the mimicking and up this, the manifested to look like my mother that I had lost in '85, and it's 2015, and I'm seeing the manifestation of my mother in front of me, in front of my home. I'm like, I put that spirit to the test, and I could see its true identity. So the tie binary beacon of Jesus Christ's name, and it disappeared. So they know how to attack. They know your the weaknesses you might have. So they try to
Right.
use anything in the power to come and try to find an opening on you. But you have to remain strong, maintain your love foundation, and of course, number one thing, place Jesus Christ first, because He's the only one that can be able to help you overcome them. You can do it about. It's not about an I thing. It's about doing it through Jesus Christ. And that's where
Right.
some people make the mistake. Just like that guy that you said it can elevitate stuff. That is saying I can do this. It's not him doing that. It's those unseen forces doing that.
Correct. Well, that would come into pride. That would fall under the category of pride.
So at any given time, that guy can be taken out just by saying that I can do this. His whatever deal he's made or whatever is just a matter of time when his time is up. Once his time is up, that's it. Something's going to happen to him.
And
That'll
he may
be
not be aware that he's making a deal. Sometimes if you, because I remember one person who did try telekinesis, and it did, and I think she made a lighter fall over. But if people get much further in it, because I know that she wasn't strong enough to, she didn't have that ability. I don't think humans have that. But if people, because these demons, they can deceive, and they can
Yes.
let the people think they are the ones doing it. Meanwhile, it's the demons helping them out. But
Yes.
the same thing is when demons help people out with whatever, there's always a price to pay. There's always like a contract, and you don't sign
Yeah.
it like any legal form. There's just a spiritual contract, let's say.
Correct.
just by them opening up to it. This could be a spiritual contract. When they talk about people they can do telekinesis, they look as if they can move something. That's all part of that. It's not them doing it. It's just unseen forces that we cannot see doing it.
Mm.
Uh, and it makes people think they have some kind of power or magic, and it's not truly them. Once they're tired of with that individual, they say, okay, it's time to collect this person. So they attack the person, and there's nothing they can do to defend themselves because they've opened up to that.
Yeah, they've been deceived.
Yeah, they've been bamboozled.
Hey, I like that word.
Bamboos.
They also don't like the word narcissist.
Oh.
That gets them every time.
True.
I've been told my words are like daggers.
Yes.
Sorry, Jess.
What was that, Jesse?
I didn't say a word.
Mm-hmm.
No dije nada.
Uh-huh.
I said nothing. Nothing.
Mentiroso.
How dare you? Well, I've never.
Yeah, man.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, it gets hot and heavy sometimes and that's what I'm investigating during the day. I don't like going to hospitals
Oh, yeah.
or funeral homes, but hospitals, man,
I
they're
don't
all
go
over
to.
the place in the hospitals. There's a dark spirits
Yeah.
going
The
from
funny
room to
thing
room. I can see them. There was one day I went to pray for my mother-in-law. She's, may her soul rest in peace. She's not here with us no more. So she was in the ICU room, and I went to go pray for her. So pray for her. There's some, in the ICU room, you can have a certain amount of people. So I want to go sit down in the lobby. So as I'm sitting in the lobby I'm sitting, I'm the only one in there, right? Very well lighted. As I'm sitting there, all of a sudden, I see darkness. So I'm looking up. All the lights are still on, but the lobby is dark. So I was like, oh shit. And my senses got triggered. So I go into prayer, and say, hey, if there's anything here, welcome. I die by the Rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. When I said that, then it got lit back up. But the lights never changed. Like you didn't see the lights, like go dim or go bright. The lights still stayed the same. But the dark entities that were in there when I prayed left. Yeah, it becomes like a spiritual battle when I go in there because they continue to try to come after because they don't want me to pray for the people that are sick and that are going through something. Uh, I was passing a room. I heard a little kid say, "Help me," and when I went to that room, there was a little kid in that room. And I had him connected to all kinds of hoses, but I heard his spirit because he was still alive. I literally heard his spirit say, "Help me." So
Wow.
I looked towards this area and I prayed for him. But yeah, a lot of activity in the hospitals.
Yeah, you'll hear a lot of nurses tell the stories of everything they've seen too, and people in I don't what would you call them, places where they have the elderly,
The hospice.
Retirement homes, nursing homes.
nursing homes. Yeah, sorry, I have word loss right now. They have some terrible stories.
Yeah, I think people also get revealed to them their gifts as they age, and I think I'm starting to experience that as well. Like what Abe mentioned with being able to see the different densities of light and darkness, and it's only been fleeting for me here and there, but when I see it, I notice it, and it's definitely something rather than nothing. But yeah, I do need to pray when I do encounter situations like that.
Mm.
Last time I was in a hospital, I was denied seeing the person I was trying to see. They were on their way out. So
Sorry.
it's like I needed to just say I was family, and then they would have let me in without any proof. The fact that I said I wasn't family, they turned me away.
Right. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, the
sorry for the
hospice.
loss.
Somebody put hospice there. Yeah, the hospice are paid to take you out. That's what they do. I remember I was there because of my mother-in-law, and there was a man screaming. He's saying, "Get me out of here! I don't want to be here. Let me out!" But they were keeping him in there against his will, and he kept on yelling at me, "I don't want to be here! I don't want to be here! Get me out! Get me out! I don't want to be here!" I don't know what he had wrong with him, but normally when they place you in the hospital is because they don't got a cure for you no more. But where it's a faith, right? You gotta, if you really have faith, the Heavenly Father can make it happen, that He can heal you. You gotta have that faith.
Mm.
But the hospice is paid to take you out. They give you some injections, and next thing you know, that's it. You're gone. So many people have died in the hands of the hospice.
Yeah,
That's what.
man.
It's always our job to make it easier for you to cross over. Well, it's not your job to take people out. That's up to the Heavenly Father. You know.
That's what happened to my best friend, man. He called me on a Monday. Said they gave me a week to live, man. Come see me. He was dead by the next day. They put him on hospice. He didn't even last a week. Whoever they put on there was good at their job, I guess.
Well, it's a
My,
shots that they give them. They're just like talking about black widows. There you go. That's hospice. My brother lost his wife in hospice. My wife lost her mother in hospice. When she was in the ICU room, she had woken up. She was doing good, but once she got placed in hospice, that was it. 2 days there. That's it.
yeah, my mom passed away in her home. Um, she didn't want to stay at the hospital or in hospice. She wanted to come home and pass away.
You gotta be careful what you sign, because then it's like you're giving up your right. You know, when you sign, they cover themselves when you sign the piece of paper. They can do whatever the hell they want to do then after that. And they get paid for every. They continue to get paid for every person that crosses over. You know, they got to meet a certain quota, I guess, or something. I don't know. It's just sad how many people have died in the hands of hospice.
I remember when my great grandmother died, and I was very small back then. And I always thought she was like, okay, nice. I wasn't scared of her, but she was just on about her last week when she turned into like a massive, um, nasty person. I'd say. Can that happen when that someone is about to pass and they turn into a complete nightmare? Like that seems to be maybe something was
I've heard a
opening.
lot about that.
Because I also believe that if you're about to enter life, like your start of the life and your end of the life, that's when you're most spiritual. So maybe something happened on a demonic front that she turned into like just a nightmare.
I think a lot of it has to do with pain. Because I know when I'm in pain, I don't really want to talk to anyone because I'm mean, because I'm in a lot of pain. You get snappy, or your personality just changes due to pain.
I mean, that happens. You get a bit, I say it's shorter, snappier. Yeah.
Yes. Also, if they have dementia or Alzheimer's, they could be really, really mean towards the end.
Well, there's a keyword, dementia.
My dad had both
Oh yeah.
dementia and Alzheimer's, and he was really, really mean. He
My
plucked my
dad had
beard
both.
out of my face.
Oh,
My beard used to look like
What
down
did he do?
here, and he plucked it out, and it has never grown back.
Wow.
And one thing that always also seems rather consistent is with people who work with elderly people. They say the nice ones always die first. It's the really nasty ones that keep on living.
oh, yeah. There's a saying in Spanish too that
What's it saying?
well, I'm not gonna say it in English. The good die young, and the old live forever.
I think you're talking about, what does it say? La cosa mala nunca
Yep.
muere,
Yes.
which
Yeah,
means the evil
the
one
evil
never.
one never dies.
When it comes to an old person, that's what they say.
Hmm.
The cosa mala nunca muere. They're like, damn, this guy's still
Yeah.
alive. That's why they're looking at the VA and they're like, you're still here? Well, shit. They try to take me out and all kinds of things, and it's not up to them. It's up to the Heavenly Father, right? So that's why I'm blessed. They tried to take me out, and the person that tried to take me out, he took his own life
He took himself out.
because of, I'm protected by the Heavenly Father. So
Right.
somebody had to die, right? So he took his own life,
He was doing evil.
shot himself because I was clinically dead for 20 minutes.
Wow.
And then when I was, it's a long story, but just me coming back, my spirit coming back to my body, my eyes are already open. So when he opened the curtain, he's got a cup of coffee and he's got a donut and he's got a big old smile on his
Wow.
face. I mean, his smile was huge. I guess because they made me sign a piece of paper for my organs. And he's like, oh, we're fixing to make some money.
Yeah.
But when he see me looking at him and he's looking at me, his smile went away, turning to fear. He dropped his coffee, dropped his donut, turned around and took a running out of the room. Scared.
I wonder. Do you wonder if you had an angel by you and he saw that?
Uh, then after that, it's like all these RNs come in. They tell me, grab your stuff and get out of here. And I'm like, they told me I'm going to be here for 2 weeks. They let me go just overnight. Let me go. Kick me out of the hospital. I think I was sharing my story with you yesterday about that. And I'm driving, I feel sweat or something, and pull over on the side of the highway, and there's blood coming out of my tear ducts, out of my nose, out of my mouth. And I got home. My sister's waiting for me. I don't even know how I made it home. I don't remember. I just remember being in the bed, and my sister comes and jumps on the bed and starts praying, and I'm seeing this dark shadow
Good night,
figures,
Custom.
like bones trying to reach for me, trying to grab me, and I'm swinging, and my sister's praying. And then I said to myself, "Where's your faith, Abe?" So I start saying, "Dear Father," and once we start saying, they took off. There was like 6 or 7 of them in my room. So I had to go back to the VA. So when I get there, I had, to my understanding, they said that I had 10.9 blood thinner in my system, in which she said there's no way they could make a mistake like that. So they try to take me out through malfunction in my body by making my blood too thin. It goes like from a good oil or good blood to too light of a blood that your body's not going to work properly. And then that's when I found out about that guy later on. I talked to you, Miss Mo, about it, how he took his life. But when you do something wrong like that, and the Heavenly Father blesses that person to come back, it's like wishing something bad towards somebody. He wished death upon me, but the death went onto him. The Reaper or the Death had to collect somebody. It collected him. In which a lot of other things happened, but I just wanted to. I could share the whole story another day because it would be too much.
I
Well,
remember that.
I have the paperwork
well, cousin.
where I went back to the VA and I had 5.9 blood thinner in my
Good
system
night,
still,
Jaime.
which is still alive.
Cousin, we hit the 5-hour mark, and I'm
Yeah.
about to go to La La Land, man.
Okay,
Alright.
Y'all
cousin.
have a good night. Cynthia,
We can call it. I think it was a pretty awesome show tonight.
5 hours long, cousin. This is a good show.
Sorry for keeping y'all after your curfew. Want nobody to get in trouble.
Good night, Jesse.
Good night, Cynthia. Good night,
Jesse.
guys.
Good night, cousin.
All right, see ya.
We sound like the
I'll see you on the next one, John Boy.
We sound like the Waltons.
See you on the next one,
Good
John
night,
Boy.
Billy Joe. Okay. It's passes bedtime. Feeling Jesse.
I forget the time difference because I'm in Arizona, so we never switch times. It's just you guys are 2 hours ahead.
And I haven't even been here the whole show. I jumped in almost at the 2-hour mark.
Telling you, man, it was a pretty good show. Then we still got 50
It's
viewers.
been awesome.
Yeah, it's
You know, so-
actually the highest
Hey,
view count for right now.
Let's throw a plug for Yiz and Mizzle. Tell them about where they can find you, brother.
Yeah, you can search Yissel Missile Productions. I'll put it in the chat here. But
Yes.
yeah, my channel,
Yeah.
I'm looking into the energy grid stuff right now, and also film history, early film history with Chicago. And I'm also interviewing guests. I had Abe on the show just last night. And yeah, we covered a lot of really good topics. But yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy to get this stuff out there and just discuss it. But I'm very fortunate that Abe is willing to do that, and also to have me on here tonight. It's
Thank you.
I said it before, it's testing my limits and boundaries that I've set up for myself.
I think you're at a spiritual awakening right now.
I think so. Because I feel comfortable here. And
That's good.
We've crossed paths for a reason, just put
Right.
it that way. And we all can grow from each other, you know,
Right.
wisdom and knowledge. We can all grow, and you know, it's just put the knowledge in your wisdom bag,
Right.
you know, because you might never know when you can use it.
I never shared any of my stories with anyone except for like really, really close friends of mine that know I'm not crazy. But when I saw, I ran into Dogman Encounters and I heard Josh come on, I immediately felt he had a good vibe, and he was very intelligent, very, you know, much an avid reader, and automatically, you know, I liked him, and I started following him when he very first started his show, and I've been a fan ever since. And then I saw you on there, Abe, and then Nellie put your link onto your show, and I hopped on, and I've been a fan ever since. And you just have to me, you're very calming, and you're very matter of fact, and I could just tell you were legit, you know, because some people I hear and I'm like, yeah, sure. And I think that's another one of my gifts. When I speak to you, I tend to look at you in your eyes because I was taught that, you know, and I have this BS reader. Like when people lie to me, their eyes get big. It's like they could feel that I can feel they're lying.
Like the owl's eyes get
Yes.
big.
Their eyes get big, and I laugh because right away I know that they're lying, you know? So it's funny to me.
yeah, I do the same thing with speaking with people, especially in person. Like I need to have
Right.
eye contact.
Yeah.
And I could read people's body language pretty well. I have a background with film directing, so I'm like really familiar with like staging scenes with actors and having it be very convincing. So I mean, that's just a part of my history. I read people well,
Right.
but at the
Right.
same time I try to not get overconfident with it. I try to keep myself humble with it, because I may be wrong with reading some of the things that I do.
Sometimes I know they'll be lying, but I'll just let them, you know, like, you choose your battles. I'll be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like when I was in the army as a NCO, I knew my soldiers. You know, I knew when they were saying the truth, I know when they were trying to bullshit me because I knew how to read them. So, you know, and of course I had the advantage spiritually
I was just
also
gonna
because
say
I
that.
was gifted
I was
every
just gonna
day.
say that.
Yeah. So it's kind of like I knew it's like a sixth sense, right? I knew that they were bullshitting me. You know, like, look, man. Then you know, I'll give them ultimatums. It's either you tell me the truth, or if you don't tell me the truth, then it's going to be worse for you. Which one is it going to be? So then they tell me the truth. I say, okay, that's all you needed to do. Just tell me the truth.
Right.
Go to your room or whatever. Go to the billets. We're good.
Right.
But they gotta gain your trust, right? But because when you train the soldiers, it was more of uh, you train them to
Right.
survive in a combat environment. You teach them all your wisdom and knowledge, and
Hmm.
just like what I do here at Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, I try to share my wisdom and knowledge, how to survive spiritual
Right.
warfare, and that's exactly what it is, that I'm
And
trying
I
to do.
appreciate the positivity as well. Like when you say that we have to maintain our, you know, heavenly foundation, that's very, very hard to do.
It,
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie,
the
you
gifts
know?
will come to you. The spiritual gifts will come to you. It's just you have to do certain
Hmm.
things. One of the main things that I think a lot of people have problems with forgiveness.
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
That's and you have to look all the way to through your childhood, teenage years. Somewhere along there, you have unforgiveness over somebody.
Mm.
It could be something minute when it happens when you were a kid, or something that you have some anger or something you forgot.
Right.
So this unseen forces, they can trace to where their unforgiveness is, and they'll use that to try to attack you. That's what happened
Right.
to me.
Because they know us.
The unforgiveness, the unforgiveness that I had was over a man that was a Vietnam vet, ex policeman. And I've shared their story with you, how he tried to come at me with a machete. He's telling me he was going to kill me. He said he was a Santanista, a Satanist. So that man cost me hell from the age of 10 years old till I was 18. I was making death threats and all kinds of things. But, I'm not going to talk about it all in detail. The only thing is that I forgave that guy. I didn't know he had passed away. You know, it was just an event that happened in my home where there's this thing in my home, and it was over my nephew. I'm chasing it down towards the park. It goes into a tree, shadow figure, and I'm saying, "Identify yourself." He jumps out of the tree, goes into another tree,
Oh.
and I'm seeing it because it's well lit. It's well lit there, where it's jumping from one tree to another. And I say, "Identify yourself." I command you to identify yourself in Jesus Christ's name. Then I hear her laughing, and it's just going up the tree. It's a disembodied form.
Wow.
Well, I recognize the laugh,
Oh, that's creepy.
in which the laugh that he was doing was of that man that tried to said he was going to kill me with a machete when I was 10 years old. So I called my aunt the following day in the morning. She's a nurse, works in the emergency room, and I asked her, "Hey, is so and so still alive?" She said, "No, no, mijo, he passed away like 3 years ago." So then I said, that's the opening. I have to forgive him.
Mm.
So once I forgave him, all the things that were happening to me, it closed the opening that they were using to attack me.
Mm.
So that's when they surfaced up. They gave me, when you forgive, that's part of love. So the Heavenly Father blesses you. Listen to me, what I'm about to say. He blesses you with a spiritual gift of discernment if you forgive, because
Mhm.
love, in which then everything, what I'm speaking to you, will come to you automatically. But you have to have faith and believe in Jesus Christ. I believe there was I don't know which apostle it was, where a wizard was telling him he'll give him all kinds of money just to give him those spiritual gifts of discernment. And the apostle told them uh, that the only way to gain that is to have faith and believe in Jesus Christ,
Mhm.
And he didn't want to do that. He wanted to give him money, and said, "Well, then you're never going to attain those gifts."
Right.
So it's basically because forgiveness is part of love. So you have to forgive. It's kind of like if we're making it into the kingdom of heaven, and we say, "God, forgive me for my sins," and He's gonna say, "How can I forgive you if you didn't forgive this
Right.
individuals?" But yeah, forgiveness is part of love,
Hmm.
in which that could be blocking. Unforgiveness could be blocking, and the using that unforgiveness to block people's senses, that they won't be able to 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 feel or see spiritually, hear spiritually,
That's very true.
smell spiritually. They block all that. They don't want you to awaken.
That's true.
So this is my channel is about this. I'm giving you, you could say the it's not no formula, it's not a recipe. I'm just speaking the truth.
I thought it's wisdom.
For this give, in order to be blessed with this gifts, in which it'll help you along your journey in life.
I mean,
Yes,
I know
I
forgiving is important, but it can be really difficult. Because if you see sometimes when people pull some stuff on you, you
yes,
can hold on to that anger. And
it's
even
very
though
hard.
you want to release it, like I don't want to be angry at this person, it seems like exceptionally difficult. I mean, I know that I've struggled really badly with it. I hope I'm free now. I haven't verified it, but I hope I'm free of it. But I know there's actual physical symptoms due to it.
You'll feel it.
Yeah,
You will feel it.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I was tested one time. Once you know what's in stake, what it's about, you know that basically this unseen forces are roaming around us, and they're going to use people that might have a spiritual opening to come up against you, just like this negative people that keep on bashing me all the time. And I'm trying to stay calm and relax. I'm not going to give them an
That's
opening.
good.
I'm gonna say something to them, but I'm still maintaining my love foundation. I'm just gonna address them, and that's it. But I don't even have to address them. But that's what these unseen forces do. They can use people to come up against you to see if they can find an opening.
Right.
But it's very important to maintain that love foundation, regardless. Give an example of that. I don't know if y'all heard this story, but I think I shared it. But I was at the swimming pool with my son. It's like around 5:30 in the afternoon, and he's swimming in the water. I'm sitting on the picnic table. I heard the gate open. And it's three teenagers. One's Puerto Rican, one's white, and one's African American. They come all the way around and stand right in front of me, and they're looking at me, and they tell me, one of them, the Puerto Rican, tells me, uh, "I can kill you right now. There's nothing that nobody can do about it." So I'm trying to figure out why he's saying that to me, because he will go to my house and play with my nephews. So I'm looking at him. I said, "Whoa, you said that to me? I'm your friend." And he's laughing, and he looks at those guys again, and he tells them, he tells me again the same thing, that he could kill me. There's nothing I can do about it. And that's like, man. So, and my military instinct wanted to kick in to go on the offense, because he's literally saying he's going to kill me, right?
Right.
But my spiritual side said, stay calm and relax. Use your love foundation. So I remember my love foundation. I said, look, man, I know your brother. I know your mother. They're good family. And then he just looks at them, and he says, let's get out of here. They walked out, and he's looking at me, but they leave because if something was controlling them, right, spiritually, is I broke it through talking about love of his brother and sister. I mean, is his brother and his mother, in which whatever was there took off instead. So he's driving in this black truck, right? Following day, I heard that they arrested him, and I was like, "What? I wonder what they arrested him for?" Well, the truck that he was driving belonged to a couple that he had murdered and burned their bodies, right? And that's not all. They had also killed two strippers, and they buried them nearby where I lived, in an open field near the airport. So they had killed 4 people when he was telling me that he could kill me right now. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, wow.
So literally, I was facing a serial killer already, but I still maintained the Love Foundation, and nothing happened because I believe that by me using my Love Foundation, it protected me, even though he might have had a weapon or he had a negative attachment, or whatever the case might be. When I brought his brother and his mother up, he left. But if I would have got, I think if I would have done anything different, things would have happened where either I would have taken all three out because I had the capability of doing that, or they would have taken me out, because I didn't have a weapon on me. But physically, I was trained to be able to fight physically. Uh, but luckily, I'm a Tim Love Foundation, and I use that. That's a true story that happened. This guy, they gave him like 70 something years for all the people that he killed. He was only 17 years
Oh
old.
my goodness.
Just threw his life away and all their lives.
Yeah.
But also,
My son was swimming in the pool, and my son was only like 3 years old. So, he could have, I'm just thank God that God was there to looking out for me, because,
You could have been next.
anything could have happened. Sometimes you have to leave it up to the Heavenly Father, right? For things to unravel himself. He controls time. That event, it was meant for me, but anything could have happened. Just put it that way.
yeah, and it also all reminds me of what Jesus said when he was about to be crucified. He says, "Forgive them, for they know not." It's like that's not the people themselves doing it, but whatever is bonding them that makes them act a certain way.
Mm.
This guy, he had come talk to me before all this happened. That he did all this. I guess he had got involved with the wrong people. He was with some people that were drug dealers,
Mm.
and he had a party, and somebody stole the money. So the drug dealers that he was affiliated with from Austin, I guess, that were coming for him. So I told him, "Do you want me to speak to these people?" He was telling me this because my nephews told me. So I spoke to him. I said, "You want to? Maybe I can help. Talk to him, whatever." He said, "No, it's my business. They're very strict. Blah blah blah." So I guess what happened is that they ordered him to do that to those people, right?
Oh,
And since I knew about what he had told me, so they ordered him to do that to me too. But I'm still here because he had told me what had happened. So because I guess he did that, he thought he was going to get caught, but he got caught. He was driving their vehicle.
wow.
That's crazy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
'Cause all of a sudden, my screen went dark.
I've been into some crazy stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that's where the faith comes in, and
Mm-hmm.
and those people. Well, imagine the unseen forces that I face. Also, no difference. You place Jesus Christ first, and I've run into so many uh, different things of the spiritual aspect of things. That spiritual warfare is a daily thing. The deal with the balance is a daily thing.
Right.
Got a comment here. How many times have you heard people who it was like I was watching myself do it and I couldn't control myself? Is the mind is in control of the person doing it? Oh yeah, I've heard that happen many
Mhm.
times.
Yes.
Where they say, "I don't remember.
Right.
I don't remember
I don't know
nothing.
what got over me.
I didn't do it. The devil made me do it." That's what they
Right.
say.
Now, that's one thing that I did learn from my mom because I've always had I used to have a really bad temper. And she would tell me, you need to learn to control your temper, because if something happens and you do something to someone, the demons can take control of you, and you can, take somebody out, and then when you wake up, they're gone and you don't remember anything because you weren't there. You won't know what you did, and then you'll feel bad when you see what you've done. So you need to learn to control your temper, because that's in the Bible. So I totally changed. I was about 17 when I did stop, because, there's one thing that I don't like, and that's a bully. Because I was bullied when I was younger, when I was little, and then, I would see something happen, or something happen to my friends. And I'm not a fighter, but let me tell you, when I see somebody doing something to somebody that I love, I turn into somebody else, and I just handle it, And I've been in a lot of fights where I've sent somebody to the hospital. I've sent people to the hospital, and then you catch yourself, and you're like, "What am I doing?" It's true. You lose that sense of emotion, that sense of you're doing something wrong. And I've had the policeman tell me, you're really lucky that she's not going to press charges on you, because you could wind up in jail. You need to learn how to control yourself. And I took that to heart, and I remembered what my mom said, and now, I will stick up for somebody else, but I'm not going to get violent.
I have something else to share with relation to that too. Remember the person in Walmart that I said I saw like a dark entity around their face?
Ooh.
That same person, not too long after that, they got into my face and was like calling me names, trying to coax me into basically beating them up. And they're like, "You're gonna do nothing. You're nothing but this and that." And just name calling me, thinking like, "Oh, yeah," like they were just waiting for me to just like get physical with them. Yeah. And I could sense it from a mile away. I'm like, "No, it's not gonna work on me. It's not gonna work on me. You can't do this." And I was trying to speak reason to them, like, look, this is why we are having this confrontation. I'm not going to do anything. And so it almost feels to me like whatever was attached to them knew that and started playing with me like a game. Like, no, they wanted to have me get violent. And
right.
Yep.
I didn't give into it. I knew every time, because this happened multiple times too, where they had approached me. They found me in the store. They're like, "What you gonna do? What you gonna do?" Hey, I'm not here to do anything. I'm just here to get my items in the store and go. And but that was connected with that same person that had that dark entity around their face at a different time. And it's a very real thing. You have that power to choose what to do. It's almost like that situation presents itself, and then it's like, okay, it's your choice now, and you know what's right and wrong, but the choice is up to you.
The devil's testing you.
Yeah.
Spiritual test.
I'm reading what Rain said.
Yeah, she said something.
I'm going to look that up.
Rain says, there we go. No, it was the other one about the Xbox.
Yeah, right there.
Tiffany Lucas' recent case in Kentucky where she said demons in her Xbox made her kill her two sons. RIP.
That's so sad. We had a case
Yeah.
here in it's a place called I think it was Gilbert, Arizona, like several years ago, where a guy was doing meth, and he ended up decapitating his 6-year-old.
You.
And he said that the
Wow.
devil made him do it. And that guy used to work with one of my ex-boyfriends, and he knew him. And he's like, he said when he saw that on the news, he's like, oh my God, I used to work with that guy. He's like, and the crazy thing is that he was chill. He was a chill guy. He's like, that's wild. He goes, he like was really emotional because he knew the little boy. And that makes you think, you know. Hate and anger are very powerful things. That's why my mom used to say, you should never hate the person. You can hate what they're doing or their behavior or their actions, but never, never hate the person. So it's like hate the sin, not the sinner.
I've seen people's eye color change because of hatred and anger.
Yes.
There was one guy is base for him, or not. If he's as normal, he's like a bit greenish eyes. But when he's angry or had something tamper with him, his eyes were just yellow. And you couldn't be near him, otherwise you just feel dirty. It's like you just like get away from me. And he would always pick a fight. Just pick a fight with anyone he figured to pick a fight on. But yeah,
Yeah, that's it's the crazy stuff, man. When you're in a situation that's not the only man, I've been threatened so many times through people that have negative attachments, through the TDN, where they're cussing at me. And there was one time I was out there investigating, and I could hear all kinds of different languages being spoken around me. And then I hear a voice says, "Let's get him now, kill him, you
Oh,
know."
wow.
All this voices saying this, and I said, I type Brandon Reek in Jesus Christ's name, and I'm able to get out of there. Uh, it's it's crazy, but uh, there's things that they can enter people, and it could be your best friend, or you could be a family member. It was one time my cousin went out. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and he showed up, and they dropped him off. And I opened the door because he didn't have a key. So I was like, "Hey, how you doing, cuz?" And he's looking at me, and I could see like a little something wrong, something with his eyes, and he goes like this. He pulls out a knife. I see him open up the knife, and he's coming at me like he's gonna use it on me. And when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at him. I say, "Hey, I love you." Then he's like, "Hey, what's up,
Oh,
cuz?"
wow.
And how you doing? How did it go? Oh, it went well. Then all of a sudden, it entered him again, and he gets that look, and he's coming at me with a knife. And then I tell him, "God bless you, cousin." When I tell him, "God bless you," it takes off and leaves him alone.
Wow.
But he was trying to use them to come up against me. And we see a lot of that happening, like cryptic community podcasts, trolls, where they come at us like that in a negative way. I
Right.
just gotta get better and not just completely totally ignore them and just do my podcast. But yeah, we can leave openings like that,
I've also
and it
seen
happens a lot. It happens a lot, you know.
I've also seen that whatever is possessing, it doesn't has to be only one person they possess. Sometimes it's like an entire group of people.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Ooh, I seen something like that. happened in the Rio Grande Valley when I was before I joined the army. It was I was not 18, and Hargill is a town where my other cousins live, and they said they had it was election time for the city, and they're having a big old barbecue. It's like, hey, come on over, cuz, come get you some of plate of barbecue and all this stuff, And I went over there and they got me a plate, and there was this woman that was there that invited me to go to her house. So I went to her house. She had children, and she was being friendly. I was young. She gave me a couple of beers, and I was drinking beers with her, and we're just talking, and her children are there, and next thing you know, the clock is fixing to strike 10, right? It's like 5 minutes till 10, and her whole demeanor changes. The kids huddle up in a little circle, and she tells me, "You need to leave before they get here." It's like, before who gets here? I said, "You need to leave now, before it's too late." And I was like, I looked through the blind. There's nobody outside or nothing like that. Next thing you know, the clock hits 10, and she runs into the room, grabs her children, got them in a little circle, and she said, "It's too late. It's too late." I said, "What a minute, it's too late." So I said, let me go see what you're talking about. So I opened the door. When I opened the front door, I see them. They're all over her yard. They're standing there, people with motionless face, like they're in a hypnotic state.
Oh,
There's like 30, 40, 50 people in her yard. There's people on the dirt road. There's people standing along the church. There's people in the field coming out of the woods, and they all had the same blank stare, like if they were part of a cult or something, right? So they're just standing, looking at me, motionless. They're not saying nothing or anything. They're just staring at me. So I look at them and I say, "Our Father, who art in heaven." I was saying the deliverance prayer. Then I didn't have the knowledge that I have now, but I was saying the Our Father because I felt that there was something wrong with them. So as I started saying the Our Father, they all start running around, running away from me. All the people that were coming out of the woods start going back into the woods.
oh wow.
And as I say in the Our Father, I leave, you know, and I go to where my cousins are. My cousins were drunk. I grab them, throw them in the car, and we take off from there. But there was like at least 100 people that were like I believe they were part of a cult, in a hypnotic state, zombie-like, but they had this stare, like I
So,
think maybe possibly that they might have been in a cult and they were coming after her, or messing with her. But when I prayed the Our Father, they all took up running. It was a lot of people. They were in numbers. I thought I was going to have to get in a fight with a lot of people. But once I
you-
started praying, they all took up running.
that's wild. So, eh, do
This
you
happened
want
in a
to?
small town named Howard Gill, Texas. A small town. It's, my cousins would tell me, "Cousins, don't come over here." And I said, "Why, prima, I want to go? Why, cousin, I want to visit you?" He said, "There's too many witches here, so you don't want to come over here."
Wow.
I find out that there was a something like that in that nature, cult-like activity that happens there at nighttime.
So, do you think that maybe they did that every night at 10 o'clock and she knew, or
Yeah, if it was happening to her, and only God knows if they were coming to her home, banging on the walls, trying to break in, you know,
right?
she was scared. I mean, you could see the fear not just on her, but on the kids.
That's sad.
If if I had all the knowledge then of what I have now, I would have tied, bind, and rebuke every single one out of them, the demons out of them.
Right?
It's actually possible to identify the demon if you see someone being
Yes.
possessed. There's always like a connection from A to B, from the puppeteer to puppet. You can actually see like a line.
And I'll take off my hat, man. I can take off my hat to say my story so you can see my eyes. It's a true story. That's why I say it the way I said, because I went through it. I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought my cousin was just trying not to get me to go date females over there from her town. But she was bullshitting when she said, "Don't come over here. There's too many witches." Because I witnessed them. It's like a cult. They were coming out of the woods, out of the darkness.
Maybe she didn't want you to end up with one.
I don't know if it was a cult or was it people that were dead, like coming out of spirits of. I don't think it was people. It was cult-like people. Well, 2 years ago or year ago, she placed something on Facebook where she said that these damn cult people burned down our Catholic church. They burned the church, the only church they had in the little town. They burned it down.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes my cousin would tell me, "You don't want to come over here." She would say, "These brujas, they'll suck the blood out of you." That's what she would say.
That's crazy.
Like in lechuza form. I've been trying to get her on the show, but I don't know if people don't understand her because of her education. But yeah, I don't think she would want to come on the show because something could possibly happen to her by exposing things, But
Right. Well, I've known you long enough
yeah,
to say that I totally believe everything that you say. Your stories never vary. Now, sometimes mine do because I have ADHD. So I tend
I
to
wouldn't
hop
mind going
around
to
everywhere.
the location where the house is, and make a video to see if they resurface up like they did that then, But I don't know. I'm thinking there's something there, like a brother, something dealing with the magnetic energy or the lines, or what do you call it, brother? On
The ley lines.
the ley
Ley.
lines.
LEY. Yeah.
Ley. Mm-hmm.
That it affects people a certain way. We've heard of instances like this, like pyramids. Why were the people sacrificing so many people? It had to be something controlling them. Some kind of control, right? To make people think it was okay to do something like that. Mexico has a lot of locations like that where people act strange, and like they're not themselves because of their beliefs or what they're believing. But if you open up yourself to something and you're allowing it to go into you, then it can affect you a certain way. But
Well, there's
that happened
pyramids
before.
in Mexico too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there is the Mayan, the Incan, the Aztec, and there's others. I can't remember the other
There's
names.
some in Peru, too.
In Peru, yeah, they're everywhere. Of course,
India.
they're all throughout the world. Actually,
Oh.
I think they said they found a pyramid in Alaska, somewhere in Alaska, where they said that nobody's supposed to go into their area because there's aliens or something. But they said that there's some kind of pyramid in one of those mountain ranges or whatever where the ice is. Most likely, there could be some in the
Oh, the
ocean.
Arctic.
But
Yeah, wasn't it the Arctic? Where they say that there's one that's hidden?
Oh, there's a few in the Antarctic. Yeah.
the Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think it's weird that you're not allowed to go past a certain point.
Yeah, Google Maps also has it all blurred out, photoshopped out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
Hitler went there in search of something. I think they said that he was searching for the spear that they used on Jesus, or a
Something
portal.
like that.
I can't. I get my information all mixed up due to my
He was
fibromyalgia.
from what I understand, he was developing technology that may have been granted by what was called the Tall Whites, because he developed the Glocka, which is it's a saucer type bell looking thing, but it's a vehicle.
Yes,
And I think that's what he was also working on in Antarctica.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, why are some people allowed in there and some are not? What's going on there? You
He
know?
might have ran into the, like witchcraft and necromancy, trying to do things in the nature because he was trying to create also the super soldier.
Yes.
You know how he was saying that they were the ultimate race, so that in his case, he wanted to destroy all of humanity. He just wanted to leave Germans, right, as the number one race, destroy all nationalities.
The Aryan race.
But when you think about that, who was trying to destroy all of mankind?
The Nephilim.
The Nephilim.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if the Nephilim had to do something with that. People say that they had to deal with the technology helping out the pharaohs. I don't know, just
Everything's not as it seems with all
Right.
of that. So
Right.
I can agree with that. It's very,
Me too.
very convoluted, and the history books are all messed up. But
Yep.
there's some truth in there.
Mm-hmm. Well,
when I was there in Germany, they found a bunker where they said that Hitler's body was, and all that area around the bunker was hot for a mustard agent or chemical that was all over. But they found an underground bunker. They found all kinds of files and all kinds of things like that.
wow.
But I don't think they found a body. But they said they believed that Hitler, that was his bunker that he was hiding during the war.
Oh.
I don't even
Yeah.
know if there was a body found found of Hitler. Was there?
No, they say that. Sorry, they say that he escaped to Argentina.
Argentina.
That's what
That's
I
what
heard.
I'm. Yeah, I heard the same thing.
Mm.
Where's
Hello,
Texas
Joe
Learning?
Breezy. Sorry.
Right here.
What do you think about that, Texas Learning?
I agree with what Nevea just said, that Hitler fled to Argentina. I'm not sure about anything that's going on in the Antarctica. Whether there was like a spear or whatever, I haven't heard of it. But I do agree with what Steve said earlier, that all these that Google Maps blurs certain things out, like
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a whole show Beyond the Box looking at the
I
maps.
think I
There
saw
was
that
nothing
one.
there.
I think it's just for a few people, and all the other peasants they not allowed to see it.
Right. Us peasants.
They had a lot of underground tunnels over there, man. In
Yes.
Germany, there was because I was living in their billets. So underneath the billets, there was tunnels that would go through underneath the city. These tunnels went, they were all throughout the city. So only God knows what's underneath those bunkers underneath the city. Or they built them so if they got bombed, nothing would happen to them.
Mm-hmm.
So only God knows what's underneath in Germany, the tunnels in Germany.
Right.
Yeah, and what's weird about that? There's tunnels in the desert too. There's underground bunkers, underground motor pools. You can't
Mm-hmm.
even see it. They're under the sand. So if those
Oh,
are under the
wow.
sand, then I would say there's underground pyramids out there underneath the sand too. Only they know, because that's where they reside. They know that's their land. Uh,
In Egypt
and
as
all the-
well.
yeah, a lot of underground things that exist. California, I think they said they have underground tunnels dealing with reptilian, something like that.
That's creepy.
But
Dulce base.
the what?
The Dulce base or Dulce base. That's in. I think it's in Arizona or Nevada. It's in that region. Another military base underground, experiments and stuff.
There's a lot of militaries underground in Fort Hood.
Hmm.
I will see soldiers out there coming out of the woods in Elms Grove with their night visions on, right? They'll be dressed all in black with their night vision. They'll go by the picnic table, take off their night vision, and they put them back on. And they go back into the woods. Only God knows what's around there, man. You
It's
know,
wild.
but I moved. I said, enough of this. I got out of there. But I still catch activity. So,
Hey, Joe. Joe Breezy.
Dick Richards, I wish StreamYard would have worked for me. I love to jump on.
It's really, really picky, Dick Richards. Sometimes it'll just keep throwing me off all night, and tonight it hasn't. It just threw my screen off.
We're fixing to hit the 6 hour 6 hour mark.
Oh my
So we're
goodness.
gonna call it a night in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
This is
I'm gonna
officially
have-
the longest show I've been on. So. I've
I
done
was
5.5 hours, but not
talk is-
6.
when the talk
I-
is good, man.
I really
and
enjoyed the
and you're
show.
feeling it. You just gotta let it go. Let it go with the flow.
Yeah. It doesn't even feel like,
Time will pass by fast.
Feels like maybe 2 or 3 hours tops.
right? Yeah. Thank you for having me on, Brother Abe, and
You're
thank
welcome,
you,
sister.
Texas and Yissel for joining. Like I said, Yissel, I really feel like you're going through a spiritual awakening right now because it feels like everything is like blowing your mind. I could just, I'm an empath also, so I could feel it on you, like you feel like overwhelmed. At some
And I
point.
did. I got overwhelmed by some of the stuff being said in
Yeah.
the chat at the beginning when I jumped on, but it's good. I'm able to like
Rein
process
yourself
that.
in.
Yeah. I don't want to like cause division here, and we're all very relatable with what we're talking about. So it's like, why throw a wrench into that? I'm really trying to just stay level-headed here, and I think I did really well.
Are you new to the supernatural?
Talking this openly about it, yeah. I've always been more of like backseat observer, but I've gone out and done some investigating myself. And you see, I'm starting when I'm talking about things I probably shouldn't be, then my voice starts to go. But no, I've gone out to do investigations. I've been the aggressor at some of these locations where I'm like, why aren't you showing yourself? Type of deal.
Ooh. Yeah, I know.
That was some of the last times that I participated in that stuff, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore, especially if I'm going to be coming out here by myself. I'm saying those things when I'm with people. Like if I'm going to do that on my own, I'm probably going to get attacked. So I just stopped going, and I sit back. I watched all these other investigations happening, and then like I eventually dropped off looking at that stuff. And
I think your mind's fighting it. That's why, now you're getting to see and hear other people that have experienced so much, and you're getting to know Abe better. Like I've always told Abe, his voice is very soothing and calming. And to me, I just see him and I feel that this is what he's meant to do. This is his calling, and through God, he has people do his work, people that are standing strong in his word and have faith in him like that. This is what he's meant to do. And I feel it. you know, and just his whole demeanor, he's calm. And I could just see it on his face when he does feel something, you know, and I just feel very blessed to have met
I,
Wolf and to meet him.
I think what I'm gonna do is some of the short reels where the activity is happening. Some
Mhm,
of the videos I'm gonna make sh- either short reels or make videos of it when it's happening, so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Where you're gonna
mhm.
see you if you put on a headset, you might hear what's happening around me.
I've seen so much. That's why I'm like, oh no, this is some of the best footage I've ever seen. You know, and
Joe Breezy says anybody wants to come on my show Friday nights at 10 p.m. Drop a link, brother Joe Breezy.
yeah,
Drop a link to
Yissel,
your
I have to
show.
go to your. I have. Did you
Yeah,
drop a link to your show too, Yissel?
yeah.
Steve?
I did. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
because I'll
gonna.
go over there. I'll go
Yeah.
check out your channel and be a new sub.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just looked up Joe Breezy, so I'm gonna sub to him.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's so cool.
So Joe, I
He's
just
so chill
linked.
too.
There you
Yeah,
go.
There
That's
you go.
I put
just
his link in there, and I'm about to share my channel link here. See, I'm working on another screen, so
Okay.
I have the show on one screen, and then I have the chat window with the YouTube stream in the other.
Okay. Yeah, because I just do this on my phone because I just got the Chromebook and I'm not familiar with it. So, and I totally forgot my login.
Big Richard says up to Steve. There you go.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to do that too, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got a pretty
It's
good
helping.
show, man. I was watching the replay of our show, and man, it was a good one. I watched it on my big screen TV. You know.
I had it playing earlier in the background while I was doing stuff here. And like I checked the time after so long, and I'm like, whoa, like 50 minutes went by, and I'm just listening to this just going on while I'm doing stuff. So that's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's good signs that we did a good show.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I was like checking it out from a big screen. You know,
Thank you, Madeline.
Yeah,
it
thank
was a
you for
good one.
linking.
Madeline's awesome. Yeah, because I can't do any of that because, you know, I'm on my phone, so I can't leave, exit this tab without it kicking me off.
I went from
So
doing like once a month streams to now I'm doing like 4 streams a week, and
That's awesome.
I'm almost at 5 streams a week. But it works. It works.
yeah,
That's awesome. Hopefully, you get more and more um, confident in speaking about this stuff because
Oh, I think
Abe
I
has
will.
Abe has opened up like so much for me. Like I said, I never speak about this to anybody because you know you're looked at like and you're laughed at. You know, um,
Yeah,
it-
my main thing is I don't want to misspeak on things and then get the
yeah.
mockery after that. But I
But
think I'm pretty well versed in my own life experiences now where I could speak from
right,
my truth
but
here.
you
And
got a lot of wisdom and knowledge, also, brother. You know, and you, you're just gonna speak what your wisdom and knowledge, which is good. You know.
thank you.
I hold
Thank
back a
you.
lot.
Sometimes people might say something, but you know, I just go with the show, you know, and do what we're doing. You know, like
Right,
Tuesdays and Thursdays, anybody can jump on and share their experiences. You know, it's not just limited as to whoever wants to share something. Kind of like the woman that jumped on, and I think she did that on purpose. Honestly, she jumped on, and next thing you know, she didn't finish her story. But I think she's done that same thing before in the past because I remember that story. Uh,
oh,
she jumped on and started saying the story, and then you don't hear it no more. I'm thinking that might have been a certain individual, but I'm not even going to talk about those individuals. I recognize the forehead. Just put it that way.
Oh, Abe.
I mean, how are you gonna miss a big forehead? You know, if it's got a big forehead,
It's a five
it's
head.
gotta have a big, it's gotta have a big body. You know, I think I know who it was, but that's okay. God bless her.
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean, we all could have
It's-
got. You know, we all could get along, right? Open
right,
platform.
Yeah,
right,
and we all bring our own personal perspective. You got SCE that brings their own stuff. PRT does their own stuff. Yesel, and you got
Yeah,
Beyond, and you got all kinds, and it all works together.
right.
That's one nice thing about it.
I read a lot, so I have a lot of knowledge, but I think because people have always made me feel like I think I'm a know-it-all, I tend to hold back on all the things that I do know.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
like
resonance.
I'll read something and I'll be like, yeah, yes, that's true. Yes, I've heard that, you know, or I've read that because I'm a big reader. I love knowledge. And my mom always told me, never stop learning because learning, you know, that knowledge is power. And they don't want you to know a lot of things, you know. And I think I see this like more and more. I'm seeing more and more people open their eyes to the things that are going around in this
yeah.
world right now.
The veil is being
The
lifted.
veil is dropping, yeah. Oh,
The
you say
veil is
lifted,
being
I say
lifted, and a
dropping.
lot of people are I guess, awakening spiritually that their senses are.
Yes, the power of God.
They're being blessed with the spiritual senses to be able to experience these things or witness these things that are around them spiritually. But you know, it's because we have to be prepared for what's to come. You know, it's just,
Right.
you know, what's
And
written is written. We'll see. We'll see. You know, whether it happens in my lifetime, in your lifetime. You know, whatever the case might be, we just gotta
I
continue
don't
to
want to
keep on
see all
moving
the
forward.
I don't want to see all the things that are coming. Like being raised Jehovah's Witness, like you're told everything that's going to happen so that when the time comes you're not terrified and you don't freeze. You know, we were taught to um, keep our eyes open, watch what's going on in the world, don't be a part of it, but keep your eyes open. And that's in the Bible. You know, be aware of everything that's going on. Don't close your eyes to it and be
That's
afraid.
that's just wisdom.
So there we go. We hit the 6 hour marker.
6 hour mark. We're going for a
So
record.
This is
I'm
so
thinking
funny.
that's no.
I
I don't
enjoyed it.
want to end it,
I
but
enjoyed
the
myself.
time's been good. It's been 6 hours, guys. I think we gotta. I don't know if that's a record here in Spiritually Cryptid Encounters. I think the record here actually is
I think
about
it's
8 hours.
Yeah, I
8 hours.
remember that show.
I
Mhm.
remember one night we talked from about 8 hours, but it's still, you know, we got good guests. Uh, it was good talk, good chat. You know, we had a good audience viewing.
Yes.
I want to say thank you to you all again. You know, is there anything you all like to say to the viewers before we go? I'll let you all say whatever you want to say to the viewers.
I'll go first. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here. We've maintained over 40 viewers like every hour. It hasn't dropped below 39 viewers at a time,
Wow.
which is
That's awesome.
amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, we really locked in tonight talking about all this stuff. I'm really uh, I'm motivated. I want to do
You
this
see,
more.
Sister
So
Renee says, let's have another marathon and start
Stay up.
staying on 24 hours. I mean, I could keep on going, but, you know, then people are going to see 6 hours, 8 hours. Like, man, that's too long to view.
I haven't even been looking at the clock. I've just been so
but this right here is about the members, you know, that you're able to come on and speak
Right.
speak your mind of what you're going through and whatever the case might be. And we're here to be united as one, as brothers and sisters, right?
Right.
To help one another.
Thank you,
Oh,
Brother Abe.
we're getting a bunch of hearts in the chat too.
Oh,
It's a whole
Wow.
thank
bunch.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for I always tell you thank you, Abe, for a great show, because every time I leave, I learn something. And like I really don't have anything negative to say about my mom and my dad having me be involved in, being a Jehovah's Witness, because I did learn a lot about morals and values and how to treat other people. And the one thing that I did have was a lot of love from my parents. So I think that foundation helped me be who I am. But like, I learned a lot about, I've always knew to forgive, but listening to you, Abe, and having you break that down even further has been a blessing. Thank you so much. And thank you, Kat, for always being so amazing and awesome.
You're welcome.
You
You
know,
know,
thank
what I've been through in my life. I'm blessed just to be amongst the living. So in order
right.
for me to continue to be blessed, I have to do the good works, and follow the orders and try to keep on pressing the issue here in nighttime. We're here in the demonic hour right now, talking
Mm,
about the good things, and
positive.
I'm trying to catch people from different times, from different areas to tune in. So, they might have experience, even if they're on the other side of the world, we're all have a heart. We all have love in our hearts,
Right.
and we should be able to get along with one another and to be able to share our experiences. Sharing is caring, so it can help out others that might be going through. That's why I'm kind of
Yeah.
glad we got a little bit of everybody from different areas,
Around the world. Yeah.
around the world.
Yeah. Thank you, Dick Richards. And yes, I tried hard not to laugh at that comment, Joe Breezy. He says he has Kingdom Hall stories. Yeah, I do too. It's kind of hard when you're little and to sit there for 2, 3 hours. You get taken to the bathroom and get scolded.
How
But thank
about
you
you,
again.
Texas Learning?
Yeah, I would say thanks for having me on. Thank you, Nevaeh and Steve, as well for being with us, and Jesse for who was here earlier as well, and anyone watching. I'm having a good time sharing some experiences and hearing some other stories. It's all good. I think this is an awesome channel.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
nice hearing from you
You
and
can, yeah,
always listening.
You can
Yeah,
really
yeah,
learn
man. This
the
goes
main thing.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, open mic night, and I don't mind bringing guests on, even when I do the other shows. If I'm sharing pictures, I don't mind people jumping on. That's the thing. I'm here
So,
for we're here for one another.
And the
yes.
Somebody,
main thing I've learned through this channel was about forgiveness, because like I've admitted to earlier as well, I really struggle with that. I believe
Right.
I'm getting better at it. I can't tell if I'm entirely clear of it, but at least not to the point where it bothers me. So I think that counts.
Yes. I
And
detect an accent, Texas.
uh, do you? Oh yeah, I'm actually Dutch.
yeah, I think I got an accent like that that created for a member that comes out only on Halloween. Come see
Oh,
us.
I
Who
didn't
needs
hear
me
Texas.
anymore?
I
Who needs
didn't
me
hear.
anymore? I do an accent like that.
Yes.
Like the
Oh,
Count
you did?
see us does, but you have to wait for him to come
Mm.
uh, around that
On
time frame
Halloween.
of Halloween. That's when the only time he comes once a year.
Yeah, but you haven't told them that I'm actually the count.
I think the count. I think if you look into the archives, there's
I've been the
a
count
video
all
of the
along.
count speaking. Yeah,
Yes. Texas, what did you say? What was your ethnicity?
I'm Dutch from
Dutch.
Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
let me see. I think I might have a picture of the count here somewhere. Let's see if we can find them. I think I might have a picture of the count.
Right.
I think it's from where you come from, there, Texas Learning.
Yeah, I think the count wasn't that Romania.
Yes.
Or was
I think
it?
it's from
Was
down
that
here.
Mexican?
Down here.
Joe Breezy.
Yeah, and
I
then
think
I'm over in the Chicagoland area, so I got that Midwest accent going.
What's
I
the
don't
place
think
called again? Where the count is from? Some Romanian name. I can't really remember it.
Transylvania, isn't
Oh,
it?
Transylvania.
Transylvania, yeah.
Yeah. I was very
Oh.
into the first
here he is. I found the count.
the first scary movie that I've ever seen was Nosferatu. The original.
Oh yeah.
I was little and I was scrolling through the TV and that was on and it captivated me. Scared the crap out of me, but it captivated me.
Yeah, so you keep watching it.
Yeah. And so then I had nightmares. My mom's like, "What are you doing watching that?"
All right, I will bow out and bid you all
I was
adieu.
gonna say the same thing.
I'll let
before
Abe
you
take
go,
over and
okay.
close
Yeah.
it out.
I'm going to too. Good night. I'm gonna stay in the chat, but
I'm gonna
Yeah,
share
I'll
the
save.
count real quick.
okay.
All right.
Thank
Take
you.
a good other. I think I got a picture of the count here. Let me share them with you. Oh man, where is he at? There he is. Oh, he didn't show. Oh my God. He's not letting me show the count. I don't know what's going on here. I tried to share the count, but it wouldn't let me. Try this one more time. There he is. There's the count. So we're gonna finish that out with a count. There he is, right there. I think that's a Texas Learning knows the count. They're like, I know about that legend. Let me get out of here. I don't want the count coming for me. I'm just kidding, y'all. In saying that, thank y'all for tuning in for 6 hours. You know, we had a one heck of a show tonight. Again, I would like to thank the panel that was here, to the viewers. Tonight we'll have the Chusa Bruja night. For those we know, you know how we go here. So don't know what time frame I'm gonna go on yet, but we'll see. You know, I know Saturday I'm not gonna be doing a live Saturday because, you know, I might go out, go dancing. We got plans to go out or Saturday night. But Friday I will do, which is tonight, this evening, we will do one. Saying that, good night, everybody. God bless y'all. Love, light, and blessings, and always maintain the Heavenly Love Foundation. This is Brother Abe Cias signing off from Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Soren Cias signing out. Peace out, everybody.